Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to TopstepTV. This is the opening call for Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. I am JD. In the middle, we've got John the Goat Hoagland. Over there, my other bookend to the right, Coach Ray. Good morning, gentlemen. Hoag, how you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling like $100, JD. Maybe even 200. Maybe even 200. Happy Tuesday, everybody. JD, it's great to see you. Hope you're feeling well. Ray, how are you, my friend?
You know, I think I'll top that by $1. I feel like $201.
Ooh, he just prices right at you right there, Hoag. There you go.
He did.
That's how you do it. All right, folks, welcome to Turnaround Tuesday. What is Turnaround Tuesday, you ask? Well, back in the day, it was a mantra that used to be spoken on the trading floor. If there was a trend of the market, not typically, I should say, people would expect a counter trend day to happen on a Tuesday. That's why they would always call it Turnaround Tuesday. Not saying that's going to happen today. This is not trading advice of any kind, but I still call it Turnaround Tuesday. We've got some numbers coming up at the bottom of the hour. We were going to take a look at that gold opening range breakout trade. We might be holding off on it, though. We could still do a high-level overview, what we're looking at in gold. But CPI is out at the bottom of the hour. It's going to be market moving. I think we're going to hold off on that opening range breakout trade in gold. Are you guys feeling the same way about that? We were just discussing it in the green room, what the plan of attack is for the morning. We should be leading by example, not holding positions into big numbers. Sound right?
Well,
Sound good?
My thought is if I'm not going to take it, if I wouldn't take it in my personal account, I wouldn't take it in this.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Ray, do you like holding?
Yeah, absolutely.
Positions?
I mean, there's really no reason to put your account at risk. We have no way of anticipating how the market's going to react, and it's one of those situations. We just need to sit aside and then just kind of react to what the number provides us.
Mm-hmm. Simple as that. Yeah. We did have
taken enough positions into major economic releases. And if I total up all of the P&Ls of all of those trades that I took into important numbers, I've had wildly good days and wildly bad days. If I add them all up, it comes out to 0. So why bother?
Right.
It's a coin flip. Coin flip capital. We actually own that domain here at Topstep. Coin flip capital. Take a guess. All right. As far as other reports due out today, we've got quite a bit on the docket. We got a stacked economic calendar this morning. We had JP Morgan earnings out before the bell. I haven't even gotten a chance to look at that yet, though. I'll take a look while we're going through charts and report on it in just a few minutes. We're scheduled to have the ADP weekly unemployment change at 7:15. I haven't seen a result for that one yet either. Again, bottom of the hour, consumer price index, CPI, big inflation gauge, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. It should be a market mover. We're going to be walking you through that one. Again, not holding a trade through it, though. We've got a couple Fed speakers today. Musalem at 9 o'clock. Later on this afternoon, Barkin will be speaking at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. We've also got new home sales out at 9 o'clock. Redbook at 7:55. We got a 30-year bond auction. And just popped up a few minutes ago on my calendar. President Trump will be speaking at 1 o'clock this afternoon, 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. So we'll see if we can find a feed for that and pipe it in here. Maybe we'll get it live here on TopstepTV for you. As always, we have got one eye on the ditch and one eye on the markets for you. We will keep you apprised of any news that pops up and moves these markets.
We did.
Right.
I got some information on the earnings out this morning. JP Morgan beat expectations on earnings per share and revenues by just a little bit on the revenues, but pretty good on earnings per share. Bank of New York also beat on earnings per share and revenues. Delta Airlines beat on earnings per share, but a little bit of a miss on revenues. And those are just the majors that came out this morning. We are at the very beginning of earnings season. Tomorrow we've got Citibank, Bank of America, I believe, is tomorrow, as well as Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, Morgan Stanley, all of those on Thursday. So yeah, we're at the front end of earnings season, they do like to start with those major financial companies. And that's what we've got coming out this week as far as earnings are concerned.
Big bank earnings all week long. We will keep you apprised of those results also. All right, we've got gold open for business. Typically, we'd be looking at that 1 minute opening range breakout. If you're new here, what are we looking at again? We're going to look at that first 1 minute candle. We'll play the breakout of either side. It's a very mechanical trade, low probability, but when it hits very nicely, right? So you take that opening 1 minute candle, and if the following candle closes above or below the opening range candle, then you take that trade. You're long above, short below. It's as simple as that. With a
We've
stop
had some
on
pretty
the opposite end.
pretty good winners off that opening range trade in gold. For the
has
last
been-
month, we've had like 830 ticks, 700 and some ticks, another like 700 and some tick winner in gold off that opening range trade. So when it works very nicely.
Yeah, our first trade of the year. I document these pretty thoroughly. Our very first trade of the year, January 2nd, was micro gold. Just a single micro gold contract was good for $615.
Yeah, amazing.
61 bucks on a single micro contract. That was a good trade. We're doing pretty decent on these opening range breakout trades so far this year.
The trick is not to Lennium.
Not the Lennium. Set it, forget it, don't touch it. Wait until there's a an obvious point of invalidation and start trailing your stops from there. But so far, just trading 1 or 2 micros, we're up about $1,100 so far this month on these opening range breakout trades. So it's been doing okay. We did get a signal to the long side on that 1 minute opening range breakout. Again, we're not going to take the trade because we anticipate some major market movement. We're going to get a nice injection of volume and liquidity as soon as this CPI number comes out. And we have no clue. We can only take a guess what direction the knee-jerk reaction is going to be. But it's likely to play both sides. Doesn't matter where you put your stop, you're going to get tagged out. Again, this is not trading advice, but it seems to be a likely scenario. All right. Hogue, what's up with the checklist? What do we need to do in order to prepare for the trading day? Let's make sure everybody's getting started on the right foot this morning. Let's run through that.
Everybody needs a morning checklist. If it's not ours, create your own. But first thing, of course, pre-market research. We're looking for context. We're looking for areas of good risk management and always remaining patient. Your morning checklist. You got your coffee, got your water. Are you fed? Did you take a walk? Are you ready for the day? Mindset maybe should be even at the top of the list. Always check your mindset when you're sitting down to trade. If you are not in the right mindset of trading, it can certainly affect your decision-making process. Get your trade checklist. I've got my pencil. I've got my paper, writing down those trades, doing my journaling throughout the day. And at, of course, the end of the day, you're going to do your post-market checklist. Review your trades, feel your way through those trades, and prepare for the next trading day. That, our friends, is our trading checklist. I hope you have your own trading checklist. Make sure you get that done every day, because if you don't do the homework, you don't get to play.
Yep. We have we've got a sample checklist, not a sample checklist. We've got a one that we put together. Maybe if I see Dolby Time in the chat, maybe throw the link for the trading checklist, the Topstep trading checklist. It's just a sort of a starter kit, you know. You can build off of it. It's not the end-all, be-all of trading checklists, but it's there to help you get started. Give you a couple points of reference, and then you can expand on it. That's for sure. Ray, do you journal? Do you have a checklist?
Yeah, absolutely. I like I said, the top one on my list is how I'm feeling that particular day. If there, what's going on in my personal life, if there's something going on in my personal life, it's probably a day I'm going to set aside. So that's the one. That's the number one. But yeah, absolutely. Run through my checklist. I think it's very important to get your mindset right as you approach the markets. Wash away anything. Maybe if you had a bad prior day, make sure you don't bring that into the market, because that's just going to just manifest the same things that you had the day prior. So Yeah, definitely something that I kind of talk to my folks within my VIP program as well. So
Excellent.
Well, you are the
Thank you,
mindset
Ray.
hunters.
yeah, I
You
am
are
the
the
mindset
mindset
hunter.
hunter.
Yes.
Ooh, we've got a little preliminary selling coming into the gold market right now.
Mm.
Just a bit of a break. So we played nearly took out the low of the opening range before this number even comes out, right? Looks like we're about to take out the low. But let's take a look at what to expect from the
I believe you
CPI
are
number.
correct.
Say again, Hogue?
I believe you are correct, sir. I think we're going to take out the low.
Yeah. It's looking, someone's preempting a move here. What can we expect from this CPI number? All right, month over month. Prior was at 0.2%. That means consumer prices rose 0.2% month over month. Consensus is for a 0.3% increase this month. Consensus range 0.2 to 0.4%. Year over year, consumer prices have increased 2.7%. That was last month prior. They're expecting a little drop, 2.6% year over year. Excluding food and energy, month over month, 0.2. Consensus is 0.3. Excluding food and energy year over year, prior 2.6%, expecting 2.7%. So that's some preliminary numbers there. John Jones in the chat, Ray, says your gold level of 45.95 yesterday was crazy accurate. Nice job.
Great.
So we are going to wait. We got 2.5 minutes until this number comes out. We'll go over some news. Well, first we'll talk through the CPI report. See if we get a hit, see if we get a miss. Talk through the reaction from the markets. I'll look at gold. Hogue, you want to take the S&P? Ray, you want to take the NASDAQ? What's your market of choice? What do you want to watch?
Yeah, I'll take a look at the NASDAQ. Was it in what context? Just to kind of keep an eye on general over the CPI.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'll go ahead and take a look at that.
We have our assignments.
We have our
assignments.
Dome's looking thin.
Clearing out. Gold dome is very, very wide right now. We got about 5 tick wide in the micro. See what the mini's looking like.
Minis are
minis
4 or
real
5
thin
ticks
too.
wide and missing spaces, missing levels where there's no bids or offers.
Yep. The micro is more liquid than the mini in gold right now, going into this number. 90 seconds. 90 seconds to CPI.
Just ranging.
Getting thinner.
Is giving assignments just like a 10th grade geometry teacher.
Isn't that what you do, Ray? Are you a 10th grade geometry teacher?
Yeah, I resonate with that statement.
What is the formula for the volume of a cylinder?
Ooh, you're gonna put me on the spot here. I'm gonna tell I'm gonna tell you what my students tell me. I don't know.
They don't know.
I think it's height times radius times pi.
Right? Yeah, surface area. I was thinking more of volume, but yes.
The more you know. 20 seconds, guys. 20 seconds.
Kind of what I was looking for.
John Jones in the chat has it figured out.
Yeah, there you go. Look at that.
Ladder's getting real thin in gold right now. We got 10 seconds. 10 seconds to this CPI report. We're going to look at this knee-jerk reaction. House account is flat. We have no trades on right now. We're not carrying a trade into this report. Man, look how wide that dome is. It's almost $2 wide.
That is crazy.
Pop to the upside.
Oh,
Pop
also
to the upside in gold.
Same for NQ. Pop to the upside.
Still trading up. We're above settlement price in gold.
Got 158 on the offer in the S&P's at 70.20.
We're ripping. Gold's ripping. Gold is ripping.
250 on the offer. It's at 70.24. Traded out.
NASDAQ caught a bid as well.
U.S. core CPI month over month actual 0.2%, forecast over 0.3, a little better than expected. Core CPI
Nice.
year over year 2.6%, forecast for 2.7%, also a little better than expected. So
Nice.
consumer prices down a little bit from the consensus ranges. Again, what is
All-time
CPI?
highs, yes. Auga.
Auga, get the horns out.
Close to all-time highs in NQ as well.
There it is.
Again, what is the CPI report? Consumer Price Index. It's a basket of goods and services that regular everyday Americans purchase on a regular basis. And when prices for those goods and services go up, it's a good indication for the rate of inflation or lack of inflation in the economy. How much are U.S. consumers paying for goods and services? That's what this number is tracking. It's a very reputable inflation gauge that a lot of people, a lot of traders in particular, keep a very close eye on. Tomorrow we'll have the PPI report, the producer price index. We're going to see how much actual producers of goods and services are paying for the materials that they use to produce those goods and services. Another giant inflation gauge. When producers are paying more, it trickles down to the consumer. That means the consumers are paying more. And we see consumers are paying just a little bit less than they were month over month, year over year. So maybe that'll have an effect on what we see in the producer price index number tomorrow.
Wow.
All right, we're starting to pair off those gains.
2%.
Again, Hogue?
Getting closer and closer to that 2%.
We are closer and closer. All right, we saw our knee-jerk reaction to the upside in gold. We traded just above our volume point of control from yesterday, which is at 46.20, and we're right back to where we started, kind of. Came back down. We're kissing settlement price, 46.1470 settlement price. We'll get into the equities reaction in just a few minutes. Let's go over some news real quick, and then we will get into the charts. What do you say, guys?
Absolutely.
All right. First up, President Trump has reached a deal with AbbVie over drug prices. The Trump administration reached an agreement with drug maker AbbVie that says it will drop the price of some medicines. Officials at AbbVie say they will offer these medications to Medicaid and consumers at the lowest price available in peer countries. Other medications will also be sold at discounted rates. Among the drugs that are part of the most favored nation pricing includes Combigan, which is used to treat glaucoma, and Synthroid, a thyroid hormone medication. The specifics of the discounts were not yet disclosed. Analysts say it's too soon to tell what sort of impact this will have on Americans' budgets, but some drug prices will be coming down very shortly. All right, guys, we just saw what happened with that CPI number. Take us through these gold and silver charts. Give us some context on what's going on in these markets.
Starting, of course, with the daily. We had a breakout, above the 29th of December high. We had a breakout above the weekly kickoff high, 45.60. How did the breakout perform? To me, the breakout performed relatively well. Nice increase in volume on that push to new all-time highs. We also added about 31,000 in open interest. That is the estimate, but indicating we saw what we always look for when we're looking for extension to the high, new buyers coming in. So we saw new buyers. We had negative delta, indicating that those buyers may be a little bit longer time frame, which is what we're always looking for when we're monitoring for continuation. We have a little bit of an excess high yesterday, maybe not. Didn't have an excess high really on the profile at the end of the day. However, this trend line is relatively weak. It's only 1-2 points of contact. We looked above it and closed back below it yesterday, looking like we are headed back towards the upside today. I'm kind of giving that breakout and rally yesterday a B as far as an auction process. Now, a little bit deeper, since the beginning of the year, since we were down here around 43.40, we've added 54,000 contracts. As price continues to move higher, buyers continue to come in. That is a 10% increase in open interest since the beginning of the year. The buyers are back, folks. The buyers are back. I don't know how long they're going to be in the markets. I don't know when the pullback is going to come, but the auction has been performing well to the upside. Ray, your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now we have a daily chart that's broken above that little area that we had there, resistance. Have a little ascending wedge pattern. Our positive DI is kind of firming up, and I bet more importantly, our momentum, the ADX, is starting to kind of slope up to the upside. We got a reading of 25. I think we're in the low 20s yesterday when we were talking earlier. Now that number is above 25, which is telling us, like you had mentioned, that we're in a relatively healthy auction to the upside. Again, we kind of use these mouths of these triangles to kind of help us gauge where price can go, and assuming that now that we've broken to the upside, we can kind of forecast potentially where the market could take us. And if I do that, I'm kind of looking at somewhere in the 4,900 range. 48.75 is kind of maybe the topping point here for this kind of measured move, or a kind of measured move of this mouth of this triangle pattern. So yeah, all things looking up in the gold.
All right. So kind of understanding that that the weekly kickoff level was likely going to be penetrated this week. I have a measured move, an initial measured move as a next weekly kickoff high up at 46.60, but Ray is looking at a much bigger move, and I believe, Ray, you're just kind of talking about from there to there.
Yeah,
And
the
then from
mouth
the
of the triangle
breakout,
pattern there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yep, and then up to here. So, easily up to 848.50, even points
Yep.
higher than that. If we
Yep.
look at above the trend line here, there's your 49.30s right there, Ray.
Yep.
Nice. All right, let's take a look at the 30-minute. Oh, hey. And all right, so when we're at all-time highs, there's no weaknesses in structure above this market with which to target. We don't have any naked points of control. We don't have any gaps. We don't have anything like that with which to look at. But, just kind of looking at, the past here. So here's the beginning of the year, adding 10% of open interest as price continues to move higher. Buyers are back in this market. Buyers are certainly back in this market. And again, we don't know how far they're going to go. We don't know when that's going to kind of see any kind of a pullback. We have new information now on that CPI number, and it kind of changed a little bit of something I was looking at as in somewhat of a head and shoulders. We've kind of broken that structure a little bit to the upside. So that's no longer one of my main hypotheses as anything that could happen today. Of course, anything can happen. But where are we as far as overnight inventory is concerned? I think we've pretty much reconciled any overnight inventory. We didn't really have much when we started. And when that number came out, we did see some buyers coming in, bringing price back inside value, which on this profile, on this platform, value lows around 46.11. And we're back above it. So if we are going to be looking at value acceptance, we could see this market just through value acceptance come all the way back up to 46.33 on its way up, possibly up to higher levels. Ray, what are you seeing on the 30-minute chart here?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of using that same level that we were talking earlier about, this head and shoulder pattern as kind of an area of support here on the very bottom. You can see that we have 1, 2, 3 touch points that have been made in this area. And now we've broken above this 46.09, just to the left, looking at this kind of price action that we're seeing. We look to the left and we've broken above that. So when we're looking for a trending market, we want evidence of higher high, in this case, higher highs and higher lows. Well, in this case, we've already made, we're looking to make another higher high on this 30-minute chart, which eventually, the idea behind that is that maybe we could use that level as an area maybe where we could maybe potentially entertain an opportunity to the upside. So this level around 4609, 4610 is kind of what I'm looking at the moment. And maybe that will serve as an area for me to maybe for a continuation, maybe a full rotation, as you mentioned, all the way to the highs here. I kind of marked it up at 4638. 10 is kind of the target that I'm looking at. But what's interesting to me is that we kind of fallen back into a range, right, into this range. So it'd be interesting to see whether we stay in the range. Now that we kind of broken some daily levels, that could offer us maybe a further extension. But I'm going to be kind of looking to see how price reacts around this 4638 level, 4638.10, and see if that maybe offers us maybe a little bit of a pullback that I can then maybe manage my risk and look for an opportunity maybe to the upside. Otherwise, there's always the potential of maybe price rotating back and maybe retesting some of the levels that's left. The other level that I have below here is that 46.10 level that I mentioned earlier. So yeah, a market that is looking quite bullish. The DMI indicator crossing above our negative. Relatively flat ADX, but that's kind of a little bit of a lagging. So we'll have to kind of monitor it. Our ADX right now is at 16, which is a little bit low. Honestly, we'd like to see that number above 20 to really kind of indicate that we are in a pretty significant momentum move to the upside.
All right, Ray. A couple of things. You can see right here, 4609.80. You were kind of focusing in on that level as a possible pullback for a potential opportunity, and
Correct.
It's the afternoon pullback low from the profile from yesterday. Absolutely love that level. You can see it's already been impactful in the overnight session. We left excess above it. We traded to it, rejected it. Now we're back above it. A pull back towards it could provide a decent opportunity for a potential long. We've also got value low in the neighborhood there, 46.11.5 approximately, at least on this platform. What else was I going to tell? There's so many parallels to what we're both thinking here, and I love that when a good plan comes together. But we're continuing to see this market push to the upside. I'm not selling this with anybody's money at this point, especially with that information about open interest and the volume yesterday. And if the market were to turn lower, and none of this is important until it becomes important, there's a whole lot of weaknesses in structure. We've got the gap from Friday to Monday. We've got a naked point of control in the middle of that. We've got another naked point of control below that. We've got single prints below that. I mean, there's all different kinds of weaknesses in structure that are only going to become important when they are approached. I don't see them getting approached at any point today. I mean, the market is acting very strong. It has been acting strong. A lot of buyers coming back into this market. Those buyers can be in this market. Well, to be honest with you, they've been in this market since January, pretty much. So we don't know how far this thing is going to go, of course. Excellent analysis. Thank you very much, Ray.
You're
Do we
welcome.
take a moment to take a look at silver?
Yes.
Oops. All right. So here is silver. Let's take a look at the daily. Obviously, market has had a decent breakout to the upside above this area of balance. Obviously, good volume. We added open interest yesterday of just under 1,000 contracts, and that's all right. Silver's not as deep a contract. I mean, you got 500,000 in open interest in gold. You've got somewhere just over 100,000 in open interest, maybe about 150,000 in silver, and actually the daily volume in silver is bigger than the entire open interest is concerned. How speculative do you think silver has become? Everybody's looking at it, but if we're just going to be looking at the auction and the grade of the auction, we had a breakout continuation yesterday on higher volume with an increase in open interest. I'm looking at this as a B. I don't like to give A's because A's have a tendency to be overbought. So right now, I don't think it's overbought yet. I'm giving this a B, monitoring for continuation on the daily chart. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would say that the silver looks even stronger on the daily chart to me than the gold. I'm kind of doing that kind of same little triangle pattern. I see the breakout now. We had a very firm, strong breakout above this triangle, ascending triangle pattern that's been developed here. And now we're developing yet another continuation candle here. So I'm kind of taking the same measure of that mouth to the upside here. And I see that we have a kind of 93, 360 kind of target, I think, or at least a target of that wedge pattern that's been created here. 93, 360 is kind of what I have to the upside. All my momentum indicators are giving me a positive signal. I mean, if I had to be nitpicky here, I'd like to see maybe my DMI kind of slope up a little bit better to the upside. But otherwise, we have a ADX reading of 55. Okay, so that I don't know how else to say it. That's very strong pressure or momentum to the upside in this market, even stronger than what we're seeing right now in gold.
Yeah, is it ever? Ray, I think we have a little bit of a difference in the adjustment, the settings for our ADX. Yours are usually just a little bit off. Mine is just the standard, I think. Maybe I've changed it a little bit, but
okay.
I'm seeing ADX at 60, basically 61 on the daily chart.
Oh, 61.
See a quick look. Yeah. I mean, it's huge. I mean, you don't see that often.
No.
It's just massive. So as far as the 30-minute chart, obviously we're getting a little bit long as far as overnight inventory is concerned, but we're already open. We've opened with a session gap. We had another session gap from Monday to Friday. The market rallied yesterday. It had a pretty decent pullback low, which I haven't put on here yet, which may or may not come into play today. I'm going to go ahead and put that on here just so that I have it in case we get the opportunity to revisit that level. There is our afternoon pullback lows. I like to put in blue. So there's our afternoon pullback low. We've opened with a gap. Gap rules, folks. We can't close this gap relatively early. There's only one thing for it to do. It's to range above the gap or continue above the gap. This market is so strong. So strong. I didn't really take a look at the history of open interest, and I have it here. So we haven't really been adding a whole bunch of open interest as we've been kind of consolidating. That may change today. We saw some pretty decent volume and an increase in open interest yesterday. If we see an increase in open interest today, those buyers are still here, folks. I don't know where this thing's going to go. Monitor for continuation. Don't fight a directional market. DFADM. DFADM. Don't fight a directional market.
Yeah.
Ray, thoughts on the 30?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, very strong. Again, I kind of identified, kind of looking to the left here, is like actually what areas could I even begin to look at maybe for a possible opportunity to participate in this market. I've kind of identified 86.13 as maybe an area for a little bit of a pullback. I have a little bit of confluence there with my 9 EMA. That's kind of serving as kind of a location for me to. So that would be kind of the location there. DMI and the ADX. ADX still not where I'd like it to be. I have it on this platform as 18, just a shade over 18. I don't know if that's what you got there, Coach, but we got the positive DI well above the negative, and it's kind of separating in opposite directions, which is a very good sign that we are very much in a momentous move here. Again, definitely I agree in agreement with any sort of pullback that offers us maybe a continuation opportunity that's aligned with our risk model is an opportunity I think we need to take in the silver today. Bull.
Mm-hmm. Well, DFADM, don't fight a directional market. Absolutely. And the Michelle Everbosch, I'm working on developing weekly kickoff levels for silver. That is something that I'm thinking about maybe adding to the whole situation that we've got here. And Anti-Trader, you are just living up to your chat name. God bless you. Let's move on. Let's take a look at the ES when we have a chance here. JD, how you feeling there, buddy?
Feeling good. Let's take a look at what happened overnight real quick. Markets in Asia closed a little bit mixed. We had the Hang Seng Index closed up 0.9%. The Nikkei closed up 3.1%. Big move in the Nikkei last night. And the Shanghai Composite closed down 0.64%. Stocks in Europe also trading a little bit mixed this morning. The DAX is up 0.23%. The FTSE down 0.05%. And the Stoxx 600 up 0.02%. The U.S. dollar index up marginally, 98.964 last on the dollar. VIX is trading a little bit lower, about 1% lower, 14.99 on the VIX, below 15 again. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note, U.S. 10-year Treasury note, 4.175% to get this day started. All right, let's rip through that S&P. Tell us what we need to know.
Oh,
Great
man, look at this pullback. Holy smokles. Right? Jeez. $20 pullback off the highs already here in the S&Ps. Well, let's start with the daily. New March all-time high yesterday in regular trading hour session. All right, that's good. How did it perform, though? Volume, low. Usually up days don't bother me that they may be a little bit low in volume, but we also lost open interest. Instead of bringing new buyers, we had short covering. We didn't bring in new buyers. Of course, with short covering, you're going to see a degree of new buyers, but with a loss of 3,700 in open interest, that's not necessarily a good sign for a healthy upside auction. I want to see an increase in open interest. I want to see strong volume, and we're seeing neither in the S&Ps. It's a little bit of a different story in the NASDAQ, as sometimes happens. However, what are we looking at? Well, we had a deep pullback. We recovered that whole pullback. I mean, that was impressive yesterday. That rally that we had yesterday was grindy. It was nasty. It was eating shorts the entire way up, and that is supported by that loss in open interest. So hopefully none of you were stuck in one of those shorts that just kept getting squeezed and squeezed and squeezed and squeezed and squeezed yesterday. However, I'm not that impressed with the upside auction. I'm actually giving it a C- on the daily chart. A little bit of excess up here. We do have new information, and there's always new information coming into the markets. There isn't a day that we're trading that we're not thinking, okay, what's the next release? What's the next earnings? What's the next this? What's the next that? And they can all affect the market. But just looking at an auction process type of situation or an auction process type of context, wasn't impressed yesterday. It was a wonderful rally. If you were able to take that ride and just not letting it, hold it all friggin' day, God bless you. But it wasn't, to me, all that impressive. Ray, what do you think about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you kind of noted, I mean, we have the two most recent candles, even the candle that's developing right now, we have wicks on both ends of these candles, indicating that there is some balanced trading, that we're trading up here at the highs. And again, the longer we kind of stay at these levels, without maybe breaking them, that's the only other thing that they can do is kind of move. It's basically creating a little bit of indecision, I guess. Looking at the markets, looking at these candles is giving me some indication that maybe there is a little bit of indecision that's happening at these levels. I'm looking at the DMI. The DMI is not really giving me any indication as to the direction they want to take this market. Pretty flat on all numbers. A lot of overlapping DI and negative DI with an ADX reading of 11. Right. Not all that impressed with this current directional move that we're in. So again, indicating that maybe some of the bigger players that we're looking for to be a part of this market are not in, right? They're just not in moving markets, right? So again, I think this is a market that you need to remain patient in and look for maybe a more definitive directional kind of guidance before you take part in this market, because I think it has the tendency of maybe potentially trapping some folks here up at the top that think that they're just going to go automatically step in and take it the other direction. And I think that's what we need to be cautious.
Yeah. So we squeezed shorts all day yesterday. If we start retail buyers up here, that's when the opposite squeeze might start to come in. We don't know if that's going to happen, but let's take a quick look at the 30 year. And everything that I say, everything that Ray says, everything anybody has to say about equities, you have to keep in the back of your mind the word resilience, because these markets do amazing things. These equities markets just have that tendency to grind higher. So here's the 30-minute yesterday. Opening range, the dead high. The dead ass low. The market rallied pretty much all day. This was a trend day to the upside. It is the strongest of the types of days, right? But again, the strongest on the profile was not supported by volume, was not supported by an increase in open interest. That's the scary part. Now, one good thing to the upside is we've now put in an all-time high in extended trading hours. And as we know, markets don't like to leave all-time highs in extended trading hours. The longer time frame wants the opportunity to participate at those levels, and sometimes they will just wait and make sure that they have that opportunity. We did have some single prints here yesterday in the profile. Those single prints go from 7,012.50 up to 7,013 quarter. Just a couple of single prints, but they can be meaningful. You could see last night we traded to them. They were a little bit resistant. The CPI numbers, everything goes out the window. But now as traders settle and we get the longer time frames available and active in the market, things can certainly change. All right. What else do I have on the 30-minute here? I got all these notes and I got to read them. We do have a kind of a low excess high yesterday. We've taken that out in extended trading hours. I think my main hypothesis would be look for opportunities potentially for longs if I can limit the risk. And if I can limit the risk, maybe we see a move back above that weak high from yesterday. It wasn't truly a weak high, just a low excess high. And maybe we can take out this all-time high that occurred in the extended trading hours, and then we'll see what happens. Pretty deep pullback off that high. Ray, what are you seeing here?
Yeah, I mean, a market again. I think a market outside of this most recent candle, a market that's been in range, right? Really leading up to the CPI number, really really no indication as to which direction they want to take this market. What I will say is that we are still technically above value, if I'm not mistaken here. If I'm actually looking at the initial balance range. I'm looking at the initial balance range from the prior day, and that's kind of giving me an indication that we still have some opportunities to the upside, giving me some indication that maybe there are some buyers still in the market here. Okay, I look at my positive DI with that CPI number. We got a little bit of spike, but we'll have to see. Can we get above that 70.24? That's this most recent high I have here on the left hand side. Can we close above it? That's going to be kind of my question. And if we can close above it, then I can start using levels like 70.10 or 70.15, maybe, or even the level 70.24 or 70.25 as areas for maybe participation in this market to the upside. I've actually kind of went ahead and marked that level to the upside, that little spike that we got, and now we're getting a very rather large wick in the opposite way, because that is giving me an indication that there are some sellers there that decided to step in. That's an important level for me. So I'd like to know, I'd like to keep that level in the back of my pocket here, because that's an indication that we had some, some bigger players kind of step in and kind of push the market back down. So I think this is a market we need to be patient in. I think we need more evidence on exactly which direction. We're kind of flirting with the possibility of closing above. We need to wait for that to happen, and then wait for confirmation, wait for a little bit of a pullback if we are indeed going to participate in this market to the upside.
What do we need, Ray? We need new buyers.
We need new buyers.
Did you see new buyers yesterday?
No.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, it looks like it by the trend day to the upside. But we lost open interest, so that was more short covering than anything else. We will see. We will see. Excellent analysis, Ray.
Thank you.
Blessings to you.
Thank you. Likewise.
Getting close to the crude open here. And crude's going to be interesting today.
30 seconds of the crude oil open. I have got the crude oil chart up. I've got the ladder ready to go. I've got a couple loaded in the micros. We're going to see if we can get a trade here on this opening range breakout. No trade yesterday. We took out both sides of the opening range without signaling a trade yesterday, which sort of invalidated it. Those are kind of the rules we've been playing by. If we take out both sides of the opening range and no trade is triggered, we're just going to step away from that market.
And we're open.
Let's see what happens now. Crude oil is open for business. We're looking at that 1 minute opening range breakout, same as we do with the gold market. Again, regular trading hours for crude oil. 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time is the opening bell for crude. Got a pretty tight opening range so far. I got a high of 60.47 and a low of 60.40 in the micro. 7-tick wide opening range. Not a whole lot of movement so far. I suppose with
See
not a
the
lot of
overnight
risk on
high.
the table.
See the overnight high,
Oh, yeah.
JD.
Weekly kickoff high, 60.80. Look at that. Bounce right off of it. We've got some massive overnight inventory to the long side in crude oil going into this open. Big rally overnight. Would you expect to see some of that pairing off sooner rather than later?
It's in rollover, DD.
This is right. That's right.
The longer time frame is they're trying to find an area of two-sided trade where they can get their roll done. And so far they haven't seen it. They haven't been able to do it. Probably going to be a little bit of a late roll because of that.
Yeah. Opening range is only 8 ticks wide.
That weekly kickoff high has been visited like 5-6 times in the 30-minute chart. We'll see that shortly, but it keeps getting revisited. So, if we run out of sellers up there, our rollers may continue to have a difficult time finding two-sided trade here.
Well, we just joined the bid, triggered a long, and we got filled. 60.51. House count is long. Just a pair of micro crude. Not going to take a whole lot of risk on this trade. We'll take $50 worth of risk on this trade. We're putting our CY all the way down at 60.26. We're giving ourselves 25 ticks of risk on this trade.
Yeah, that's plenty of risk.
Yeah.
Yep. Agreed.
I like the fact that we're seeing some smaller opening ranges in these markets now. Just limits risk.
Yeah, I like that where you place that stop, because that would be a kind of a point of invalidation there. I'm looking at on the left on the daily.
Exactly.
So.
All right, let's rip through these crude charts real quick before we get into the NASDAQ. We are after 8 o'clock Central Time. We got a trade on. What are you guys seeing in crude? Tell us everything.
All right. Daily chart, week 60.80. Weekly kickoff high. Coach Hoop reminded us last week that crude has a tendency to trade to the 80s, the 50s, the 20s, and the evens. And I went back and looked at all the the weekly kickoff levels, and so many of them land at those levels. And I had forgotten all about that. We started talking about that 12 years ago. I'm sure Dolby remembers that. I think Dolby was one of the pioneers of actually recognizing that fact, that there's a lot of highs and lows in crude oil at the 80s and 20s, evens and halves. All right. So real quick, in rollover, overnight high, weekly kickoff high, volume and open interest are going to be split and blurry. No rollover range yet established. Ray, what do you think on the daily?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a market that maybe it's beginning to show signs of strength. I don't know. I kind of I'm a little hesitant to say that, but we are seeing signs that we maybe the market is starting to change from a market that's maybe been relatively bearish to a market that maybe is looking to maybe kind of move higher, right? So we're above that. We're above that trend line. We're kind of working up against the 200 EMA. So it's kind of an interesting. Moving average here. We'll see this in the past has been an area where price has reversed. Okay. And it'll be interesting to see if that happens again as we approach this level. Okay. Or as we're at this level. I'm starting to see some positive readings on my DMI. So I got ADX at just a shade of above 20, which is an indication that we're beginning to get in maybe a pretty strong move here to the upside. So yeah, a market that is kind of interesting. We're at an interesting level here. I could see us going in both directions, but this is probably by far the most bullish I've seen crude in some time.
Both directions, you mean like left or right or up and down? All right. So here's the 30-minute chart. Obviously, we do have some overnight inventory to the long side. We are opening and just opened with a session gap down to the session high from yesterday, which was 59.56. All right. Weekly kickoff high. How many times are we gonna hit that ceiling before we exhaust the sellers? 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5, however many times you want to look at that zone as an area where the market has found sellers. Here's all those sell orders. Every time the market hits there, hey, let's not do that. Every time the market hits there, some of those sellers get taken out. I keep hitting my keyboard here. Some of those sellers get taken out. Once all those sellers get taken out, there's nothing left to sell. We'll probably have some shorts up there, and that could bring us a new leg to the upside. Now, open interest, we added 2,200, but we can't really count on that again because it's rollover. Unfortunately, that is the case. So I'm kind of focusing on, are we going to close the gap to the session high from yesterday? Overnight inventory adjustment? Maybe. Are we going to keep pushing up against this weekly kickoff high until we exhaust those sellers up there? Maybe. I wish I knew. I wish I could tell everybody what to do, but nobody can do that. Nobody can do that. This is not financial advice. Take your own trades. Market seems to be holding VWAP, at least for now. Yeah. Like to see us hold it, take it out, and for the sake of the opening range trade in the house account, love to see this thing continue to roll higher. But Ray, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. So again, up 30 minutes, giving me obviously maybe a slightly different kind of view on this, right? We're starting to see some price kind of move our way down to VWAP. I would say that we, as a bullish trader, we obviously would like to see price remain above that, right? I do see another level just below. I think 60. The whole number of 60 is kind of a level that I think where the proximity of it is pretty close here. Assuming we kind of break this kind of really small structure here, I see us maybe potentially coming back to that 60 level before we maybe continue to the upside. And if we do break that, I think we maybe revisit this 59.63 level, which kind of aligns with the visible range volume profile. I'm not necessarily liking the fact that we're losing a little bit of pressure. If I'm bullish, losing a little bit of pressure here on the buy side, we're starting to see the ADX indicator kind of fall here, but the ADX reading is rather high, right? So we're still in a relatively strong move here to the upside. I'd like to see how we maybe kind of react around 60, because I think we're destined to come to that level before we kind of continue.
We see a pullback. I mean, we do have a late spike to the upside at the end of the day yesterday in the profile. So that late spike to the upside is, price extended the range at the end of the regular trading hour session and closed above the previous range. Doesn't get time to accept price at that level. So we look at where it opens on the next trading session, and obviously the market has opened above the late spike, the base of the late spike, and the outright high of the late spike, indicating a high probability of higher value by the end of the session. It just goes to make sense, right? We open this high, value is probably going to be kind of finishing the day either outright higher, or at the very least overlapping to higher the previous day. So the market is attempting to accept higher pricing. And it's unfortunate that it's rollover, because we can't really depend on volume and open interest. Just watch this opening range trade. Watch VWAP. VWAP has been supportive for the session, and that is about all we got time for as far as crude oil is concerned.
Very good, very good. Before we get into the NASDAQ, we got an update on Apple teaming up with Google to power artificial intelligence for the new iPhone. Let's run it. Yesterday, the two tech giants announced a deal that lets Apple use Google's Gemini AI model to support its updated version of Siri. The move could help give Apple more time to work on its own AI development plan, which has had delays. Apple has also partnered with OpenAI to use ChatGPT to power some AI features. However, the deal for now puts Gemini at the center of Apple's future AI strategy. Apple is planning on releasing the updated version of Siri powered by Gemini later this year. On Monday, Alphabet, Google's parent company, became the latest tech company to hit a $4 trillion valuation on the news of the Apple deal. Big moves in tech. All right, give the people what they want. Let's hit that NASDAQ. We've got about
NASDAQ.
we got a couple minutes. Let's do it.
All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of contact on that trend line. We started breaking out of it a few days ago. The open interest has not been that gratuitous. We've added just a little bit of open interest, and we added more open interest yesterday, about 5,000 contracts on the recovery off of that low, which is the October 10th high. So again, that October 10th high has been impactful for the last 3 or 4 sessions. What we're looking for now is for continuation. Look at the volume yesterday, pretty low. It increased open interest, so the daily auction gets a half a grade better than the S&Ps. It's a C, a bouncy C. It's a bouncy C, and that's just kind of average. I'm not all that impressed with the upside auction. Last week's weekly kickoff high 25,880. Maybe that can kind of show a degree of support for us today. I don't know. We're going to have to see what happens. We still need new buyers here, folks. We need some longer time frame buyers to adjust inventory above that previous weekly kickoff level from last week. We got to wait and see if that's going to happen. So we're monitoring for continuation on the breakout of the Dorito pattern.
Yes.
Coach Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a market that's kind of consolidating. I think everyone was kind of hoping that maybe CPI would give it a little bit of a catalyst to decide on which direction they want to take it. I think they may be a little bit early. We did get an initial reaction. Now the question is, are we going to get continued volume to support us in whatever direction we decide? So we're kind of at an interesting point here. We're kind of at the apex of this Dorito pattern. There is a move. There is a move in the near future. Again, we just don't know exactly which direction that move is going to be. And until then, we seem to be stuck in some sort of range on the daily chart. DMI indicator giving us the same kind of view here. And moreover, we're seeing momentum kind of continue to fall down to a 13 reading. So again, market in range, market in search of some sort of news to decide on which direction they want to take. Hopefully, everybody's hoping that maybe CPI would be that. We'll have to wait and see.
So you're saying it's going to go higher unless, of course, it goes lower, right?
Exactly.
Right,
exactly. A little double speak. A lot of double speak there. Mm-hmm.
We'll see how that plays out. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here, folks. All right. So there's our trend line. We broke out above it on Friday, yesterday. The opening range expanded, left the opening range at the dead ass low, and we had our decent trend day to the upside. Now, there's an afternoon pullback low right there. We had another afternoon pullback low yesterday. I'm going to take this one off because we've got a new one. All right. Overnight inventory. I mean, do we have anything really much to speak of? Where's that 17? There it is. Here we are. Nothing really to speak of as far as overnight inventory is concerned. Are we outside of value? No. Value low, value high. Value low on this platform, approximately 25,893. Value high on this platform, approximately 26,017. And we are smack dab in the middle of it. Matter of fact, we're right by settlement, which settlement price is, to be precise, 25,956 in the orders. So what are we looking at? Well, we are looking at a market that is opening in range, in value, probably going to be looking for new levels to facilitate trade. It was a trend day to the upside with a pretty decent pullback. 25,950 half is the afternoon pullback low. We held below it until the number came out. We may see if that becomes an area of potential support. We have a low excess high. It's not a poor high. It's just not a lot of excess up here. So the market didn't race to a high and then find sellers right away pushing the market back. It did, but not to a very high degree. Ray, what are you seeing on the 30 here, my friend?
Yeah, again, I see a market that's kind of in the middle of the range right now, hanging on the point of control here that I have on my charts here on the visible range volume profile, right? So it's not an area that I necessarily want to participate in any sort of trade. Honestly, I need to kind of wait for extremes to look for opportunities. I'm kind of maybe at the upper third or upper third of this most recent swing to the downside. So again, I feel like there's probably better price location for me to participate in this market. And so I'm going to be looking for that. I think on the upper end, certainly kind of the sellers kind of showed their hands here up at 26,042. Question is, do they have the participants to continue to drive the price lower? Or are we going to get the same people who were really, thought that the CPI number was very favorable? Then maybe I'm looking down at this 25,922 level. That maybe is to maybe consider an opportunity to the bullish side. But right now we're smack in the middle, right? Kind of developing kind of a balanced area here, volume wise. I mean, I have a high volume bar. So really at this moment and this time, really nothing for me to do. I need to kind of continue to wait and watch the market give me some indication as to where they want to take it.
So Ray saying, I think we're going to find better trade location as the day goes on in
Absolutely.
NASDAQ is what it sounds like.
Absolutely.
Right,
Right now, we don't want to be diddling in the middle.
No, right. And we're right at volume point of control from yesterday. So
Correct.
very popular, very comfortable spot right here. We don't want to trade where it's comfortable. We want to trade where it's uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. And we have to get used to being uncomfortable in that regard. So excellent thoughts, excellent analysis, Ray. Thank you very much. JD, back to you.
Thank you, Hogue. Thank you, Ray. We all appreciate the context and sound analysis. Update on that crude oil trade. It did come and run our stop. Our CYA was down at 60.26. We did not take a lot of heat or a lot of risk on this trade. We knew it was low probability going into it. We triggered along. We bounced off that weekly kickoff high at 60.80 a couple of times overnight. Overnight inventory was extreme to the long side, so we were kind of expecting maybe a possible pairing off of some of that overnight inventory, and we're seeing a little bit of that now. So we only took a $56 trim on that one. Just a little paper cut to start the day. Not bad. But crude oil's up to its old tricks. All right, what's going on the rest of the day here on TopstepTV? Is that the question you're asking? Well, I've got the answer for you. All right, coming up next, Fast Markets, Jay, Jack, and Hogue will be here. And then our rotating guests will be Deanna from 8:30 to 9, Mandy from 9:30 to 10, and Dakota will be back from 10 to 11. Hogue will be back at 11 o'clock Central Time to go over the morning recap, to go over some trades that we took here in the opening call, and any potential trades we take during Fast Markets. After that, 11:15, Trade with Topstep. I'll be here with Dakota and Dolby Time. Shoulder Tap at noon Central Time, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Jack and risk manager Aaron will be here to take a look at some live leaders and maybe roast or toast a live funded trader. Group coaching at 12:15 Central Time. Gabe is leading the show today. He'll be here with Vince and Hoop. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little while. If you got a question for Gabe, Vince, Hoop, or all three of them, grab that form, fill it out, and they'll answer your question live right here on TopstepTV. 1 o'clock VIP Lounge. Hogue and I will be here with my father. Coach Jack Sr. is going to be in the house at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. He always puts on a good show. Make sure you're here for it. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Jack, Dolby Time, and a mystery guest. We'll let you know who that's going to be in just a little bit. All right, guys. We got about 2 minutes left together. I got a video clip, sort of a public services announcement. Do you guys want to see it real quick?
Absolutely.
Here we go. Teaching kids financial life skills. The more you know.
From balancing a budget to learning how loans work, exposing your kids to financial life skills can help prepare them for the future.
We want to make sure that we have these basic skills to then adapt.
Billy Hensley is the president and CEO of the National Endowment for Financial Education. They work with local school districts across the country to incorporate financial literacy classes into their classrooms.
When I was young, we didn't talk about money in my home. We didn't talk about it in college. And when I got my first job, I had no idea how to navigate the benefits, the 401k, the match.
The NEFE conducted a survey last spring and found 82% of respondents who attended high school say they wish they were required to complete a personal finance class when they were in school. Topping the list of skills they wish they had learned, spending and budgeting, followed by saving, earning an income, and managing credit. At least 30 states, seen in green on this map, now have a financial education requirement. The orange states have a partial requirement.
In some states, actually, the requirement actually requires FAFSA, which is the form you have to fill out to get financial aid and student loans, a certain level of literacy as part of the financial education course.
Many college graduates are already facing the financial burden of loans. The Department of Education estimates current total student loan debt has topped $1.6 trillion. Hensley says these classes will help students better understand how these loans work. He hopes more states will adopt these courses. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Wow.
Dad's words ring true.
Right?
If you don't know how to manage money, making more isn't going to help.
That is the truth, isn't it? Well, it's good to know that
100%.
starting to take a little more responsibility on educating the next wave of financial geniuses.
Hey,
right?
did you notice Illinois? None.
Oh, yeah. None.
None.
Nope.
Nothing.
Nice.
Nothing.
We're here to suffer in silence. That's what we do here in Chicago, right? All right, guys, we've got about 10 seconds left. Coach Ray, thanks for joining us. We'll catch you again, I believe, tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, we will see you again tomorrow for the opening call. Hogue, we're going to get out of here. Take us into fast markets if
Don't
you
leave me.
please. Sir.
Don't leave me. Don't leave me.
You got to go. It's time to go, Hogue.
JT Ray, as always, what a pleasure to spend the mornings with you guys. And of course, what a pleasure to spend the morning with all of you. We are, one of the more interesting markets to me this morning for a big change has been that crude oil market, the market trading right to weekly kickoff high. If you're watching crude, if you're trading crude, watch how often some of these lows and highs do come in on the big fat round numbers, the evens, the 20s, the 50s, and the 80s. It hit me like a ton of bricks when Hoop mentioned that, and then I started remembering back the early days of Topstep with Dolby Time and with Hoop, and everybody was trading crude oil, and everybody was talking about how the fact that the crude oil market does have a tendency to kind of respect those evens, 80s, 50s, and 20s. And like I said, I've gone back and looked at a lot of the weekly kickoff levels from last year, and it's quite amazing without even remembering that how often those weekly kickoff levels land on an 80 or a 20 or a 50, sometimes the evens, but more often the 80s, the 20s, and the 50s. So here we are. We've got our weekly kickoff high. We got triggered to a long in the opening range trade in crude oil, and the market has been holding it. And we're going to see if we get more of a pullback. Overnight inventory long. See if we can get anywhere near closing the gap, but we're still kind of looking at gap rules. We can't close that gap relatively early. I would look for another test of that 60-80 level. So, top of the chat this morning, my early birds. Love you all, of course. Top of the list gets the call out. So we got Tommy, we got Shubham, we got Anastasios, we got Alexandre, we got Chillin once again. We got Al Sal, we got Psycho Bear, Acoustic Immersion, Guerrillionaire, Witch Gunner, not witch like WHICH, Witch Gunner. We've got Dan Trader, we've got River of Risk. Don't forget, folks, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Don't carry any venom in your veins when you are trading. Make sure you pray for peace every day. And heading into fast markets, going to be a very exciting day today. We're going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets. Jay, opening bell's coming, but the futures off that CPI number hit very close, if not got to SPX 7,000. It's time. I remember just maybe 6 months ago, we showed a picture of some guys at a club carrying in a sparkler bottle with a placard that said SPY 700 calls. And you know what? Today is the day. Let's do it.
Jack, if I'm ever that guy, just let me know that I have to retire. All right. If we're ever in the club celebrating all-time highs in the markets,
Andre
sparklers, just let me know. It's time to quit. Welcome to Fast Markets, everybody. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got Jack, and to the far right, Deanna. D, how are we doing this morning? What markets are we looking at today?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm looking at some metals. I'm not sure which one yet. I did okay during Asia, so I've got a nice little buffer on the day. So we'll see whether something sets up. I don't have to trade, nobody's making me. If I see anything obvious, maybe copper could be an interesting one if we can get it early enough. If not, then I'm going to wait for silver to settle. And then maybe see what they want to do if they retest any of the levels, like 87 is an interesting one. We do have ADR high that's getting ignored at the moment. However, they could reclaim that. The trouble is the open interest is pretty thin here, so they've already kind of ran over that. The next area of interest is all the way up to 90, but I don't do breakouts because they're really iffy and icky.
The devil.
So I'm going to wait. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome stuff. Got some comments in the chat here from AZP. Dude, D just stacks cash, dude. D coming in with $2,100 from trading overnight. If you don't know, D does the Euro trade every morning, 4:30 a.m. Eastern time, 3:30 Central time. So if you're awake during that time, you can trade the metals with Coach D. We'll take a look at the open here. Got the metals up right now. Jack, we did get that CPI number out. How are you looking at the markets right now? S&P made new all-time highs there.
The CPI number came in pretty much in line, maybe, a fraction cooler. The big ticket items, the goods inflation was down a little bit. Utilities has been kind of stubborn. Basically, we're going to open right around. We've dipped a little bit here. I don't know if we'll open at all-time highs for the cash market, but we did have a big spike off of CPI. So, obviously, for the ES, that SPX 7,000 level is very interesting. They're the biggest, roundest numbers that we have ever seen. We've never seen a 5-digit SPX. So I'll keep an eye on that.
Right.
But for now, we'll see if the CPI candle can hold in the open.
Awesome stuff. Right now, I'm looking at the S&P trading 70, 20, 50. I actually did take a little bit of a short. I was down last night trying to buy gold before it was ready to buy. But that CPI candle high, 70.36, which is our new all-time high in futures, it held right after about 3 minutes from that CPI reaction. We traded right down to 50% of this candle. So 70-20 half is 50% of that CPI candle in the S&P. In the NASDAQ, we're trading right below that 50% right now. So I think that using that candle as a good frame of reference for the day to see how the market responds to that inflation data. The question is, can the NASDAQ, if you're looking at the NASDAQ, can it hold above 26,000? It has not been able to hold above that level for a long time now, trading right now 25,950. Got D looking at the metals. Equities opening up in about 30 seconds here.
Before that 30 seconds, let me just say the metals are just absolutely relentless.
Yes, they are.
That CPI number was not the sort of number that I would expect metals to jump on, but they are just, what do you call it? Spring loaded.
Actually, so remember that gold and copper are both used as a protection from inflation. So to me, copper actually moves a lot for CPI numbers and PPI. They started doing that, like we're talking hedge funds and stuff. So
And we are open. Go ahead, D.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
so hedge
totally.
funds started using copper to as kind of a replacement for gold because gold went a bit nuts. But both are still, very much important for portfolios. So I'm not surprised they're moving. I would
Oh,
expect to
no,
see
no.
a fade though.
CPI can move the
Yeah.
metals huge. I was just saying the CPI number wasn't hot. It was a little on the cool
No,
side. So
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. But
The
again,
300 lot jumping
just
down.
wait, just wait. We'll see a turnaround maybe. This is why I'm waiting for
Just-
things to just stop shooting upside because I'm not entirely sure that this is sustainable.
100%. Seeing a little bit of a sell in the right off the open there, bringing it right back. 25,975 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 70, 20, 50, right around that 50% of that CPI candle in the S&P here. S&P did make new all-time highs on that candle, 70, 36 and a quarter. So any new high of the day is a new all-time high in the in the S&P. We will see if the NASDAQ, which is still about 3% off the all-time high. We'll see if we can find some buyers here. Taking a look at the early tilt, 61% short in the NASDAQ right now, 61% long in gold. Last trade in gold, 46.2550. We got silver a couple ticks off the all-time high as well. So D, the last time you were on Fast Markets with us, you had about a 30-minute lockout before you took any trades. Are you looking to do the same thing here? Wait for that first 30 minutes to play out before you're interacting with the markets?
Yeah, same thing. I'm not locked out primarily because I was rushing around. So we just came back from a very muddy dog walk. So I had to give 4 dogs a bath. My husband was doing the other 4, and I just didn't have time to scramble. But yeah, same idea. So just not using the lockout, but still waiting for 9 a.m. Central. And then we'll see what happens because at 9 a.m. you also have this thing called the New York option expiry. So there's a knock-on effect from a whole bunch of Forex options expiring, and I want to wait until that's out of the way. And then we'll see what's going on with the volume profile, whether any levels of interest are there, and we can choose which of these 3 lovely products, lovely ladies, we're going to trade.
Which one are we taking to the dance? Which one are we taking to the dance? Well, silver sitting right below all-time highs right now. 88.57 is that all-time high. 88.20 last trade there. Gold made an all-time high of 46.40 and a half yesterday. Trading about 17 points off of that right now. Still in the opening range, 1-minute opening range in the S&P and the NASDAQ right now. Still pretty early in the session, only 3 minutes in. All right, being patient here. Jack, you're looking at that 7,000 SPX. Where does that put us in the futures?
Around the high.
Is that the high pretty much?
Yeah,
Gotcha,
pretty much.
Gotcha.
Based on the difference between the spot market and the futures yesterday, we came very close to it. For some reason, I can't on my chart see the pre-market.
Okay.
We will see. But yeah, we came very close.
Sure, there is a ton of interest at that level. Probably a ton of options activity going on up there as well. So we will see when we get there. Taking a look at the alternative equity markets as well, the Dow and the Russell. The Dow, little sell pressure to start. The Russell kind of flat right now. So we will just watch here. Seeing some selling coming in silver just a little bit here. Crude oil has also been a pretty interesting market. I know the house account got stopped out on that opening range trade, but crude right now trading at 60.60, about 22 cents off the high of the day here. With everything kind of going on geopolitically, crude, I think, has been somewhat interesting to trade. I think it's still difficult to trade as a day trade, but it is moving. It is moving.
I mean, some options in crude oil are all right. Just not intraday because it's too small. You just don't have, you have the time limit on intraday, so that doesn't bode well. But we do have a slow approach of rollover on crude, and we also had the options expiry this week. They might just keep it pinned in and around 60.50. Something else would need to step in for crude oil to make another run higher. So I'm being a little bit cautious at these levels.
I hear you. We got the NASDAQ breaking above NASDAQ breaking above that opening range, 1 minute opening range to the upside now. See if we get a test of those 26,000s. Not really seeing anything on the books early. Got a 300 lot on the bid in the S&P 7016. But a pretty quiet open so far. Pretty quiet open.
Yeah, taking a look at the big boy and girl stocks. Google up 1.3%, so another all-time high there. Apple
Boom.
flat, Amazon down slightly, Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia down slightly. Pretty muted open there in the Mag 7.
Pretty muted here. D, you were going to mention copper. I have 8 charts up in front of me, and I'm going to remove natural gas and put copper up here. What are you seeing there?
Yeah. So we are hanging above or around the value area high from yesterday's COMEX trading. We just extended the initial balance slightly to the downside, and we're trying to accept the Asia range, but not doing a terribly good job of it. So yeah, it's interesting that they're trying to go into a bit of a pullback here. At the same time, we do have the 4-hour supply that has been a little bit difficult so far. And maybe there is a short there, but not just yet, because it's not very clear what they're trying to do yet. There's no commitment either side. We also have VWAP just underneath. And we also have this reaccumulation that could act as a new demand. So it's a little bit, it's interesting, but a little bit precarious. However, out of all of the metals that are just kind of screaming up, and up, copper is probably the most sane at the moment.
Interesting.
So
I'm going to be honest, D, after that 25% sell-off day we had in copper, that tariff day, I've been afraid to trade it.
Honestly, I think that was a fat finger, man. I don't think it was somebody blowing out or something.
Oh yeah, I mean, fat finger, and then they just put out the news after.
Yeah, well, there are no accidents, you know. So this is what we're talking about, right? Weekly chart. This is. It looks like a 5-minute chart. It's like what? It was relentless, and this didn't happen like over a week or so. It was basically in like most of this candle happened in the same 30 minutes, and then they just carried on. It took the entirety of the summer to even retrace half of it, and then we had another smash down, which was nowhere near that big. But yeah, copper at times can get really scary. So when it turns on you, just don't stand in the way. It's just going to run you over like a steam train.
That is great advice there. Great advice. Pretty quiet open in the equities right now. We're only 8 minutes into the open. Yesterday we saw, in the NASDAQ, that first minute candle was 100 points. Pretty muted open here. Looking at the economic calendar, we do have Musalem speaking at 9 a.m. Central Time. We also do have U.S. home sales coming in at the top of the hour as well. 30-year bond auction later today. We have the president set to speak a couple of times as well. Larkin speaking after the close. So pretty muted open here. Remember that it is a long trading day. Stick with us throughout the day. You can see up in that upper left-hand corner of your screen, #FastMarket. If you are trading well right now, you want to share your trader setups, any trades that you have taken, make sure you tag us on X or Instagram, #FastMarkets at TopstepTV. We'll bring those back to you during power hour towards the end of the day. No rush to get into any trades right now. Seeing the Dow extend to the downside while the S&P and the NASDAQ are still in their opening range, the Russell as well. Trading right at yesterday's high. Dow just made a new low of the day here.
We're having a little bit of trouble getting above that 70.22 level I was talking about yesterday. There's still seeing a little bit of resistance there. Also, that's right around the high from yesterday. High from yesterday is 70.25 quarter.
70.25 quarter, yesterday's high. And if you're wondering how we get to those levels so quickly, I'm using the Topstep levels indicator on my TopstepX platform. We also do have the a link pinned to the top of the chat, Topstep daily levels. Make sure you bookmark that. Or like Andre says, I'll do you one better. Use that indicator. On your TopstepX platform, we have value area highs and lows, Hogue's weekly kickoff levels, settlement price, so you don't have to go searching for them. We'll take care of that for you. Those are updated at the end, right before the New York Open. NASDAQ making new highs of the regular trading hour session here, 2603, high of the day, 2645.50. See if we go make a new high, finally breaking out of that opening range. S&P not following just yet, but NASDAQ making highs here. 73% long tilt in the NASDAQ. That tilt is getting paid $25,974 average price there. So that is a really nice trade there for our Topstep traders.
I may be muted for 1 minute just because
go ahead, Jack.
they're picking up the garbage, but I think we're looking at the same thing. Andre has been gone for 2 days. Did Andre quit? Yeah, he quit.
Yeah.
Sorry to tell you that way. You will
Sad
never
enough.
see Andre again, ever. He's definitely not.
We don't want to say that.
On vacation.
Vacations happen. Yeah, he'll be back. He'll be back next week. But you got me for now. You got Jack. We got D. We are looking at these markets, seeing the NASDAQ trade above yesterday's high, 26.20.5. Last trade right here, 26.24 evens. The S&P not catching on yet, and the Dow continuing to make new lows. We see a lot of this divergence. Maybe it's rotation between the NASDAQ and the Dow. Right now, the NASDAQ's pushing to the upside. Dow's making new lows of the day. So interesting development there. D, I got silver a couple ticks off this all-time high. What are we seeing here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, silver. I have ADR lower, so I have the average daily range exhaustion point that just happened at 87.90. We do have the all-time highs, and silver does have a nasty habit to smash the all-time high, then reverse and go for like 800 ticks to the opposite side. So I'm just watching the ADR, but you know, in the options there's not much here. We could also have the opposite side of the picture if I look at the options, because it's so thin. We could run into the all-time high all the way up to 90. Then they may do a little bit of hedging. Yeah, they might do a bit of hedging, but this is a terrible trade location either side. It's like you can't long it, you can't short it. You just need to sit on your hands and wait to see what they're trying to do here. It's definitely a little bit of a gamma squeeze, I think. So yeah, don't go against that. But if they get to 90 and we get to, 930, and then volume drops off a bit, they're not able to sustain above 90, that could be a little short scalp. Dangerous, yes, but it's an extension of the day. So if that's not accompanied by further volume, the closer you get to either a London close or even COMEX close, the higher the chances are that they will hedge into some sort of settlement. So yeah.
Had a little burst of selling across the equities there. Yeah, 400 contracts just traded in a second there in the NASDAQ. 25,975 last trade there, 70.14 last trade in the S&P. Take a look to see if there are any headlines that are coming out that are potentially moving these markets right now, but seeing a little bit of selling. Meta has suggested AI glasses capacity. Nope, that's not it. That's not doing it.
Yeah, that's
probably not. We got a 2000 ES in a second there. Hasn't reverted right away. We'll have to see. Might just be a block order.
I mean, I'm seeing something from about 15 minutes ago. World Bank forecasts 2026 China GDP growth at 4.4 versus 4% in June forecast and 4.9 in 2025.
Yeah.
Here, we got crude oil spiking here. I think this is what it is. President Trump calls on Iranians to keep protesting. We see crude oil popping on that 61.15 last trade in crude oil. Crude is up about 60 cents from that headline. I've canceled all meetings with Iranian officials till the killing of protesters stop. That is coming from the president right now. We are seeing crude oil continue to push here. 61.19 last trade there in crude. Got silver making new all-time highs, 88.79. Gold making new highs of the day, and the equities selling off just a little bit here. Sorry, Jack, you were saying there.
Oh no, it was gonna be the same thing. I saw that pop up the same time you were about to read it.
And crude oil
He's
on its highs.
asking
Crude
about
up
natural
3% right
gas.
now.
Who's asking me how likely are the natural gas gaps, weekend gaps, to the upside in this case? How often do they close? Well, because it's to the upside and it's because it's January, it's probably not going to get closed anytime soon because there's a natural increase of demand. So I would say that in this case, I wouldn't bank on natural gas gap getting closed today or this week or maybe even this year.
Seeing some selling still coming in here in the equities. Gold, couple points off the all-time high here as silver continues to push all-time highs. Crude oil highs of the day, 61.35 on that headline. Seeing some movement here in the markets. The Russell turning around a little bit. Dow continued to make new lows. Silver has made a 3x in 1 year. I mean, yeah, 8 months ago, silver was what, at $30? Do we see $90 today? I was talking to Dakota yesterday. You know, is it possible to see $100 towards by the end of the week? We're only at Tuesday, and we got silver up 4.4% right now.
Yeah,
It's not out of the
it's
question.
possible. It's within the weekly
Not out of the
range.
question.
Yeah.
For sure. Seeing some selling continue to come in here in the equity. 70.11 last trade in the S&P, 25.988 last trade in the NASDAQ. Tilt is still long, 75% in the NASDAQ, 60% long in the S&P. Watch crude oil here. New all-time highs there in gold, 46.42.10 new all-time high there. New all-time highs in silver as well, 89.025.
All right, we're getting towards the CPI candle open on the ES right now. Right before the number, we were trading 70.07 3/4.
Nice retracement of that CPI candle right now. See if we find some buyers at those lows. The NASDAQ still holding about 50% of it. That 50% mark in the NASDAQ, 25,975. D, with what we're seeing in the metals right now, gold making all-time highs, silver making all-time highs, anything you're seeing as far as levels, or is this just getting a little too extended to participate in?
So gold is interesting. Gold is actually within its daily range still. So ADR high on gold is only coming up at 46.53. We do have a bigger options level at 46.50. So that could be something to look at. But again, everything is still very amplified. And anytime you throw in Trump comments, that's just a little bit difficult to read. But yeah, levels wise, I would like to see either 90 or a reclaim of 88 on silver, because this is way too high up. Like it's now in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing here. I know somebody in chat is saying, oh, sell silver right under 89. Maybe, but knowing that we have a call wall up at 90, unless it's just the focus of the news that just come in drifting away, there is really no reason why it should stop at 89 and not go to 90. So at the moment, it's all very dangerous. I still think copper is interesting. It's now hanging above the value, and out of all of these, it's the least insane. And it already established a range. We have a high, we have a low, we have price sitting just above Asia high. So maybe longs if gold and silver still support that past their relevant levels, but not yet because the time of day is wrong. We still have, some madness to come. We also have the gold fix to live through, which is also at 9 a.m. Central. And once that's out of the picture, we can look for setups. But right now, it's all very bouncy. It looks like it's like, oh my God, just chase it. But I don't trade like that. I want my levels
Absolutely.
and not just any old breakout level that the price gives me. So I'm just going to sit and observe until something catches my eye and I see an actual setup. Because right now, there's no setup. It's just
No setups. No setups for
straight
now.
up,
Jack,
yeah.
Jack, we tagged that. Do you like a long there, Jack?
A
It's
little bit
tough.
lower, yeah. But
Yeah.
I know what you're about to say. We tagged the
That open.
trade, the price from the CPI candle open right there, just barely. I mean, we only traded half point below it in the ES.
We had some volume trade there as well, right at 7,008. It was about 1,000 contracts traded in a second there in the S&P, right at that open price, and we bounced from there. It's an interesting spot to look. The NASDAQ
guess
is still
an
pretty
argument
holding
could
up
be
pretty
made.
well. Yeah, don't need to force it yet. Still early in the day. We're not even 20 minutes. We're just 20 minutes in. NASDAQ holding above settlement here, 25,956.75 settlement price from yesterday. Let's see here.
Somebody's asking me to explain what the fix is. So the fix that happens in metals, it's a benchmark. So it's used by various institutions to kind of price contracts and to, settle their massive orders. So you have to have a price. You can't just take price right now and then off you go, right? So there's two prices that get set on gold per day. One is the AM price, which happens 10:30 a.m. my time. I'm in GMT. And then another one coming up at 3 p.m. my time. That's 9 a.m. Central in about 9 minutes. And frequently, the fix causes a reversal in prices on a lot of the days. Obviously, with Trump comments, we cannot say that this is a normal day just yet. But yeah, we'll see what happens again. But price fixing is more important for, producers, users. It's kind of like market to market. It's very similar, but it's just used by different people.
Looks like
makes sense.
JP Morgan this morning with the earnings missed a little bit on earnings and revenue. That stock is down 2.5% right now.
JP's in the Dow. Check.
Yeah. Yeah, the top Dow
That's why the
component
Dow's
is Goldman Sachs. So let's see.
right now we got the Dow down about 0.5%, just over 0.5%.
Yeah, Goldman's down 1.66 right now. A lot of red in the top weighted half of the Dow right now.
Seeing a little bit of a pullback here
Your favorite product, right? The Dow, Jack.
the Dow, right?
Yeah, that thing.
I'm sorry, Jack. I bring it
See
up
how
all the time.
excited you
It
are.
moves pretty.
Yeah.
It moves pretty well, man.
Yeah, the stocks in it are interesting.
It does. Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
clean.
Price action is clean. Maybe it's questionable what's in there, but
Yeah,
it moves pretty well.
Yes.
Seen
that's what's in there.
S&P, the S&P so far holding that CPI candle low. The low of that candle 7,475. We just made a low there of 7,005.5. So holding up pretty well. Still sort of range bound here. $70.12. We're getting a pullback here in gold, D. 46.44 last trade there, trading 46.35 right now. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here. Taking a look at the tilt.
That's,
it was
4 minutes, 6 minutes before the next London price fix in the PM over this side of the world. So yeah, I don't want to do anything yet because they can spike it at 9 a.m. Central and then reverse. So you don't want to get caught up in that. And actually, Jay, I don't know whether you remember, this was like maybe last year at some point. You asked me, I noticed something happens because you're in Eastern time, right? And you're like, something
Correct.
happens every day at like 10 a.m. Well, on gold,
Yeah.
that's what happens. That's one of the reasons. And then you also have the knock-on options expiry in Forex. You have the Australian dollar that is heavily connected to gold because they are one of the larger exporters of gold. And all of that just gets smushed at like 10 a.m.
At one time.
Eastern. Yeah, 10 a.m. Eastern your time. So it's 3 p.m. my time. I'm GMT, and that's 9 a.m. Central. You have to be very wary of the spike in volume at 10 a.m. Eastern.
I quote you all the time, D, saying time of day is a level.
Yeah.
Time of day
I quote
is a
you
level.
lot
If you
as
know,
well.
if you know to a high probability that something happens at the same time every day, similar to us looking at the London close for the equities,
Yeah.
you can expect that there might be a spike of volume that could get the markets to move. So pay attention. Top of the hour coming up in about 4.5 minutes here. Remember, this is hashtag fast markets. We're going to do hashtag power hour towards the end of the day. Share your trading setups, your wins, your losses, your jabs, anything else you want to share with us on TopstepTV, on X, on Twitter. Also, we are streaming live on Twitter as well. Shout out to all of our viewers watching on the X platform. I don't know whether to call it Twitter or X. I'm a millennial, so I'm going to always call it Twitter.
I'm Gen X,
tweets are tweets,
and
not posts.
like Eddie, I will call it Twix.
Twix. There you go. But on that platform, on that social platform, tag us at TopstepTV, hashtag fast markets, and we'll bring those to you later in the day. Just about 25 minutes into the trading session so far today. We saw that tilt get pretty heavy long in the NASDAQ. There was a 75% long, back to 56%. 25,975 last trade here. 70.10. Still holding inside this CPI candle for now. And a lot of trading to do still today. Does Topstep have Facebook? We do. We do. I don't know if we're bringing in any posts from Facebook, but post it there anyway.
Does anyone still use Facebook?
Jack, I think you're still on mute, Jack.
I was going to say, we got to see if we
Yeah.
can remember the password for Facebook.
Yeah.
Been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. I signed on
I
to
am
Facebook.
still on there because there's like dog groups and stuff, but no, I don't really use it actually. I'm not that old.
I sign on when I need a quick little high school reunion. Every
Yeah.
3 years, every 3 years, I sign on to Facebook just to see how everybody's doing. Hope you're all
See
doing
all
good.
the best and brightest are doing
You
on
got
Facebook.
that.
Yeah, right, exactly. Gold holding, gold holding
Really
up
love
here.
some AI slop from some guy who I didn't know really in high school.
Yeah, it's a mess. I saw somebody today, and shout out to all the users of Facebook. Everyone. I think social media platforms are like an age thing, and whichever one you start to use around your 20s or 30s is probably where you stay. I'm not gonna be a TikTok user, right? I'll leave that to the kids. But I saw somebody say today, bringing up some news from Facebook, and the only comment I had was, the news usually gets to Facebook months after the fact. So if you're there, the Santa rally didn't happen this year, at least
There was
in
some
the
tariff
equities.
trouble. It got better though, quick.
Right. The president did say now's a good time to buy stocks. You'll probably see that in a couple weeks or so. 25.9.
You take stock advice from the president of the United States.
Hey, if you listened in April, D, if you listened in April, it was almost like it was a directive and not a suggestion.
Yeah, to
we have
who,
not
though?
mid.
Who? I did listen. Yeah, he was very funny.
Right.
It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You see that meeting with Venezuelan, Jesus? He got up to the window and he was like, "Oh yeah, let's have a look out the window. Oh, it's a very nice view." Like, what are you doing?
Yep. What is going on?
And I don't know
here?
whether he did that for real. I never know whether he does things because he's trying to be funny or whether he's actually doing it like for real because he's a bit older and whatever. Yeah, so you never know with him. It's hilarious.
Just along for the ride here.
1 minute.
Just along for the ride.
ES is
Go ahead,
trading
Jack.
slightly below that CPI candle open now, so we've retraced that.
That low is an interesting price here. Let's see what happens here. NASDAQ right back below settlement again. S&P, can we take out that CPI low? And there it goes. See if we get any follow through here.
Down around my trusty green lines. Right around the 69.50 to 69.55. This is where I would be looking to take some longs if we don't get any other news off the wire.
All right, looking for a potential long here in the S&P. 7,005, 7,006 now. Last trade there. 25,958 last trade in the NASDAQ. The Dow's continuing to sell here. You heard Jack talking about the bank earnings. Some of the heaviest weighted components of the Dow are the banks. So as those go, the Dow's going to go as well.
Yep. Goldman is nearly 12%. JP Morgan's a 10th weighted about 4%. Once again, the Dow, I don't care whether it trades smooth, it is price weighted. Goldman, the 30 stocks are weighted in terms of their price per share, which means nothing. I was just doing the math and back there while I was on mute. If they added Berkshire Hathaway A to the Dow, do you know what its weight would be in the index, Jay?
0.5%.
99%. 99%.
Really?
Wait, are you serious?
That's crazy.
Yeah, because when I say it's price weight, I literally mean that. It's just the price of the share.
It's
a share of
based on the
Berkshire
price of the
Hathaway
share.
A
Oh, wow.
is worth $746,000. So it would be 99% of the index.
That's insane.
That's why the Dow is silly.
All right, we're seeing a bit of sell-off in metals now because
yes, we are.
The hour is gone. So yeah, this is the price fix potential reversal, but again, not really touching any levels. There they are. This kind of changes if we stay below this Asia high in copper, and we don't just fall like a brick. Maybe there's a chance for value acceptance short, but we still need to see commitment below VWAP, and we cannot have, silver or gold getting up to Asia high and just bouncing back up. So that is going to be a bad sign.
Selling across the board here. 7,000s in the
Yeah.
S&P, seeing some selling in the NASDAQ as well.
Oh yeah.
Gold selling off. Yeah, there we go. All right.
Everything's selling
We
off.
are starting to
Diamond
pick
days
up
level.
some pace here. Right at the top of the hour, starting to pick up some pace here. We did get that home sales number out. Actual came in at 0.737 million. Forecast was 0.715 million. We do have Musalem speaking right now as well. Inflation closer to 3% than 2%, but anticipates it will ebb this year. The labor market is cooling in an orderly way. We're seeing the equities sell off here, 69.96 last trade here in the S&P, 25.909 last trade in the NASDAQ.
All right. Getting down closer to some of these possible buy levels. Will I have the courage to pull the trigger?
New
Selling off
low
pretty
day
good
there
here.
in the S&P. Yeah, we are. Yes, we are. New low a day there in the S&P. We just tagged the pivot in the S&P 69.95. Shout out to Coach Paul, who's doing a pivot class now in the morning before the opens. That's in Discord. If you didn't know, we have a Topstep Discord. You can join all of our coaches there, doing some classes. But just tag that pivot 69.95, 25.910 last trade here in the NASDAQ. See, that's what it is, man. You're patient early, and then the markets start to move. Especially if you're a momentum trend trader. Really not a ton of momentum early, but half hour into the session, we're starting to see the markets move a little bit here. 46.24.10 last trade in gold here. All right, D. So we got that pullback. We're a half hour in.
Yeah. I'm looking at a short copper now, actually.
Okay.
But I'm going to do micros because I want to keep most of this profit that I've got.
Nice.
It kind of
MHG.
dipped down. MHG, yeah. So it dipped down a little bit too much. So we're kind of dancing around VWAP at the moment. So I don't want it to just ping back. So I want to see if it can maybe come back to 603.50 maybe, and then melt back down. Because I don't like going in when the candle average is one number and then the candle overshoots that. So I'm big on averages in case you haven't noticed.
We got 570 lots at 70.04.
It's right at that candle low, Jack.
Yes.
Right at that CPI low.
Yep.
See if we go fill that 590 offered 7,004. Let's bring in the man, get his opinion on what the markets have done so far today. Hoagie Bear, what's going on, Hogue? How we doing?
Hoagie Bear.
It's good.
Hoagie Bear.
Good morning. Good morning, D. Wow, good night, huh? Nice job.
Yeah. Asia.
Very nice.
It's been kind. Yeah.
Nice.
Good
Man, I'm
day.
gonna have to
Thank
stop
you.
sleeping.
I did that already, Hogue. So I stay up till 3 a.m. Then I sleep until about 8, and then I'm absolutely knackered for the rest of the day. It's good.
Well, in the markets
seeing some
today,
size here. Real quick, Hogue, we're seeing some size again. That
What?
500 lot did not get filled in the S&P, but now it's a 950 lot at 7,008 in the S&P. What are we seeing here, Hogue?
Well, we just put in another new all-time high in the S&Ps in the extended trading hour session right before the close after the 7:30 numbers. We know that the market does not like to leave all-time highs in the overnight session, so we just traded down 2 in the S&Ps. Last week's weekly kickoff high, 69.95. That's also relatively close to the value low from yesterday. Just going to see if I can find some sort of basing down here to possibly look for a return back into the range and back to higher levels. We had a kind of a weak high, not a poor high, not just a low excess high in the profile yesterday in the S&Ps, and we've already taken a pretty good look at that. So I know the market is responding. The longer time frame traders are, back in the markets this week and possibly today. One of the things that we were talking about in the equities was the rally that we saw yesterday was relatively hollow. I don't believe that it was a very strong rally, although it's still putting in higher highs and higher lows. You still have to respect that, and you have to keep in mind how resilient these markets are. So I'm looking for the markets to show some sort of base, possibly near that weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps. Did we get there in the NASDAQ? We got close. Last week's weekly kickoff high, which when I believe they're still going to be impactful, I kind of gray out on my charts here. You can see it right here. It's 25,880. The market opened in range, check value high, check value low. I'm still looking at these markets as, as putting in higher highs and higher lows in the short time frame. Still looking for some sort of basing to occur near the lows today to look for a potential opportunity for longs. If that doesn't hold, then I'll go to hypothesis B. One of the markets that I was really interested in watching today, which is unusual for these days, was crude oil. We had the overnight trade right to weekly kickoff high 60.80, and that news, about Trump cutting off conversations with Iran was just enough to take out all of those sellers that were up at that level, looking for a potential opportunity at that level for maybe some continuation if the market offers us that opportunity. Initial balance already in for crude oil, 61.43 on the high, 60.22 on the low. Couldn't close the gap. Still looking for opportunities for longs, and weekly kickoff high looks like one of those levels. It was also a naked TPO point of control, which was 60.83. These markets have crude oil just has such a tendency to respect 80s, 20s, halves and evens. So I don't know. We'll see. Gold, that price fix that he was talking about, certainly has pulled off the highs a little bit here, wrestling with initial balance highs, 46.29.30. Not seeing too much opportunity here right now in gold. We're going to watch and see how this plays out a little bit. but still kind of looking for potential basing along these lows here in the equities. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Good stuff. Thank you
Right,
for
I'm
that, Hogue.
trying,
Scenes.
trying
Yeah,
a
go ahead,
little
Dee.
short micro copper. So we'll see whether this value acceptance can actually start taking some velocity,
How many you short?
increase in speed. Just 5 micros. So yeah, not looking for too much because obviously, I'm already quite up on the day. And yeah, if I can get to 596.50, so just below this major core wall at 6 evens, that'll be good enough for me. I'm not going to chase, the entirety of yesterday's low.
Looks like you get
But yeah, if it doesn't
nice risk
work,
reward
it
on
doesn't
that.
work. Yeah, so just
What's
2
your
to
entry
1,
level?
55 ticks. The entry is 602.25. Some danger of obviously failed auction because we are still around the initial balance low. But yeah, so we'll see what happens. Looks all right. I wouldn't say it's like the, star setup must go in. But it's interesting enough to try dip a toe in, I suppose.
Yeah, we're seeing some selling coming in here in the equities as well. We got D short micro copper, 5 contracts from $6.02. Is that how you would quote that? Right above
Yeah.
$6. D short 5 micro copper. Seeing the equities continue to sell a little bit here. 69.97 last trade in the S&P, 25.910 last trade in the NASDAQ. Dow making new lows of the day. The Russell right off of its lows right now. Taking a look at the tilt here, 50-50 in the equities. 59% short in gold, which is trading 46.3260.
Not ready to buy it yet.
Yeah. We still got some size up there in the S&P, 7,006. There's 694 contracts there, and at 7,008, 958 contracts on the offer, on the ask, above where the market is. So those are passive sellers. Jack, I heard you say, what are we looking at?
Wonder if those are wishing orders.
Yeah. Still waiting for it to see if we dip a little bit lower. That's not, a gap up. We kind of pumped off the open yesterday. In the 69.55, 69.50 area, thinking about buying it. And if we're wrong, we'll be out before it closes that candle. But something I'm looking at the moment. Let's see how it reacts to the lows if it gets there.
Yeah, Muslim
69.
talking right now.
Yes, we do. The economy is pretty robust. He's using your word, Hogue.
Yes.
Robust.
Is a
I
good
expect
word.
above potential growth. I still see the risk that inflation will be more persistent than expected. Goods and housing inflation should ease over the year. We got most of our numbers out. We do still have a 30-year bond auction later today. We have the president on a site tour in Michigan and speaking at 1 p.m. Central Time today. Most of our numbers are out here, but of course, the unplanned news, that was the story of 2025, right? The unplanned news is probably more important than the planned news. Anytime a headline comes out, we see the potential volatility that it brings to these markets, and really everywhere. We saw it in crude oil, making a high of the day, 61.43. A little bit of a reaction in the metals there as well. 69.97 half last trade here in the S&P. Let's bring in, we got some traders putting up some pretty big numbers. We see D with actually, hold on a second. There's some size there in the NASDAQ as well. 500 contracts offered, 25,930. That is the same price they were offering size in the NASDAQ yesterday. 500 contracts at 25,930 in the NASDAQ. I'm curious what NDX level that might line up with, because we continue to see some size there. But speaking of size, we got some live traders putting up some size in these markets, making some big news. We will continue to follow these throughout the day, but we can bring up that graphic. We got Selvin up $55,889 today. Selvin trading silver, Jack.
Silver's almost like an anagram for silver, isn't it?
Right?
Pretty close. Pretty close. Silver, Selvin, slicing it up in the silver markets. $55,889. We got Tyler, $33,309. Catherine, we see Catherine's name on here a ton. $15,392. And we got Collins right now up $10,126. These are all live traders pulling real money out of the real live markets. Shout out to all of those traders. Make sure you take most of that home. But if you continue to trade, continue to see setups, you're seeing the markets well right now. So top 4 live leaders for the day, all above 5 figures. Love to see that there. We got D on the screen right now, up $2,100. Was it silver, D, or was it one of the other metals markets? I think I might have missed that. It was silver. There you go.
Yeah. Of course it.
Silver. Everyone's trading silver and making some money doing it. So I cannot, blame you there. Of course, there's risk.
I traded
trading
silver
any market.
since 2015. I traded silver.
There you
I'm
go.
not new to silver, right? I've been talking
Not new to
about
this, I'm true
silver
to this,
for
D.
2-3 months. Yeah, 3 months
Right.
when it was like at 35. I was like, yeah, we could get to this area, and then we could sell for if it breaks. It's going to be quite interesting. And everyone was like, yeah, D, whatever. And then here we are, a few short months later, and everyone's like, silver. Like
D
everybody's
was
now
cool
trading
before
silver,
it was
and I'm
cool
like,
to be
okay.
cool.
I know, right? I set trends, man.
Trendsetter. D, the trendsetter. We just made a new low of the day there in the S&P, 69.9375. Saw some size trade there, Jack. About 1,800 contracts trade in a second, right at that low, 69.9375. 25,899 last trade in the NASDAQ, about 50 points off of its low of the day there.
Kind of strange. Delta in the S&Ps is flat.
Interesting. Since the New York session open? Oh,
Yeah. Negative 1,000 in the NASDAQ. Nothing deep.
nothing deep.
Right, so I saw some, I don't know whether it's my eyes playing tricks on me, but there was a delta divergence in copper. Price did not make a higher high, and yet delta did. And now we are starting to see just a little bit of commitment to the downside. So hopefully that will be the push that we need. We just need some people with big pockets to either offload some cash or some new selling, but it's probably going to be offloading at these levels, right?
Those offers in the S&Ps are canceled.
Yes, they are.
Oh.
Maybe they came down here. New low of the day there, 69.93, 25.890. Let's take a look at that tilt. Where is it going? We saw a pretty heavy long tilt earlier. Right now, the tilt is, come on, get out of here. Still 50-50. Still 50-50 there. All the equity markets kind of moving together now. Dow on its lows. The Russell just made a new low of the day. The NASDAQ's about 40 points off of its low. The S&P just made a new low. Seeing some big selling come in here in gold. That's probably going to help your copper trade there, D.
Yeah.
Gold and silver just seeing a big burst of selling there.
Trading copper, but I've got a silver dog. I've got a dog for every metal.
That one's almost a copper
Jackets and
color.
dogs.
Yeah, it is.
She's a bit OT actually, but she's mainly just very, very white. So yeah, with some sabling. I do have some copper dogs. I don't know where they've gone. Oh, there's one on the sofa actually. All right, come on, copper. Right, we're hitting the major core wall at 6 evens. That's definitely a danger zone. So if we cannot break through that, I'm going to have to close this out early. But if we melt, it might be a negative gamma condition, and then we should see some acceleration to the downside. But yeah, let's not jump the gun just yet.
Not just yet. Seeing the
reversal
equities.
pattern in the equities yet.
None at all yet, Hogue. None at all. I'm on a 3-minute chart. We've had an attempt at a 3-bar reversal, but we did not get one. 69.90 new low of the day there in the S&P. NASDAQ making new lows here of the New York session so far. We're back below that CPI candle, 25.878 last trade here. Low of the day in the NASDAQ from the overnight session, 25.845.75. We are about 25 points off of that right now. Dow made a new low and bouncing there, and the Russell right on its lows right now. We got D short copper, gold selling off a little bit here, 46.13, and silver as well after making a new all-time high, 89.21 half, trading 87.86. And it is hard to quote silver prices because it moves so damn much.
Mm-hmm.
Silver.
Get it.
All right, silver tagging 88, which is ADR high, former.
Okay.
Hopefully we claim that. Then we have some more downside, which means that we overshot ADR, and now we're just reclaiming the statistical range. So we'll see what happens there. But I really don't want to lose any of my profits, so I'm doing something I'm not ever doing, which is moving my stop to break even. So now I don't care.
Now we sit here, we pet the dog, and we let the market do its job. Nice trade there in Copper D.
Exactly.
Not going to be a loser.
Thank you.
The only thing we can do is
No.
add to the profits on the day.
Yeah.
Sometimes Lennying feels pretty good.
Yes, exactly.
And I'm
Especially when
not
you're
just going
up a
to
couple of fees.
auto fade in this if I buy. I see there's a lot of red candles in a row here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm just saying we're at a level where if we saw some sort of reversal pattern or something of that nature, I would be interested in buying, but not while it's just living at the low of the day here.
No.
yeah, Jack, we saw you the other day take what was the scary trade at the time. You bought, I remember the price, 69.63 in the S&P. It turned out to be the low of the day. We did have, a little bit of heat on that trade. The one thing we know is none of us are going to get trades right all the time, but the risk is going to be managed there. So sometimes the scary trade is the good one, right? Great prices don't last forever.
Yeah.
I know this is like unpopular probably, but especially in the day time frame, I put much more stock in like levels than I do
Lows.
chart patterns.
Yeah.
Oh, same. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
like
even look at chart patterns. I'm like, I
No.
don't care as long as there's some commitment because they can look so different, right? And it's like rejection.
Different.
can
You
look-
change the time frame, it looks different. Yeah.
Exactly.
New lows of the day there in the S&P, 69.8775. New low of the day in the NASDAQ as well, 25.893.5. We're continuing to see these selling bursts in the NASDAQ. I got a filter here that's showing me every time 400 contracts or more traded in a second. Since the open, we've had 7 of them, and most of them have been sell side.
Unwinding, you think, Jay?
Maybe I don't know what it's going to take for the NASDAQ. Maybe we got to wait for Nvidia earnings. I don't know what it's going to take for the NASDAQ to hold above 26,000. It feels like every other equity market wants to go, and the NASDAQ is just holding it back. Jack, if you take a look at the Mag 7 right now, what are they looking at?
right now in the Mag 7, Meta is the big loser. Meta's down 2.5%. Microsoft's down 1.6%. It's hard to keep track, but I believe Trump's. I wonder who called him, but was saying something about not liking or looking into the Google Apple AI thing, and he made that proclamation about not raising energy bills. You can see it in the CPI report. Is like utilities and electricity are up like 11% year over year, and trying to do something to make basically they're meeting with Microsoft first to try and have them subsidize the power increase. I don't know. It's all over the place.
Yeah.
Oh, but you asked me, your question was about the Mag 7. Yes. Meta and Microsoft down the most. Amazon down 1.2. Google, the leader, up 1.3%. New all-time highs today. Broadcom up slightly.
Gotcha. Thank you, Jack. Seeing the equities kind of hang out at its lows, I'm looking at so we took a look above the prior day high, 70.25, which was an all-time high in the S&P. Hogue, you say this all the time, but the equity markets don't like the overnight all-time highs. We saw it on the CPI candle. We haven't, we got the high of that candle. I'm looking at a 3-minute, and we haven't traded a higher tick than that. Damn, I should have held that short that I took. What are you seeing? What are you seeing now here, Hogue? We have 5 minutes until the initial balances are set. I'm assuming that we have the IB high set because we are continuing to sell off here. 69.85 half last trade in the S&P. 25.836 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Where are the targets to the downside? What were you guys looking at during the opening call here?
All right, targets to the downside. Well, at least in the S&Ps. Let me go on my 30 here. We've got the late spike from the 7th. Now it's been run through a few times. Doesn't mean that it can't be impactful, but even more important than that, I'm looking at 69.62, which is that level of exactness we've been talking about on the 30-minute chart quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still inside the range from yesterday. We've given up from balance, from value high to value low. We're still pushing lower. And this, I don't know why this would surprise me, because when I'm looking at my notes from the opening call this morning, we had an excess high on the daily chart. We looked at the auction process from yesterday, and it was a trend day to the upside for the most part, right? But volume was very low, and we lost open interest. So it wasn't like there was new buying coming in. That was old business. The market was taking care of old business first. We needed new buyers to come in to make this market continue this rally, and we just did not see them come in. The market is now advertising price lower, trying to attract buyers. We haven't reached that level yet. The next level below, Jay, I know you're seeing it in the S&P, is 69.79, basically the 200 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart.
Right.
We've been looking for areas for opportunities for longs. We have seen zero reversal patterns.
If that's the case, Hogue, is there an opportunity to get in to this move to the downside?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Once we gave up value low from yesterday, which was 69.98, we had the last week's weekly kickoff low, high actually, 69.95. Below that, I like shorts. But I'm still in the back of my head hearing that word, resilience.
Yep.
I like longs in the equities. I don't like shorting it unless I get a really good short and it falls apart. So I'm still, if I'm short, I'm good. I can hang with this. But the minute we start seeing some basing and some reversal patterns, I'd be out of that short and possibly looking for opportunities for longs. But again, in the NASDAQ as well. I mean, we were looking at the upside auction yesterday on the daily chart and on the 30-minute chart, and it didn't.
This might do it here, Hogue. Sorry, real quick. This might do it here, Hogue. We're seeing some size on the bid now, 69.82, 800 contracts on the bid here in the S&P, right above that 200 moving average that you were talking about, in that price, 69.82. So let's see if that
let's go get that
first sign of
liquidity.
buyers here.
Take a look.
Right.
I took my copper off, so I made 420 extra. Yeah. So we hit the average session range London for COMEX. And because we're still not really gaining any momentum below this 6,000, 6 evens level, it could just bounce back. So it was just like a little short scalp to add on to the profits. It worked. I got about 1.3 R out of it, so that's good enough. And that's probably going to be it for me.
Do you know about what price to get out of that?
Oh, no idea. Hold on. I'll have to look at the orders.
Just give it a.
Where's that?
Just give it a.
Yeah, it was somewhere around 598, 95 or something like that. So it was bouncing around ASR low and stuff. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice trade.
Great trade.
Stacking them up.
Thank you. Yeah.
Stacking.
Unless something changes. We're working on our 11th straight red bar in the ES right now.
Oh,
what time frame, Jack? 5 minute?
5 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got one green guy
this
on
bid
open.
Here. This bid here maybe have slowed the momentum down. Hogue, looking at that 30-minute chart in the NASDAQ and the S&P, we just tagged the 200 moving average in the NASDAQ on the 30-minute chart, 25,812 low of the day there. Seeing a little bit of relief for buyers here. Again, no real reversal pattern just yet. I'm looking at a 3-minute. We haven't had a 3-bar reversal at all, but seeing some. Again, that bid down there in.
This is going to be a quick. We got back to that 69.50 SPX there. It's the first green we've seen. This is going to be a real cheap see if we can get the reversal going.
Can we go risk under the bid at 82s?
We could. I got it sitting at 84 right now. I'm even stingier than that.
Where are you long? Where are we long? How many, Jack?
We're long 3 MES from 69.87 3/4.
69.87 3 micros. Bottom of the hour there. Initial balance is set. Did we just get the IB low? 69.83 half. Initial balance low. What is that IB high looking like in the S&P?
Time got away
24
from me a
half?
little bit there, Jay.
24 quarter. 24 quarter. I got you, Hogue.
Let's take a.
Actually, that's 24 quarter.
Yes, 24. 70.24 quarter. The low we just put in 69.83 and a half. That's the S&Ps. How did time get to? Boy, time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Always.
Yes, it
high in the
does.
NASDAQ 26,042.75, and the low just put in 25,812.
Stuff there. We got house count long from 69.87 3 micro. Speaking of time flying here,
You like,
go
yeah,
ahead, Jack.
Go ahead.
No,
No,
talk
I
the
was
trade
gonna
first,
say-
and then we'll go.
Oh, where do we like this? Do we like to stop at 82 below it or before we hit the lows of the day here?
They pulled that bid.
Okay.
So I think you have it in a good spot there, Jack.
All right.
They pulled that bid. Speaking of time flying, though, D, thank you for joining us this morning. Great trade there in copper, up $2,600 on the day. If you didn't know, D does the Euro trade here on Topstep TV every morning, 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time. D, anything you want to say before you head out for the day?
Yeah, we could be having some news about the Euro trade and stuff, but I'm not going to say anything just yet.
That is what we call a
So,
teaser
yeah.
in the business.
Yes.
That is
So yeah, join me for the overview of the levels. So I plot these levels on the chart, but they typically stay there for the rest of the week, certainly for most of the day. And even if I don't necessarily have a trade during the London session, I give you the hypothesis of what I expect to happen around those levels, which is, I hear, very useful. People tell me it's very useful. So yeah, join me for a bit of banter, levels, maybe a couple of trades, grasshopper hats, and Pete the process parrot.
awesome stuff. Maybe even some singing. I've tuned in, D.
Yes, karaoke.
and
yes,
maybe some karaoke.
Yeah, a bit of karaoke
stuff.
sometimes if I feel like it.
Bust out the sax next time.
Oh yeah, it's just that it's holding up Bob actually, the chameleon.
Oh, really?
So maybe I'll. Yeah, it's literally just that, my obsidian sax. It's black and shiny and beautiful. So yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you for that, D. We will see you back on Topstep TV sometime soon. We're going to bring in the tip of the week and then our next guest coming in after that. Topstep tip of the week. It is Tuesday. We shared this one yesterday, but optimize position sizing. Calculate size based on account risk, adjust for market volatility levels, never exceed your personal loss limit, and size down after consecutive losses. We just saw D take that copper trade. She took it in micros. And one of the things she considered was, hey, I'm already up on the day. I'm not going to oversize in this position because I don't want to give back profits that I've made for the day. So calculating size based on account risk and the personal risk that you want to take on those trades. So really nice trade there by D. Again, Topstep tip of the week, optimize position sizing. Let's bring in our next guest. We got a nice trade going on in the house account right now. We got the Salt Lake City kid. Mandy, what is going on?
Good morning,
How's it going,
team. Good to be with you guys this morning.
Morning, Mandy.
It's fun to be on Fast Markets. Just quick update. I am up 1,000 last night on a beautiful silver run, of course.
Nice trade.
So, I didn't stay up late and do that. So that was, kept going. But I'm really happy with 1,000. I cannot complain about that. So
Very nice.
I have NQ or MNQ pulled up this morning. I'll see if there's any good entries. I mean, silver. I mean, can we continue to push higher? We talked about possibilities of 100 being the target at some point. The question is when. So I'll let you guys know if I see
Absolutely.
anything. But
Thank you, Mandy. For Hogan
How's it
Jack
going?
here, Hogan, that 69.95 you were talking about, we're back at it right now. 69.94. Jack, hell of a trade entry in there in the S&P. How are you managing this one right now?
We're just long 1 MAS right now. So basically, it was a very
Nice.
tight stop and took one off for 1-to-1, one for, I think, 2-to-1 nearly. And then we just got a runner right now. And we'll see if this wants to go the other way.
Nice.
Especially with the
trade
longs,
there.
I like to keep the
Yeah.
runner on because I too have seen the
never know.
markets lately.
They're going up on whatever time frame you look at. If you zoom out, the markets are going up. We are in a good trade right now. It's long one still from 69.87. Let's see. I got a New York session VWAP 7,004 in the S&P. Seeing everything kind of turn around here. The Dow made new lows 49,417 and bouncing here as well 49,557. The NASDAQ made a low at 25,812. Hogue right near that 200 moving average on the 30-minute. We
That's
found
it.
some buyers for now. Let's see if they sustain. But so far, a pretty nice bounce. It's a scary trade, right? You said it, Jack. 11 candles, 5-minute candles, all red. But you identified a price that you wanted to get in there and got a good trade for it.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like what was nice is that it did what I ideally want to see with a level where it kind of puked below it really quick and then came back and it looked like it was about to print the first green candle in forever. So
Yeah,
worth it.
Good intestinal
worth the
fortitude on
risk.
that, Jack.
I mean, that's the beauty of trading micros and it not being your money either. So.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Nice
NQ's
trade there.
trying
Yeah,
to
go ahead, Mandy.
bounce here. NQ's trying to bounce here relatively good. On my 5-minute, I mean, we have 3 minutes, of course, left till the candle. I am looking for a hold above 873. That to me is going to signal a possible rotation back for longs. I mean, we just came and touched my pressure here on my moving average, which is set at 7. It loves to tag it, sometimes come back below my EMA. So as of right now, selling is still in play, but if it were to close above
We just saw
73, 75, it might want to try to continue to push on my 5 minutes. So quick rejection off of that. So strong sells look pretty strong here, but we still have 2 minutes on my candle. I'm gonna wait a little bit of time, let you guys know if I see anything.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Mandy. Just saw a little bit of selling come in there in the NASDAQ, down about 30 points or so in the last minute. A block of orders came in there in the S&P as well, about 1,300 contracts traded in a second. 77% of that negative delta, so some selling right below that 7,000 price in the S&P, which is not surprising. Right, we're going to see some volume trade around there. Selling coming in is okay for this trade. We just need to see some new buying step in. Hogue, what is the delta looking like now?
Negative 300 in the S&Ps. Still
Pretty much nothing.
for all intents and purposes inert.
Yeah.
Negative 2,300 in the NASDAQ, however. They're coming after the NASDAQ to the short side.
Yes,
right
they
now.
are. Yes, they are. Got a bid here in the NASDAQ, 150 contracts on the bid, 25,825. Let's see if the market goes and takes those out. For Crypto
Wow.
Kai says, where do you guys see contract buys and sells come in? So we are looking at level 2 data. You can have the depth of market. You can see up on Jack's screen right there. All of those levels have quantities at them. In order to see those, by default, you're going to have level 1 data, which is going to give you one price up and down. But if you have level 2 data, which you can subscribe to on the Topstep dashboard, you'll get all of the you'll get the depth of the market, so you can see what's higher, what's lower.
Wow, great rejection in NQ.
Yes, that was, Mandy.
Silver continuing to push. I think I am going to enter short here on MNQ, just a couple contracts.
Do it.
Okay. Mandy looking for a short here in the NASDAQ off that rejection.
Man, my 3 minutes crossing though. Let's see here. Yeah, if we can maintain below 40s, I will enter short. Might keep pushing though. Let's see here.
I read that name in the chat, Crypto Kai. Had to pull up micro Bitcoin. Made a high of the day, 3940. Sorry, wow, 93,480 high of the day. And if Bitcoin was at 39,000, we would that would be the star of the show today. But
right.
trading right off of its highs. What are you seeing here, Mandy?
Short.
Got in short.
I'm short 3. Yeah. Looking for a test of around 18. We were in the green for a second, but let's hold above my pressure lines and see what NQ wants to do here. That 5 minute just looked really good for a sell. Looking for close to a retest. I don't want to take full profit like all the way down to the actual retest. As a scalper, I like to just take what I feel is a high probability. Sometimes we go and retest, don't quite always match the low. So that's why I'm a couple dollars above that. But we are starting to get some movement in here. I feel like NQ is starting to pick up a little bit.
Mandy short, couple micros, 3 micro, NASDAQ 25,838.5. Looking for maybe some continuation of the trend that we've seen so far. So Hogue, if you're short these markets right now, we have that initial balance low set. We hear you say it all the time. It's going to take some energy to break that level.
Yeah.
If you're short right now, which has been the trend so far for the New York session, are you just looking for a continuation volume to step in here? Maybe maybe some market participants hit the bid here. I think we just saw it there in the NASDAQ a little bit.
It's
Oh my gosh.
a little bit of, it's about an average in initial balance. So not worried about too much energy if there is some continuation to the downside. If I was short either, it would be the NASDAQ.
Gotcha. Yeah, it looks much weaker. I mean, and that's been the case for the last 3 months.
Yeah, pretty much, right?
All right, I'm trailing this down to the last wicks. I got my take profit at 28.25. We just tagged it. We didn't get that push through that first time that I wanted as it was trying to retest these low. It bounced back up to my entry level. As it pushed back down again, I just trailed it manually. Took another, I think like $80 or so on that trade. So
nice trade. Update us on that P&L, Mandy.
Yeah, we're up 1,100 between last night, Asian session, and this morning now.
Beautiful trade. Yeah. Beautiful trade there. Quick little scalp of the markets. Max Dean, I agree. A special award should be given to the Dow as the best index of the month, clean and precise. It is moving fairly clean. Not a lot of overlap there in the Dow. Nice out there on that trade, Mandy. 25,838 last trade here in the NASDAQ. House count still long one micro S&P from 87s, 69 to 87 last trade, 69.93, 69.94 here. Let's take a look at that tilt. Did get pretty heavy long at one point in the NASDAQ today, but kind of 50-50 here, 54% long in the S&P, 58% short in the NASDAQ. So I think our traders agree with you, Hogue. If there's one to be short, it is the NASDAQ. What are you seeing in silver here, Mandy?
Silver, we are pushing up pretty good. We're at almost 88.40 cents. Just about to tag that. And I have a nice cross on my moving average EMA. Again, looking for longs with this candle close here in about a minute and 20 seconds. Let me look at my 3 minute to see if I see anything else that's telling me no, as well as my 15 minute. So green's on top on my silver. On the 15 minute, the only issue is yellow's on top because of that massive last 15-minute candle. A good sell off there. I definitely want to see a hold above 50s in order for me to have a possibility of continuation for new highs. But whereas we are attacking new highs, it's going to be see money, take money. Very, very quick scalping up here in this region. It's just, I mean, 3.88% on the day so far. I mean, that's on the lower end of silver daily runs, right? Very interesting
See if
point
silver
at
makes
this
a see if it
area.
Andy,
makes
your
a run here.
profit
We
last,
may,
was that one trade?
No, I think I took 5 silver trades last
Okay.
night with
Okay.
just 2 contracts.
I was gonna say were you turning into a swing trader?
Not overnight. No, I think 2 to 3 contracts on mini silver. Or sorry,
Right.
micro, not mini. Mini would be wild. Holy cow. Micro silver. And yeah, I mean, we just had some really good pushing last night. I mean, over the night, a lot of chop I've noticed during like London session. So anytime before me, I guess for you guys, it'd probably be before 10 or 11 Eastern time. So 9 or 10 Central time. Yeah, we had that good run up over here. It was 7 o'clock my time, so 8 o'clock Central, and a nice run. So I just kind of scalped it as we made our way up. Looked for little pullbacks, and then I re-entered because when silver likes to push, sometimes it just keeps running. And same with the sell-offs. They're pretty, I feel like, good methodical moves. If they're going to make, I mean, look at this one from this morning, right? Very just good uptrend. That's where I'm a little bit more hesitant on this sell, but yeah, silver has been really, really fun. I have finally started putting it into this XFA, and it's been a good market. But NQ, my true first love here in the futures market.
You feel like you're
And,
cheating?
you know, not as much, but who said that the other day? Was it Dakota? Where we talk about going back to NQ once we're trading silver, and it's like, oh whoa, like this is definitely not as violent as silver can be with some of the moves. And so you feel like NQ is like more mellow, which compared to like ES or other markets is like still pretty volatile of a market. And so it's just funny the difference that we're experiencing in
You're
this
saying
time
the
with silver.
NQ is calm. Wow. That
Calm,
says a lot about
exactly.
silver.
right.
Yeah, good little bit of fresh breath, a little bit of nice calmness. If I feel like silver's been messing with my brain, go back to NQ, go back to what I know, and bouncing between the two, it's been good because then I don't feel like I'm missing NQ trades. I can go look at silver, right? I've kind of liked having the two different markets, especially because it's not NQ and ES that I'm trading. It's equities and metals, right? Like they're going to
Right.
be
Two different things.
completely two different things, different outcomes, different things cause them to move. So for that reason, it's been really fun. Silver, it is pushing here. I'm just very hesitant on that 15-minute. We are above 50s, so I'm going to see if there is. Do I want to wait another 2 minutes to enter? It might go without me, but I just don't want to chase, and we're approaching these new highs. And this, I mean, getting close to 90s. Who would have thought a year ago?
Yeah, a year ago, no, I don't think anyone thought silver would be at these prices. And now, Hogue, we were talking yesterday, hearing some price targets of $300 in silver.
Yeah, I read that
We're
somewhere.
gonna have to make some contract adjustments. We're gonna have to make some contract adjustments if that's the case.
Yeah, where do you see the market? Where do you see the margins up there?
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. Equities kind of hanging out here. 69.92 last trade in the S&P. Seeing that NASDAQ does look heavy. 25,827. Little rejection there. That's 69.95. Hogue, remind me what that price was. I have it as the pivot for the day in the S&P. What is that 69.95 on your side?
That was last week's weekly kickoff high.
Got you.
Okay.
Got you there. See if this is another leg lower here in the equities. The NASDAQ looks like it's going to lead us. Low of the day in the NASDAQ, 25,812s, 25,818 last trade here. Tilt starting to build a little bit to the short side. Still long in crude oil. Long tilt, 70%. They might just be holding that all day. 61.35 last trade in crude.
Yeah, we're gone. We're gonna get
You're
probably
back. You're
tagged out of the
breaking even,
last
Jack.
one here. Well,
Yeah.
not just that. It's that this is sort of like the same reason I put it on. It's a level. If it goes through here, there's some other stuff lower I want.
Sure.
I'm not gonna touch it.
Let it cook. NASDAQ just made a new low of the day there, 25,809. The Dow turned it around a little bit as well. The Russell, I'm not going to keep looking at the Russell. It's trying to figure out which way to go, right? It's looking at all its friends. Some of it are going to one party. Some of the friends are going to another party. And the Russell's just stuck in the middle right now. But the NASDAQ looking like it wants to push here. Made a new low by a couple ticks and finding some buyers there.
Hey, don't move it.
What that is?
Here we go.
Hey.
So I've had
Say it
been
again, Hogue.
noticing that. Oh, go Hogue. Yeah, Hogue talk.
Failed downside auction possible.
I was just about to say that, Hogue. I was just going to ask. Is that the energy we were looking for to extend, right? We looked below that initial balance low.
You saw buyers come in as soon as that extended, buyers jumped on.
Yeah. Yes, they did.
Well, I don't know. We'll see. There's no guarantees preemptive, but it is possible. Mandy, I apologize. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're great, Hogue. I appreciate that insight. I've been trading with some buddies, and I have one I've kind of been noticing that they pointed out. Because they trade the moving average and EMA with me, that cross. And as we get closer and closer, oftentimes, it'll just cross. We'll have like a nice little, and then all of a sudden it crosses, right? But as they converge and pinch my moving average and my EMA, usually we see a massive move in the opposite direction. So we are starting to, on the 5-minute, get a nice little pinchy. It was pinching here back before it crossed, but we might just see NQ rocket here. I am going to see if I really like this. I'm going to enter in 3 here. Whoops, that was on silver. Let's try and get out of silver. Yeah, I really like longs here. Hold on. We're going to see if we can do a 3-minute candle confirmation before I enter. Let's look at 3-minute here.
All right. Mandy looking now to get potentially long here in the NASDAQ. We look below that IB low, Hogue. It was a quick tap of the low, and buyers stepped in right away. Can they gain any traction is the question. We saw a negative delta in the NASDAQ about 5 minutes ago. It's still negative right now.
We got
But
8 minutes.
if it's negative, there we go. If that delta stays negative, Hogue, and price stops moving lower, and we assume that those market orders coming in are short, they become buyers, right? And we might see a pushback up. Looking at the initial balance, looking at that range, I got sometimes an interesting target in the initial balance is right around 50% of it, which is where view up is right now, 25,920 in the NASDAQ. House count still holding on to that S&P trade. Nice trade there, Jack. You said you weren't going to touch it, and for good reason. It is still a valid trade for now.
Mm-hmm.
Mandy, let us know if you do get in there.
Yeah, for sure. About 45 seconds will let me know.
Metal slowing down just a little bit. We are getting some comments from the president right now. He's speaking about Powell. The inflation report gives Powell a chance to cut rates. He also called him incompetent or crooked. He does not do a very good job. So still throwing shots at Chair Powell. But he says inflation report gives Powell a chance to cut rates. I think, Jack, you were saying yesterday, FedWatch tool is showing what, a 5% chance of a cut in January.
Yeah, let's see where it's at now after the CPI report. 2.8%.
Even lower. Even lower. Mandy's long.
Yep. Looking for a target at 71.5.
I like it.
I have or 71.75. I have another level there. We are going to tag that here hopefully in just a second. Really close.
What price you get in long there?
Well, that was a quick in and out, another 100.
Good Lord.
I got in
Just
at
like
I think it's
that.
I think it was like another 50. I think it was like 58 that I got in about 10 points. This
I'm
is
liking this here. I'm
scalpers.
liking this here.
This is how scalpers move. But yeah, it might just keep going. I should have probably moved
Sniper.
it. I
See
don't.
$100
I don't.
pick it up.
That's how I roll, you guys, and it works really well for me.
It works for you, man. That's great.
Yeah, just do a few of those,
really
do
is.
10 of those a day. I'm happy, right? The only hesitation is maintaining in this is on my 15-minute. We're touching my EMA here. Sometimes we'll see a quick rejection off of that. Sellers might come in and hold us below the 15-minute on the EMA. That's why I didn't want to go. I mean, you could always say leave a runner, right? But that where's my hesitation for more than about 10 points was I knew we were coming up on this 15-minute EMA, and curious to see how it plays out over the next 4.5 minutes. If we can get, of course, clearly above 900s, then you could be looking for new high of day, possibly off the 15 minutes. So,
well, when Mandy's happy, we're all happy. It's kind of like
I love that.
my
Thanks,
house.
Doug.
When mom's happy,
Absolutely
everybody's
here.
happy.
S&P, I'm happy with back above 7,000s here. We got the house count long from 87s. Again, nice trade there, Jack. So some of the selling that we were talking about in the NASDAQ on the way down, you guys might remember I was saying we've seen a bunch of selling bursts in the NASDAQ, about 400 contracts or more. If we get a 3-minute candle close above 82s here, I really do like this rotation because now we're starting to talk about some of that negative delta hog. If price stops going in their direction, they may have to cover. We got the S&P right back at New York session VWAP here, 7,002. And looking pretty good here. Not really seeing any size on the books. Shout out to whoever that was with the 800 lot on the bid at 69.82 in the S&P. We appreciate your efforts. Stopped the market from selling off there. Jack, let's talk about this trade a little bit. Any more management you do at this point? We're back above 7,000s. You got a target here, or you just letting it cook?
When you're trading like micros like this and you're going to leave a runner, you got to kind of let it cook. Ideally, I would take it off at a point where I would go short, which is I have that line up there. It's around 70.23.
Let's get it then.
I like it.
Let's get it. 70.23s.
Yeah.
Let's go get it.
Nice.
We had I forgot who it was, and forgive me at the buzzer viewers for all of our buzzer beaters. Someone had the quote the other day: "If you're looking, you're not cooking." Right. So if you got something in the oven and you're looking at it every 5 minutes, it's never going to cook. So we will just let this trade. Right. Can't keep opening the oven. Exactly. If you're looking, you're not cooking. So let that one work there. Just did tag that New York session VWAP 7,002 in the S&P. 25,880 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Mandy, nice trade there. 68% long tilt in the NASDAQ right now.
Sorry, just real quick on my 15-minute. We came up, really wanted to touch this moving average. Nice, which is my yellow. Nice rejection. Holding below EMA right now. Kind of glad I didn't have a runner. I'd probably be stopped out by now. So that's why I like the 15-minute EMA moving average. They respect pretty well on these levels. And so, yeah, I'll let you guys know if I get into anything. I know we've got somebody wanting to come in here soon, but
we do. Nice. Somebody's coming in.
Somebody.
Nice trading there, Mandy.
Thank you.
I think what's really cool right now about what we're seeing, on TopstepTV right now, if you ever ask, is there something to learn? 2 completely different trade styles, right? Jack just said, I'm letting this trade cook, already taking profits on the trade, letting the runner do its job running. And then we see Mandy, who is closing your trades into momentum, right? And I think that fits your personality more than anything. There's a million different ways to trade the markets, right? But Mandy, we hear you say all the time, if you're in a trade for 10 minutes, that's an eternity, right? So you found what works for you. You close the trade into momentum. You can take 10 of those, and we know the risk is managed. Mandy, I want to ask you one question. At what point do you set that trailing personal daily loss limit?
Actually, right now would be a great one. Thanks for the reminder. Actually, here in a second, you're going to see my alarm go off on my phone. It'll remind me, hey, Mandy, did you lock in your profits for the day? I'm going
Love that.
to quickly just demonstrate. I'm going to go to my risk settings, come here. You know, I'm willing to let myself lose about another. I know it's a good day, but I also like a little room to play. We're going to say about 400 on my personal daily loss limit. We're going to do liquidate and block. So I'll be coming out no less than $789 for today. So you hit enable trailing on this, and I like to go off of realized gains. And then I'll hit set. There's my alarm reminding me to do my trailing loss for the day.
Nice.
That's when I lose money. And
That is what we call a
and then
plan.
I'll hit save on that. So
Very
and then
nice.
I already hit save. So we're good. But yeah, that's how I get to a payout. That's how I don't blow accounts. Thanks for the reminder, Jay. Thanks for my iPhone for the reminder. But it was a pleasure hanging out with you guys this morning on Fast Markets. Thanks, you guys.
Great
Awesome
trading,
stuff, Mandy. Great trading. Came in, made a couple $100 and is out. We'll continue to trade if you see setups, but locking in the profit for the day. We got the house count so long, 1 micro ES right now, and we got Dr. Volatility coming in for some announcements. James, what do we got?
Yeah, nice trading, Mandy. That's what we like to see. Coming in, putting in the work, making the money, and then going home, as it should be. And what else we like to see is our Instagram follower account go up. So please, go ahead and follow us on Instagram. We're going to drop the link in the chat. We're going to pin it. It's going to stay here for a while. Oh, I'm sorry, we're not going to pin this one. We're just going to drop it. If you ever need it, just ask for it. We'll drop it again because we want you to follow us on Instagram at TopstepTV. And you might be wondering, James, you want me to follow you on Instagram, but what do I get? Well, dear viewer, you get cash. You get to catch market breakdowns, smart setups, and real talk about what it takes to win. All right, don't miss highlights from TopstepTV, the live stream built for future traders. On our Instagram, you can find highlights, best ofs. We post updates there when we have sweepstakes, and we do have sweepstakes every so often. You can find entry rules and more information on our Instagram account. Now, I know most of you have an Instagram account, so go ahead and give us a follow. It can't hurt, and it only helps you stay locked in. So TopstepTV on Instagram, go ahead, click on the link, and we'll see you there. Also, later today, longtime fans know what I'm going to say. It's group coaching. Group coaching, the point in the show where our TopstepTV personalities take time out of their day to answer your trading questions live. And who do we have answering your questions today? Well, ask no further. It's Gabe, Vince, and Hoop. That's right. Gabe, Vince, and Hoop are here to answer your questions. And if you're wondering, how do I get one of my questions in front of these guys? Well, we're going to drop a link in the chat. This one will be pinned, and it will be pinned for a couple of hours. So go ahead and click on it, fill out your question, and then set a reminder to be back here at 12:15 p.m. Central Time for group coaching. But what am I talking about? You're not going anywhere. You're going to be here bell to bell, like all of our good TopstepTV fans. Now, before we get back to Fast Markets and the rest of the guys, we're going back to school, everybody, because more public high schools across the country are requiring students to take a basic financial literacy course to graduate. In today's Consumer Watch, Jen Sullivan explains what students are learning and how it can prepare them for their financial future.
From balancing a budget to learning how loans work, exposing your kids to financial life skills can help prepare them for the future.
We want to make sure that we have these basic skills to then adapt.
Billy Hensley is the president and CEO of the National Endowment for Financial Education. They work with local school districts across the country to incorporate financial literacy classes into their classrooms.
When I was young, we didn't talk about money in my home. We didn't talk about it in college. And when I got my first job, I had no idea how to navigate the benefits, the 401k, the match.
The NEFE conducted a survey last spring and found 82% of respondents who attended high school say they wish they were required to complete a personal finance class when they were in school. Topping the list of skills they wish they had learned, spending and budgeting, followed by saving, earning an income, and managing credit. At least 30 states, seen in green on this map, now have a financial education requirement. The orange states have a partial requirement.
In some states, actually, the requirement actually requires FAFSA, which is the form you have to fill out to get financial aid and student loans. A certain level of literacy is part of the financial education course.
Many college graduates are already facing the financial burden of loans. The Department of Education estimates current total student loan debt has topped $1.6 trillion. Hensley says these classes will help students better understand how these loans work. He hopes more states will adopt these courses. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Thank you for that, Jen. Hogue will be back in just a little bit, but found the new Bears fan for the week. Coach Dakota, how are we doing, man? What's going on? You're on mute. Don't worry, the house counts in a winning trade. We'll pay the fee for you.
Yeah, I know. I was mute.
There we go. We got you now. What's going on, man? How we doing?
It's Tuesday. Jay, who's selling these metals? I was gonna say last night we came in. Just, you don't sell silver. Yeah, I mean that's just not the way.
Sell silver.
I mean, look at
Do not
silver
sell silver.
go.
Producers.
Yeah.
Sure. Who else?
Yeah. I mean, I still have my silver producer long, and yeah, we tapped $89 an ounce here. We did for a moment this morning look like we were gonna sell off a little bit. Buyers just stepped right up, right around 87.50, and here we are, right back up 88.50, just under all-time highs. And this is continuing to see high volatility. I'm waiting for an inside day in silver, and we're just not seeing any slowdown in either direction.
Not at all. Coming in with positive P&L, Dakota up a couple $100. Where's that trade from? Did you trade this morning at all?
Yeah, it was silver. It was silver. Last night I ended slow markets down 100. I had a long. Just a moment ago, and yeah, I'm plus $44 right now. Plus 44. I'm just watching silver. See what.
Gotcha. Got to check my eyes.
Looking to buy silver. That's what I'm doing. Just looking for long.
Looking to buy.
Don't let me short silver, Jay. If you see me shorting silver, smack me on the hand.
I got you. Smack you through the screen. Hey, stop doing that. We got the house count long right now, Dakota. 69.87 in the S&P, trading 7,001.5. We got the NASDAQ right now, trading 25,902. Taking a look at the tilt, starting to build long here. 64% long in the S&P, 65% long in the NASDAQ. Have you looked at the equities at all today, or is it?
I did.
Silver guy
they
now.
seem a little bit consolidated today. We're down 0.25%. That's where we were last night during slow markets. Not much going on there. I mean, we have Meta down 2.5%, and Intel though. Intel's up almost 6%. That's the only thing I'm really seeing.
Intel
so
up 6%.
You know, the government's trade of Intel is printing money pretty well.
I mean, yeah, long Intel, Argentina pesos, Nvidia, not child sales. That'd be real rough. Nvidia China sales. What else we got?
When the government says it's buying something, could be a good time to buy as well. That is not financial advice. That is just coming from the president. We had him last week. I think he met with the Intel CEO, and he said he's very proud that the U.S. government is an investor in Intel. Seeing gold pull back a little bit here, 46.19. Also quietly, micro Bitcoin rallying on the day. Made a new high of the day, 94,075, trading just off of its highs right now. Micro Bitcoin is one of our bigger percentage movers on the day.
Is it? What are we at?
It is up 2.5% on the day.
Okay.
It's been a nice year for Bitcoin bulls, to be honest. Towards the end of last year, we were trying to figure out whether or not we're going to stay above 85,000, but that became a support, and now we're trading close to 95,000. When do we trade back to 100,000 in Bitcoin? I remember somebody in the chat saying at the end of last year, January was the month to buy Bitcoin, and you sell it in October. So far, that prediction is correct. So we will see here.
Yeah. I mean, still nothing compared to what we're seeing here in silver.
No, not at all.
Bitcoin and all that to shame here. Do we go see all-time highs? I mean, I could see it. We're consolidating here at 88.50s, 88.75s. I'm going to continue watching silver. not really much going on in the equities. I trade the NASDAQ. We had that nice pump during inflation. We failed to get and hold above 26,000. Nice rejection. And it just seems like this NASDAQ does not want to be over 26,000 for very long. So I'm going to continue to watch it.
just
We're
not.
hovering around 25,900 and kind of right in the middle, right where we opened up on this the inflation data news. And I don't want to be long or short right now. I'm very, very neutral.
Yeah.
The equities.
Speaking of that inflation data, that candle, which was 8:30 Eastern time, 7:30 Central, I'm looking at a 3-minute candle right now. We're testing that low. 25,905 and a half is the low in the NASDAQ. We're trading about 5 points below it right now. You can see on this little bounce that we had here, that is pretty much the high of the move so far. So it looks like the market is trying to determine whether or not it's going to accept price back inside of that news candle. Welcome back, Hogue. Here we go, trading back into it right now. The S&P still has a little bit of work to do to get back to that candle low, which is at 7,475. Hogue, we're back inside the initial balance. We did not have the energy to extend lower. What becomes the target here? I know Jack was looking up at those 23s. I love that as a target. Back above settlement, looking at prior day high. But if you're looking at the failed auction trade, where do you target?
Well, the failed auction was in the NASDAQ, but that certainly is probably going to affect the S&Ps. The ultimate target for a failed auction is the other extreme of the initial balance. So in the S&Ps, the initial balance high is 70.24 and a quarter, dovetailing very nicely with Jack's eventual target here.
Yeah, I did put it the target at 70.16 3/4. The reason being, I would love to see 70.23, but that's like a possible short level for me, and it's pretty ambitious considering we had, a couple points of risk on this trade. So I went to like my next pseudo level below that, and then pick some random
16,
fraction.
you said?
70.16 3/4.
It's not random, Jack. It's the afternoon pullback low from yesterday. It's a perfect target.
Perfect, Jack.
You.
Perfect. Look at that.
Jack doing the jazz hands.
Just threw up the shot with his eyes closed and it went in.
Do you guys no, I always equate that with like the Gus Johnson dance. Have you ever seen this? We just found it so funny. I think it was like in college. They were doing a game at Wisconsin where they do the jump around during the third quarter.
Yes.
Between the third and fourth. And they pan to the booth and like, they're showing all the students jumping, and then they go to the booth and Gus Johnson is just sitting there going.
Shout out to Gus. Oh man. What it would be to have Gus Johnson energy for these futures markets. I'm going to try that. That's my goal for 2026. Bring in Gus Johnson energy.
Okay. All right.
For our announcements. We got a trade going on here in the S&P house count long from 69.87. Last trade 7,001 and a quarter. We got Dan Emmons in the chat looking for new lower days. I don't think it's out of the question. We are definitely slowing down that momentum we saw to the downside. Not really seeing buyers step up just yet and take control back over VWAP is what I'd be interested in seeing here in the S&P. ACH. Take your trades, manage your risks. We got the NASDAQ accepting price back inside of that news candle. Dakota scouting silver. Are we making a new all-time high here?
Man.
Yes, it is.
Silver's going. It's going. We're almost back above 89. I don't see what could slow this market down.
Yeah. Up 4.5% on the day. We've seen 8% moves. Dakota, yesterday you were talking about, do we see $100 this week? And every time it goes up, that possibility becomes that much closer to a reality.
Yeah, we are closer now than we was last night. Yep, we are closer now than we was 2 minutes ago. This is going. I'm trying to find a trade, and I want to get in long. It's just a matter of how, when, where, and how do I manage this risk. And here we go through 89.
89.21.5 all-time high in silver, made today about an hour and a half ago. Let's see if we go take out that all-time high. not far from the $90 level here in silver. That would put us up about 5.5% on the day, which again, we've seen, right? We've seen 8% days. Just yesterday, silver was up at 1.8%.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen a
What
day
So,
where silver's not up or down at least 2%
At
for a
least.
while. It's been a minute.
so Dakota, are you mad at me for the cheese grater yesterday?
Nah. I was telling everybody, if you can dish it, you gotta learn how to take it. Like I talk smack, so I could take it. Oh, I don't mind. You gotta have some tough skin. It's the reality of
Oh,
know.
you definitely got to have that around here.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Oh, pulling out the cheese grater. The Bears beating the Packers this weekend. Who are you guys playing next?
That's a fresh
Rams.
cheese grater too, right? It's a fresh
Rams.
one.
Rams.
Hey, it's gonna
That's gonna
be
be a tough one.
cold. It's gonna be real cold. So hopefully that slows down, Georgia boy.
Did that cheese grater still have the sticker on it? The price sticker?
Fine.
First time you guys got to use that.
Oh, there you go. There you go. A little jab back. I see what you did there, Dakota.
You see what I got there? Yeah.
Fresh
It's
treat
fresh
cheese
'cause you
grater.
never
I see
use
what
it.
you did there.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the joke.
I see what you did there. 25, 9, 10 last trade in the NASDAQ. Andrea's giving it the thumbs down. She's like, nope.
Look at me, Dakota. There's no way that cheese grater's unused.
Oh, yeah. If that cheese grater was in Hoag's house, Hoag, you look like at a minimum a 4-cheese mac and cheese guy. At a minimum, which I appreciate. And I also appreciate the S&P continuing to push here. 7,005 last trade in the S&P. House count still long one from 87s, 69.87. Here's a full session VWAP here in the S&P, 7,006 and a quarter. Seeing that buying continue to step in. Hoag, let's take a look at that delta. What are we looking at now?
S&P's positive 2,700. NASDAQ still negative 1,900 contracts.
We're holding on.
NASDAQ keeps attracting shorts. Keeps attracting those shorts.
They are trying to hold on to it. The S&P, that's the first time I think, Hoag, since the New York session started, that we're seeing at least something over 1,000, right? Something 4 digits in the delta. That's a pretty big flip because we were slightly negative, but then we just flipped to almost 3,000 contracts positive.
Yeah.
What is the delta on gold? Do you have that, Hoag? Have that handy?
Of
Gold
course,
delta.
positive 990. But let me double check that. There's a positive 700.
Positive 700. Congruent with direction
Basically
for the
right
day, but gold, gold is just kind of choppy. I think it's waiting to see what silver does, and then maybe we go from there.
We're almost all-time highs here in silver.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. To our friend Like a Boss in the chat, am I still driving? I am still driving. Yeah, we are on a cross-country road trip here until Andre comes back. But we got Jack trading right now, Dakota trading as well. House count is long from 87s. Like a Boss, I promised you yesterday, I may take a trade while I'm driving tomorrow. You're going to get me in trouble. I'm not even supposed to do that, but we'll see what we can do tomorrow. But right now, we got the house count long right now. And I'm only going to take a trade if it's a good one.
Only going to take a trade.
Well, at the very least, Jay, stay off your iPhone while you're driving.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No texting and driving. Silver didn't do it there, Dakota.
Say that they're,
I know.
Texans.
My intrusive thoughts says short it.
Yeah, that is intrusive. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
I was going to say the Texans last night. I would rather the Bears not go to the Super Bowl than have played the Steelers and have there even be a chance that Aaron Rodgers could beat the Bears in the Super Bowl. I would not be able to deal with it. So I am glad.
Could you imagine?
No, like if you said, even though it's way better odds for the Bears, if you said, hey, right now we'll promise you 100% the Bears can be in the Super Bowl, but it's against Aaron Rodgers, I'd be like, no. Even though I think the Bears would win that game, I don't know, it just can't happen. But thankfully, Houston made that not an issue at all by, man, that defense is good.
Jack, have you seen those like meme sport pages on Twitter? They get me all the time. But I saw one this morning. It was just like, you know, Rodgers may be retiring, and it said, you know, Rodgers throws a touchdown on his last possession in his career, and I'm like, oh, that's nice, right? That's a good way to end it. And it happened to be a pick six, which I thought was hilarious. I thought that was hilarious. Touchdown on his last possession. Dakota, did you know as a Brett Favre fan that his first career completion was to himself?
I heard that. Yeah, I never did see it.
Yeah.
But interesting. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is to the Bears as LeBron James is to the Toronto Raptors, right? Kind of how it is.
I'll assume that's right. I don't really know.
That's right.
I think that was on the SATs, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yep.
Think so here. Definitely seeing the market slow down just a little bit. Silver's trying to decide whether it takes out this all-time high. S&P
think
trying
we
to
can
figure
do
out
it.
what it's doing at VWAP here. I think so, Dakota.
Why would we not break
Couple
through
ticks
all-time highs?
off.
Why would we not see $90 an ounce here?
Is there a caveman trade potential here?
That's what I'm thinking.
Where's
It's
the
just-
risk go? That's the question.
Do you need risk if you're going to be buying silver? What's the stop loss here? I mean, I'm just sitting here watching it go up without me, and it's just like there is a level of FOMO, but then there is that level of caveman trades. Like silver's going up, we're hitting all-time highs. Buy silver. It keeps going up. We keep hitting all-time highs. There's a play for a breakout through all-time highs. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm just looking to see how we react. I want to see some. Maybe us reject here for a minute and then come back up and test it. I'm watching this 5-minute chart and they were slowly getting up there. I don't know. We'll see. Obviously, there's the downside risk. I mean, look at this 5-minute candle. That's the risk, right? We went from 88.75 all the way down to almost over $1 move in about 10 minutes. So that is the risk. I could turn around and we could be down below $88 an ounce in less than 5 minutes, and that's volatility is scary. It's a scary thing. So I'm looking to see where I can manage risk. Maybe below this 5-minute pivot, maybe we could get in long, or at least I could get in long. 88.75 would be the stop, but maybe more consolidation. Lots of indecision here. I think it's better to just hands off for a moment.
Yeah. Good point there. Shout out to JK in the chat. Sometimes when we're driving these segments, we forget what we say sometimes, but we were talking about that 50% retracement of the initial balance. That's kind of where we got to in the equity markets in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Trading right there, right? In the S&P, 50% of that IB is 7,004, and in the NASDAQ, that is 25,928.
If we had multiples on, that would be a first out.
Yeah, I agree, Hogue. I agree. Especially we got VWAP trading below it in both markets. That VWAP for the New York session is definitely flattened out. It's pretty much a flat line right now.
Yeah.
So could this be upper extreme of the range? We'll see. Still a lot of trading to do. We got the London close coming up in about 7 minutes here. Taking a look at the tilt, 60% long in the S&P, 61% long in the NASDAQ, 60% short gold here, which is selling a little bit, 46.1380 last trade here in gold.
Silver still
Seems to
hanging
slow
at
down.
88.
Yeah, it is.
NASDAQ not really
Go
doing
take
much.
out that high.
NASDAQ came around 900.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice one. Antonio in the chat made my house payment scalping silver in my XFA. What a day.
Ooh,
Nice.
That's always nice.
Wow.
Nice.
Make the mortgage payment in a day. That is a good feeling.
Yeah.
It's a good feeling for sure. Nice job. Make sure you keep it. Make sure you keep it. Get to that payout.
In the house.
And
In the house.
tag us if you're on X on Twitter. Tag us again. Hashtag Fast Markets on X. Tag us at TopstepTV, hashtag fast markets, or hashtag power hour if you're trading later in the day. Share your wins, your losses, your traders' setups. We'll bring those back to you later in the day.
That's awesome. That's what it's about.
Hey, that is what it is about. Drops Homestead. I don't have a house payment. I buy all my houses with cash. I think we found BlackRock in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, don't say that out loud. Did we talk at all about that they had? I saw something of the new. They had like the congressional stock portfolios versus the S&P 500 last year. And the most interesting
Briefly,
data point.
not in depth.
They smoked it.
Yeah. Well, but did we talk about Chip Roy? I can't remember
No.
anymore.
No, I can't remember.
Truly
that.
incredible. Chip Roy lost 59% last year.
Get out of here.
Sheesh.
Yeah. What was he
He's a
doing?
front.
Someone on
front.
Twitter, Jody, he's gonna be the first person investigated for outsider trading.
He bought Bitcoin. I don't know. Was he a leveraged position in Bitcoin?
At the highs?
Damn, Chip.
I mean, Bitcoin was basically like flat on the year. It's like, I don't know, maybe something weird in crypto.
He was
Like
short
failing an open book
metals.
test.
He was short
I just
gold.
said, Chip, you lose money this year so we can prove that we don't all make money. And we'll pay you.
All right, here's a little bit of a pullback here on silver, down to these 88.70s. So, buying opportunity, or are we flushing?
Seeing a little bit of a pullback here. Chip must have gotten his memos from Facebook, Jack.
Yeah.
Is that news right there? Comfy Safe says the CME group will set gold, silver, platinum, palladium margin as a percentage of notional value instead of a fixed dollar amount.
I saw that post earlier. I guess we do have that.
That would be interesting.
Makes sense because things are moving so much. I think they're just like, F it. We're not doing this anymore.
That'd be a lot easier. It'd change day to day.
Yeah, CME will launch a 100-ounce silver futures contract on February 9th, 2026. Thank you for sharing that, Comfy Safe. I saw somebody share that in the chat earlier. Had to make sure we go back and verify it, but yeah.
That's like a nano contract, right?
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Sounds like it. Seeing a pullback here in the equities. London close coming up in about 3 minutes here. 69.95 last trade here in the S&P. 25,895 last trade in the NASDAQ. Till 54% short in the S&P. 53% long in the NASDAQ. And big burst of selling there. Okay, something just happened.
Yeah,
big
we got to take
burst
of
that was big. 10 points there in
Silver.
the S&P. Silver selling off here. The NASDAQ selling off. Gold selling as well. That just took us out there.
We're flat up $50, but that's besides the point.
Nice management there, Jack. Something just happened here. Someone knows something.
Amazon took a hit, down 1%. Microsoft down 1.8%.
Probably some news. We'll get it to you in a second if it comes out here. Amazon was up on the day, Dakota, before that?
I'm not sure. I wasn't paying too close attention to Amazon.
Silver selling here as well.
I said not to short silver.
Right.
I'm happy. I was almost going to get into a long up there, and I've been like, I finally buy silver.
Good no trade.
Guys, don't move your stop. I mean, like, look at where this, whatever the F that was, bottomed right at 69.
87 quarter. Yeah.
Well, 69.50 in the SPX and just turned right around.
Ton of volume got absorbed there.
It was one micro, but that was brutal.
Yes, it was. They just had to come tag us out. Somebody's watching the stream. 11-point sell-off there in the S&P and just got turned right back around. The NASDAQ sold off pretty heavy there as well, about 60 points, and right back up. Gonna be honest, I like that for longs. Hogue, if sellers cannot gain any traction, We've seen the negative delta in the NASDAQ. It's still negative.
Yeah.
That might have increased the negativity, actually. If they don't gain any traction, do we start to see some covers? That's a pretty big wick on that candle there. Strong seller rejection.
Dude.
I'm looking for a headline, not seeing one. And we got the Euro close coming up in about 45 seconds here.
One thing
Silver
that
down
scares
$1
me
on that.
is it fell right off of VWAP, both S&P and NASDAQ. They both fell off of VWAP.
Yeah.
Check this out, guys.
What are we seeing, Jack?
Actually, I got the 1 sec. I mean, that was a 10-point move in 1 second in the ES, and I know that we got tagged out like during it somewhere over here, but originally I was
Okay.
in the position from here. But what I was kind of laughing on my mind is while we were selling off a little bit before that, somebody in the chat was like, "Jack, get out," and I was like, 10 points away from what are we talking about? And I like glanced over and like, what? We're out?
We are
That'll
out.
happen.
All right. So here is the headline: China restricts Nvidia chip purchases. We're gonna go ahead and try to confirm that source. It just says dash information. I remember there was a source that came out about a month ago, and the site that it came from, I've literally never heard of before or after that. So we're going to try to confirm that source, but that is the headline that is coming out right now. China restricts Nvidia chip purchases. If that's the case, I would imagine that we just continue to sell off. But again, we are in the age of citing your sources. Go ahead, Jack.
Right, I also feel like we're in Groundhog's Day. They've said that like 100 times. That's
right.
Maybe it's just the tape reading algo has gone nuts.
Nvidia is still up 0.3. We're getting a little bit of bounce there. It's green, so not much of a reaction.
Yep.
Silver got down to 88, and we're bouncing off that.
Oh, is this the same site? Okay. All right. You got interesting. I'm not going to. I'm going to take my tinfoil hat off. But there was some Oracle news that came out about a month ago. And 30 minutes after it came out, Oracle came out and said that is not true.
Remember that.
That is from the same source. So we will go with that. But that is the headline that just caused some volatility there in the markets. We will see. Again, quick little sell-off, and we are back up here. 25,922 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Just be careful out there. Headlines flying around. Seeing some size here in the S&P book. 500 contracts at 69.80 on the bid in the S&P.
The grind back higher, and silver just continues like nothing ever happened. We had that sell off down to 88, and we're right back up to
BTFT.
88. Yep, BTFT. Buy the freaking dip.
Yeah, Phenom, I got you. Phenom says, way to advocate for media literacy. Again, there in the age of social media right now, anything can be a headline. And I've just seen that way too many times to not cite your source.
Trust me, bro.
And everyone can get it wrong, right? I'm not trying to invalidate the source at all, but hey, here we are. 25,935 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 7,002.5 last trade in the S&P. Hogue, we're going to let you get out of here. You got to prepare for the morning recap. We'll see you back in just a little bit. Anything you want to say before you get out of here, Hogue?
BTFD.
Yes, sir.
BTFD.
And ACH, folks. Anything can happen. Good to hang with you guys as always. See you all in a few minutes for the morning recap. See you in a bit.
See you, Hogue.
Later.
Later, Hogue. Wow. Would you look at that? 60-point sell-off, and we were right back up. Somebody just needed a dip.
Someone needed a discount. Yeah, on all these markets.
Right.
Same with silver.
On everything. Yeah,
Yes.
right back up, Dakota.
For a second there, I'm like, okay, silver's flushing down to. Yeah, nope. Here we are.
I feel for you guys. If I I just had one MES on. If that was like more size, if that was just like a couple middies or something, I would have lost my friggin' mind on that
Oh yeah.
Oh,
head point a second sell off that stopped right at my stop and then came back. So all good now with Nvidia.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
to
we're
know.
up 0.4% now, and what happened? Nothing ever happens. Yeah, that was a dip to buy in
Nothing ever
silver as
happens,
well.
right?
And yeah, guys, I see in the chat where the source came from. Again, we will see. I'll wait for that headline to be confirmed by a couple of different sources potentially here. Again, going off of patterns, we've seen false headlines come out before, so just be careful. Not to say that this is one, but got to be careful there. 25,945. Ultimately, I think what we do is just trade what the markets are saying, right? That's what we do. By the time we can validate a source, by the time you know what happened or why it happened, what happened has already occurred. I said that terribly, but you guys get my point.
Yeah, it's already too
what
late.
happened is more important than why it happened. There you go. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. Market's saying it's a nothing burger, so
Right.
Well, they didn't
watch
for
it.
about 4 seconds.
Yeah. It was a dip.
It
Yep.
was a dip. There's opportunity.
I have not seen something like that in a while.
Power of hindsight.
Remember this
Man.
timestamp here. It took us like less than a minute. Yeah. We dropped 10 points in like 2 seconds, and then it took less than a minute to bid back up. Unbelievable stuff.
See, silver it took silver a couple minutes, like 3 minutes. So it's a little slower.
A little bit slower here. The NASDAQ is just pushing here now. 25,950 is back at settlement price. 25,956.75 is settlement in the NASDAQ. S&P trying to accept back inside the CPI candle, trading right at that CPI candle low right now. NASDAQ's well inside that CPI candle. See if we can trade back to 50% of it. 25,975 is that price.
I mean, if you were short and had to take profits lower, I'm sure you're a little happy on that one. You're happy on that.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, does it point out it happened about 3 minutes before the London close, which is in a rear view now.
Yeah, that's what I thought was interesting there too, Jack. Right before the London close.
Well, I hope we just sell.
Somebody instead of tagging us out like that, right? Yeah, just
if I can't be happy, none of you can be happy. Except the shorts, but you're all miserable people anyway, so don't worry about it.
Okay, I am long one silver micro from 88.55.
Right. Dakota long. What was that price, Dakota? 88.55?
Yeah. Yep, 88.555.
55. 88.645 last trade here. JD's in Slack getting his news from Facebook also.
Let's see if we get feels so good to be long silver.
See if we go take out that high. Do we get to $90 here?
I'm just looking for these 70s. This isn't a big move. I'm not expecting all-time highs on this one. You get it? Just buy it. It's so easy. So freaking easy, Dakota. See if we get through these 70s and 80s. Yeah, that's all. That's what I'm looking for right there. Nice.
Nice trade
50
here.
ticks. There we go. 50 ticks. $300.
Bing bong.
$300.
You're in, you're out. $300 later. Great trade, Dakota.
Yep.
That is the power of the silver market.
Or 1 micro, $300 in a minute. Oh man.
That is a quick trade there. Nice in and out there, Dakota. Let's see if silver can take out that all-time high. But while we do that, bring it over to JD really quick for some top live P&Ls and payouts. What do we got, JD?
Guys, we have some real impressive numbers coming from our live funded traders from yesterday. Take a look at these P&Ls. You're not going to believe this. Up at the top, Omar L, $67,589 trading gold. Nothing but gold yesterday for Omar. Almost just over $67,000 in profits in gold. Sean B, $42,716 trading everything. I couldn't. I was trying to keep track of what this guy was trading. All right, so we got Russell, S&P, NASDAQ, micros and minis for all those contracts. Gold, silver, micros and minis. He was trading the euro, the yen, the British pound, a couple other currencies. This guy's all over the place. But $42,716 in profits for Sean B yesterday. Nathan M, $39,814 trading the Russell and the NQ. We have four Russell traders on this board today. Sebastian P, $32,365, also trading the Russell, the NASDAQ, and the S&P. And Mark M, $23,396, trading the Russell, silver, NASDAQ, and S&P. These guys showing us what's possible in that live funded account, pulling real live money out of the real live markets. All right, payouts time.
JD, you're going to bury the
top
lead?
5. I'm going to bury the lead.
We don't know for sure yet, but JD and I are slacking. We might know Mark M.
Yes, we might.
Into it.
Interesting.
It was looked into.
Personally,
I kept it quiet. But yeah, it's a good chance that we know that Mark M. All right, Amy P, $56,700 payout yesterday. Jared, $45,430. Christopher B, $32,895. Timothy H, $22,480. And Andis D, $20,001. These are live payouts. Payouts going from the live funded account into live funded traders' pockets. There you have it, folks. All right, guys. Back to you.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. Sean looked at the quote board and says, yes, I'll take one of each. Turned out to be a $42,000 day. So nice job there, Sean. So Jack, you know this Mark M. Are we gonna talk about this?
We're not gonna dox anyone. We'll talk to
Gotcha.
our prospective Mark M. But we think it might be them. Maybe we can get him on here.
Nice trading, Mark. Nice trading. NASDAQ continuing to push here, 25,956. The S&P 7,575, accepting price back inside that candle. Again, that little tape bomb that we saw on that headline, the headline was that China was going to restrict Nvidia chips. The market's going the other way. 25,961.
Yep. Nvidia is up 0.8% now, so it's maybe there's bullish news. Who knows?
Bad news is good news. Fake news is good news. Good news is good news. Find a market and buy it. Nice trade there.
Yep.
Dakota in silver.
Yeah, we keep going up too.
I'm trying to think, is there an opportunity to get back in long these equities here? Unfortunately, it stopped us out on that. But now we're looking like we're pushing here. Yeah, Jack.
Thankfully,
it's a tough one now.
This is yeah, but like whatever.
Right.
But track down this news agency.
Yeah.
It's just like a blank page on.
Or whenever they release something like that.
I'm telling you, man, I looked into it.
Right.
I honestly, Dakota, I think that's the move. I think that's the move. Again, I don't want to support or discredit any news source. I'm just going off of what I've seen before. There was that fake Oracle.
Jay does his own research.
Yeah, there was that Oracle headline that came out a month ago, and Oracle literally an hour later said, "We don't know where that came from. That is not true." And it came from the same source. So, I mean, walks like a duck.
Just wait. As soon as they release a new headline and the market sells off, 100 points, just buy it.
Yeah.
Thanks. Hopefully that happens in the next 10 minutes here. I'm actually glad that happened. If we hit 70, so my target there for like 30 points was 70, 16, 3/4.
Yeah, 70, 16, 3/4 was that. Yeah. Kashmir, I think that's my favorite for comment of the day. If not fake news, why fake news shaped? That's a good one. That got me.
Also, with that Oracle thing, Jay, I think that they were, as I recall, Oracle was kind of, you know how PR is. They were spinning a little bit.
Yeah. True. Yeah, there was maybe some damage control there being done. Seeing the equities continue to push here. I got a VWAP anchored to that candle, right? Because the one thing we know it causes, whether you want to validate the source or not, the one thing we can see is that volume traded during that time, right, Jack? We had you were looking at a 1 second chart there, 10-point candle in the S&P, ton of volume. I saw at least 2,000 contracts traded in a second. I'm sure there was more than that. So I have a VWAP anchored to that right now, right? Because the question is for us as day traders, okay, great. Volatility was just caused there. How do we trade it? So right now I have a VWAP anchored to that point. We can call it an event. Right now that VWAP in the S&P is at 7,000 evens, and in the NASDAQ it is at 25,928. So if looking to get into a trade here, maybe if we get a pullback to that VWAP and then go from there. But this looks like it wants to continue to push. Taking a look at the tilt, 67% long in the S&P, 67% long in the NASDAQ as well. NASDAQ back at the 50% of the CPI candle. 25,975 is that price. Let's see if we get a candle close above that. This is looking pretty bullish here. Dakota, what are you seeing here?
I'm trying to find another way to get in long silver as we push and maybe make a run for all-time highs again. I mean, above 89. We went from 88 now right back up to 89. These moves are just mind-blowing. News or no news, this is the way silver has been moving all morning, all month. And so I'm just looking for that opportunity again.
At what point do you think silver will get rid of the half-cent tick and move to 1 cent per tick? Well, we just heard it, right, from the CME that February 9th, 2026, they are coming out with a 100-ounce silver contract. So it'll be smaller than the micros that we're trading right now. So I don't know that they'll make adjustments to the big contract that we're trading, but introducing products that maybe allow some more flexibility, especially at the more expensive that this contract gets.
I've
have
been
some other options out there.
about the NQ for years. Is like,
Right.
we really need quarter ticks or quarter points in the NQ.
Right. Yeah. At some point, Jack, the NASDAQ's going to be trading 50,000, right? Do we need, or should it go the way of the Dow, where it's just, has the Dow always been that way? Do you know? Probably not, right?
I don't know. You know, I don't pay much attention to it, but like they tend to like roll
Wrong person to
off.
ask.
Like the original, the OG equities contract was the big S&P, and
Right.
I assume if they follow that, we'll kind of do the same things with the others. Where eventually, so right now, let's say around 26,000, the nominal like value is about of a NQ contract is like $520,000 or something. Eventually, so if it got to 50,000, we'd be looking like at $1 million per contract. And I'm sure they're just paying attention to the volume, etc. We double that, the volume will pick up big in the micros. Maybe they'll release a nano or something, and then eventually they'll kind of roll. That's why we call these, the big contracts now, we still call the E-mini.
Right.
Yes, that's
right.
a relic of the fact that there used to be a big one.
A bigger one, right. Good point there. I mean, the micro NASDAQ right now, outside, I think we looked at it yesterday, outside of the 10 years, the most traded volume product, right? Looking at the micros.
Counting the ZN.
Yeah, counting the ZN. ZN right now traded 1,397,000 contracts, and you got micro NASDAQ 1,158,000 contracts. So it is number 2. Sure, the
Soon to be these nano and silver, right? Because we got the mini, which
Yeah.
is 5,000 ounces. Then we have
right.
the micro, which is 1,000. And now we'll have the nano, which is 100 ounces.
Yeah.
Whatever they're going to call
Continuing to push here. At that point, don't trade it, right? If you got to go smaller than that, we're microscopic silver contracts. But if it gets that
take
expensive,
delivery
we
on
get back
that
up
one.
to right. Just flip you a nickel. 25,990 25,996 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 70.11 last trade here in the S&P. We are seeing the equities continue to push off that headline. Again, that was one of the highest volume candles that we saw all day. We closed above that, and the NASDAQ is just running to the upside now, back above 26,000. And this has been the area of contention, right? Can the NASDAQ sustain price and volume above 26,000? We will see here, but a really nice push here. Who's long right now? Who's long in the chat? I'm looking at the tilt. 69% long in the NASDAQ, 66% long in the S&P. Who's catching this move to the upside here?
I want to get long silver. Man, Nvidia's up 1.25%.
Silver surfer. Yeah. Right. Off that news, you would not expect that,
session
right?
highs. Yeah, we're
shook it off.
nearing at session highs here in Nvidia. There goes silver back up to 89.
Is Microsoft still making all-time highs as well?
No.
Google? No, we're down 1.5%.
Oh, it was Google. It was Google. My bad.
Yeah.
Google's doing well. Silver breaking through 89. Oh, look at a lot of traders are long. A lot of the traders are long.
Nice job catching a piece of that move. Shout out to my guy Doom. I saw Doom in the chat. We were on air not that long ago, and he said, "Buy the bombs, right? Buy." And what does that mean? We had that tape bomb. We had that, knee-jerk reaction to a headline, and we talked about it earlier. We saw Jack take that long in the house account. It can be scary to take that trade, but great prices don't last for very long, right? Off of that extreme volatility. That was the low of the move so far, and the NASDAQ's up 160 points from there. We got the S&P up 26 points from that point. It's a scary trade. But even if you don't catch the low, it's a sign of a reversal. Dakota, I'm sure that you see a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute in the NASDAQ.
Yeah. I'll take a look. I know if I'm going to take silver delivery, Doom, will you deliver it? Doom can go pick it up.
Doom delivering the silver to Dakota. $89 here, Dakota.
Oh, man. Yeah, look at that net.
We reject. Yeah, that's an insane move here. We're right back up at yesterday's high in the NASDAQ, 26,020 and a half. We got a high of the day, 2645.50, which we made on that CPI print. That seems like the target here. We got back above 50% of the CPI candle. Seeing some buying stepping in there. Can we go take out the high of the day? As that looks like it's our leader right now.
NASDAQ our leader. Silver. Just tapping on these all-time highs. Where do we buy it, Jay?
And that's the thing, right? On a higher time frame, it's in a clear uptrend, but this is where we rejected a couple times. So far it's been 3 rejections up here. What do we got? We got silver. Silver settles, I think it's a half hour before gold. The next dip.
Yeah. We're up.
Where does your risk go if you buy it here?
Yeah, that's what I've been looking for, waiting for. This week alone, silver's up 11, almost 12%. And it's Tuesday. It's
Right.
Yeah.
Tuesday.
And when I'm talking about those CPI candles, I'm looking at a 1 minute. I'm looking at a 3 minute on my chart. On the 1 minute, we're right at the high of that CPI candle in the NASDAQ. There's a reason I look at 3 minutes instead of one. I told you guys I took a short this morning in the S&P. If I took the short based on the 1 minute, I would have gotten stopped out. But allowing the data to kind of flow through the markets, from there, I look at a 3. But that 1 minute candle, we are above the high here in the NASDAQ, continuing to push.
We're already at the end of
This could have been
fast
such a
markets,
great
man.
end of the show. We'd be like,
Wow.
we're about to hit that 70, 16, 3/4 right now. But you know what? Markets do what they're going to do.
Yes, they do. Great trading with you guys, though. Jack, Dakota, Jack, nice trade in the house count. Dakota, nice trade there in silver. We saw, I think, pretty much all winning trades on fast markets this morning. We got Hogue coming in with the morning recap. He's going to remind us exactly of what we did this morning. And then after that, Dakota sticking around to trade with JD and Dolby with a little 3-man weave trade with Topstep. If you haven't done so already, hit the thumbs up button, like, and subscribe. We are on the way to 200,000 subscribers here at TopstepTV. We couldn't do these shows without all of you. We appreciate you being here each and every morning and making us a part of your trading day. Morning recap coming up with Hogue after this. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
Even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
What's up, everybody out there? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, and what I want to talk about here is the new dashboard. So we have updated all the account management tools. They have simplified everything. So that includes managing resets, managing rebuild dates, and most importantly, managing those payouts. Trust me, it's going to make all of our lives a lot easier. So trade well out there.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes greatest things here at Topstep.
Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on.
All right. Yes. This is not fast markets. It is a morning recap. Good morning, everybody. As always, thank you for joining us today. We hope that you're having an excellent trading day. As always, we're going to check out the house accounts trade today, of course, and some of the trades that were taken during fast markets. So taking a look first at crude oil, we did not take the opening range trade in gold because of the CPI numbers. That's all right. As far as crude is concerned, looking at the context on the 30-minute chart, we have, let me get back here. We have the market opening with some considerable overnight inventory to the long side. The market had already been testing the weekly kickoff high several times before the open. With the overnight inventory, I didn't really hate the short, but I was thinking maybe we'd get some more testing of that weekly kickoff high. It had been visited so many times. I believed we were probably getting ready to kind of break any of the selling that was going on up there. But on the 5-minute chart, let's take a look. The opening range trade broke us to the long side, long 2 micros, 60.51. We had our stop hit. And I thought pretty much far enough away. It was really only about $50 of risk. but we like to put the stop outside, or at least, to some degree outside of the other extreme of the opening range. I thought we had it far enough away. Obviously not. We got our stop hit at 60.26, down $56, and that pretty much put in the low. Them's the breaks. This is trading, folks. No guarantees of anything. Then we saw some news come out. President Trump saying he was cutting off communications with Iran. Of course, that's going to affect crude oil, and the market really kind of pushed right through that weekly kickoff high. We ate up all those sellers up there. If they didn't pull those orders, we ate them up, and the market continued to push to the upside. Was looking for an opportunity for the market to come back to that very level, 60.80, the weekly kickoff high, for a potential long. It just happened too quick, wasn't paying attention, and the market is really just kind of holding up here against the initial balance high, IB high, 61.43. Now, let's take a look. We had Dakota come in. We got silver, continuing to put up new all-time highs. Dakota came in late in the session. Of course, we know that the market opened with a slight session gap. And if the market doesn't close the gap relatively early, what's the general guidelines is we're looking for opportunities for longs. So Dakota came in later in the session and took a nice quick long. Was just before the end of fast markets. Got long 3 silver, 88.55. Was out of those before we could even say, oh, you're long at 88.80 for a quick $300 on that. Very nice work. And then before that, we had Coach D on trading copper. She came in already up about, I don't know, almost $2,000, maybe more. And she did catch a short in the copper, just trying to get a little bit more context here, a little bit of ranging going on here. But D caught a nice little short here, wasn't in it for too long. You see money, take money, short 5, micro copper, 66.0225. And get out of those, within about 10, 15 minutes at a nice little profit, $420, adding that to her profits at the end of the day. Yeah, she was up about $2,200 when she came in. She had a really nice trade in silver last night, but added to those profits on this trade. Again, getting out of those at about 5.95, 595. Nice trade there. House account. S&Ps. So the S&Ps opened, we put in a new all-time high in extended trading hours. This was on the CPI number. Not looking for that to be a lasting high with good probability. The market kind of broke. We were talking all the way down about, let's see, we're looking for some sort of basing for which to buy the S&Ps and or the NASDAQ. So the S&Ps kind of pushed lower, and and about this time, the NASDAQ put in a failed downside auction. So Jack bought 3 micro MES 69.87, and the orders got out of 2 of those at pretty good profit of almost 10 points on those. Moved his stop up to break even. There was some news about Nvidia and chips and China that caused the algos to try and barrel into this thing into some shorts. And that was just enough to take out our stop at basically break even, but still a very good trade. Market still continuing to rotate higher. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. We had Mandy earlier trading the NASDAQ, but I'm kind of going to go into a little bit of course, the context of the market. So the NASDAQ opened in range and in value. We usually expect better trade location when that happens, and that definitely proved to be true today. So far, the best trade location of the day was at the initial balance high, at the overnight high, the 730 bar for the CPI numbers. Put in that high, we tested up to it, could not trade above it. Sellers came in and put in the initial balance low. about the same. About 9:30 to 10 o'clock bar. Put in the failed downside auction, and you're barely going to be able to see it. Just a little peek below that initial balance low, coming back inside the initial balance. We called it at the time. That's when Jack got long the S&Ps, and the market is continuing to rotate higher. The real target for this failed downside auction would probably be the initial balance high, 26,042.75. Mandy, the sniper, very quick, very good trader. She came up some good money, added to some profits. She got short 3 micros here at 25,840 for about a 10-point profit. That's not a 1-point profit. That's a 10-point profit. And then she ended up getting long off these lows here after we were kind of looking at that failed downside auction. House account was already long 3. Mandy saw something on her charts and said, you know what? I like these longs. She got long 3M and Cube, 25,858 for another nice, almost a 30-point win on those, finishing up fast markets up about $1,400. And you saw her use the tools on Topstep. The most she can lose is, I think, about $700. So even if she chooses to continue to trade, she has guaranteed that she will be a profitable trader at the end of the day. Now, let's take a look at the quotable quote. All right. So Seneca tells us it is better to conquer grief than to deceive it. And when it comes to trading, yeah, there can be a lot of grief. I mean, you're going to be taking losses. That's just part of the game. And you got to be able to accept those. And some of those losses are probably going to create what I like to call venom. And that venom in your veins is poison. So you're better off figuring out a way to release that venom instead of deceiving yourself into saying, well, it doesn't matter. It's going to matter, but you find a way to let go of those bad feelings and that venom when you are taking losses. And of course, so much in trading bleeds into the rest of your life. When things happen to you outside of trading that create grief, and there's lots of things that can do that, make sure that you try and conquer that grief. It's going to be very difficult at times. It's never going to be easy, but you have to be able to accept things that you cannot control, and things that you cannot control can create grief. And the ability to conquer it instead of burying it inside you and letting it fester will be immensely helpful, not only in life but in trading. So conquer grief. Don't deceive it. Don't deceive it. On that note, we are going to have some fun here with Trade with Topstep. We got JD and Dolby joined by Dakota coming up here next. This is Topstep TV, folks. Let's go.
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time once again to trade with Topstep. Over there on the right, my other bookend, Dolby Time. You know him by his face, you know him by his name. And the man in the middle, Mr. Dakota. We're coming off a hot, fast market session. The markets were moving. Money was flying around. How's it going? Anything happen in the last half hour or so, Dakota? You doing anything?
Yeah,
right
I
now?
mean, my focus has been silver. I see the NASDAQ is still hovering around 26,000, but silver is just flying around. Like you said, it's moving. We've been trying to hold above these 89s, and you can see over here on this 100-tick chart how volatile it really is. Like these moves, like they're not small. Like that's a 0.5%. That's just a nice 90-tick move. If you're in 1 micro, that's almost $500. And then just an instant bounce right back up. And so we're seeing that movement and this volatility here in silver. So I'm just watching for opportunities. This is the market that I have been trading. It's been in my focus. I've been watching the NASDAQ every once in a while, but it seems like it's chopping around 26,000 for now. So I'm going to be trading the market that's presenting a little more opportunities right now. Silver.
For sure. Looking at that chart that you're showing.
Green, man. I'm green on the day. I was down $100. I'm now up 300, and just looking for these opportunities.
It's a nice turnaround. Looking at that chart, Dakota, it looks like there's opportunity on both sides of this market, going long and going short. Would you ever short silver?
No.
Did that ever cross your mind?
No, I have, yes, but I've tried not to, JD. I've tried not to. I told Jay, don't let me short silver, because sometimes during slow markets, there's really good setups from a technical standpoint, and I'll get in short. That's how I was down $100 last night, because the setup for the technical, and it looks like a really good short for the risk reward and the opportunity, but it just gets bought right back up. It's just so scary to be short. And when it does sell off, you've seen how violent it can sell off. Like these are some violent moves to the downside, and so you gotta be quick. You gotta be quick with it.
Yep.
And
fall in love with a position on the short side of this market. That's for sure. For silver. Dolby Time with the keys to the house account.
Vroom.
Our new resident Russell trader. Did you happen to notice that 4 of our top 5 P&L traders from yesterday were all trading the Russell?
Get out of here.
Really?
It's the truth. It's the truth.
Make the Russell cool again.
We'll be setting trends here. Let's get into it. Are you looking at Russell right now?
Yeah, of course.
Market of choice today?
Well, maybe not market of choice, but I'm certainly looking at it. Yeah, nice little ranges have formed in the Russell. There's been a really nice bounce at 10:30, so that's right when Euro closed up. That's probably about when NASDAQ decided to bounce as well, if I had to guess, without even looking at the chart. It looks pretty tight right now as far as the range goes. I don't necessarily really know where I would be hopping in for Russell, like maybe 46.9. We could get back down there again. I'm actually a little bit more intrigued on this NASDAQ. We were talking about, I think, shorts with Dakota during Power Hour yesterday about shorting the 26,000s ended up being worth like 30 or 40 points or something. So maybe that trade is back on, because that range has been very good in the NASDAQ. And we have big news tomorrow. So that leads me to believe that probably not going to be breaking out until, was that PPIs tomorrow? And also, we have, tariff news, tentative in parentheses. So if the market's going to be in weight, then I would expect this to kind of just bat back and forth a little bit. So that range for the NASDAQ I have on the, let's say like the 1 hour or the 4 hour is like 25,840-ish. Let's say 820s up to about 26,020. And then maybe there's something similar in the RTY that's possible, but I was looking at these 2651s, but we've already broken up and out of those. So we'll see. Maybe there's some shorts in the indices to be had here. If I had to lean anywhere.
Chat saying you got the helmet beanie, looking like one of those NFL players.
It's my Guardian cap. That's exactly right.
Your Guardian cap.
Don't want to. Oh, that's my computer.
You're open.
Everything okay?
My drum stand. Yeah, I knocked over.
I heard it.
Practice pad.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hold
Yeah,
on.
that move in the NASDAQ that you were just looking at, that V-shaped formation, some of our friends here at Topstep would call that a treasure map formation. That perfect V bottom. Giving you the answers, setting it up. Yes, the Supreme Court opinion on tariffs, it's still tentative on a lot of schedules. We'll see if that actually happens tomorrow. But we got quite a bit going on tomorrow. So I imagine there is still some money on the sidelines right now. But there's still opportunity in these markets. We got volatility.
Oh yeah, yeah. I maybe we can take physical delivery here at Topstep with the 100-ounce nano futures here in silver.
Some silver? Yeah.
Yeah. Let's
would
see
be
if we can
fun.
convince the team to take some physical delivery. It's 100 ounces now, so it's more reasonable.
We could have a
My
nice
silver
unboxing.
coins.
What's that?
Send us all 100 ounces. Yeah.
100 ounces.
You got a silver coin collection, Dolby? What do you got?
Oh, I got a bunch of them. Yeah. Let me go find them.
He's just right there. You have him on the side.
That's funny. That's funny.
Grabbing him. All right.
Doom says it must be cold outside. It's in the 40s here in
here's
Chicago
one.
right now, but it's gonna get real cold
there we
this
go.
weekend. What's that one?
Yep.
Is that a
1 ounce.
buffalo? Oh,
There we go.
Yep. It's in just like a drawer full of stuff. So if I ever pass away, y'all are gonna have to dig through all my stuff. So good luck.
where's the coin collection? Next to the butter. Yeah.
Yep.
Bottom drawer underneath the JD, do you remember those the blow up thing that we had for like one of our celebrations? It was the red guy, like the desk size.
Oh
one.
yeah.
Yeah, it's underneath
still
there
got that?
somewhere. Oh yeah, it's in the bottom drawer. There somewhere.
Ooh, Dolby, we got some movement in the NASDAQ right now. Some sellers stepping in.
Son of a.
We are back below settlement price.
Ooh, wow. Okay.
25,956 settlement price in NASDAQ. We're right on top of it right now. Got an overnight VWAP, 25,928. Decent target.
Well, that's too bad. That would have been a hell of a short right there. That's 50 points right off the rip.
You were talking about it too.
Yeah, I know.
Well, do we
Then I
wait
got
for
distracted by RTY, and then I knocked over my drum pad and disconnected my monitor.
And then we got deep into the silver coin collection. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
These things happen. These things happen.
Distractions.
You wait for you wait for the lower end of this range that we've been in. Would you call this a range?
I mean, I just try to ask myself, where would buyers come back in again if I was trying to get long, and where would sellers come in again? And I think it was pretty obvious for sellers. It's 26,000. So we're kind of stuck in the middle of the range here for the MNQ. I mean, the 50% retracement of this range would put us at around 25,926, which is kind of lightly
5 points
traded
away.
if you look at the volume profile. So maybe that would be a nice spot to grab along. We can get down there. Keep an eye on
Lines
that
up
one.
nicely with that overnight VWAP I was just talking about. We've got a level of confluence.
We'll take that.
Buyer stepping into silver again right here.
Shocker.
We did get down to those 88.60s. See if we could push back through these 89s. We're, like I said, just under all-time highs that we made this morning during fast markets. I think it came in at what? Right at the open? Yeah, first 15, 30 minutes of the open, we made all-time highs. 89.20. And let's see if we can make that run through to all-time highs again.
Mm-hmm. About 20 minutes into the
Traded
session, it looks like.
Did a little bit of silver this morning, and got to say, 1 micro is all you need. And don't stick around too long. Get your money and get the hell out of there.
Yep.
You can get
Nanos
it.
are coming though, Toby. The nanos are
good.
coming. Don't worry.
Good.
The nanos are coming.
They're gonna be what? So 100 ounces. It's gonna be 1/10 of $5. It's gonna be what? 50 cents a tick.
50 cents a tick. Yeah.
That's way better.
Interesting to see.
Way better. That's good though.
I like the conversation you guys had about condensing markets. Like, do we even need quarter ticks in the NASDAQ anymore? I think we should have 5-point ticks on the NASDAQ. It should trade. One tick should be worth $100 in the NQ.
Depends on the day, though. Some days we just get like a 10-point range. CME
used to be an
raises
awesome-
silver margin rates tonight. Is that true, Dan?
I haven't gotten a notification from my broker yet, but I'll let you know if I do.
Neither have I.
Cool. So for RTY, looking at 26.55 evens as a potential short area. And NASDAQ, there's no trade right now. But RTY is getting pretty close.
Actually, I better
to
check.
that level. What's up, Gus?
Yeah, no notifications on margins for me yet. I always get delayed. I feel like I'm always the last one to know sometimes.
Sometimes it's fine though.
Yeah. Does it affect me? Not really.
Man, RTY, really nice bid. It's only up 0.18%, but chart looks real nice.
Yeah, I still got nothing about silver margins yet. If it happens, I'll know right after the close.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
we'll know.
typically when I get my notifications. Yeah.
You know, we hear a lot of people having success with silver. Who in chat has had a hard time trading silver?
Ooh.
It's always the winners who are pretty vocal. Gotta be honest.
I struggled a little bit at the beginning of the year. Had a little losing streak, but now I'm back on the saddle, so to speak, and starting to get more consistency out of silver.
Nice.
By not shorting it.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you have a horse now, speaking of saddles, Dakota?
Yeah. Yep. And it's named the NASDAQ NQ.
Ooh. It's not named Hi-Ho Silver.
No, I named it too soon. Yeah.
You got a mini horse too, didn't you? Did you get both of them? Or just the one?
Yeah, that's my sister's. It's my sister's, and I told
you got
her
the
to
micro
name
and the
it
mini.
Micro. Yeah, Micro, but I don't know his name.
Micro and mini. That's funny.
Uh-huh.
All right, let's check in on this tilt and see what's moving. It's relatively flat on the tilt right now. 58%, 56% long in the ES, 58% long in the NQ, 53% short in crude, and 57% short in gold. So tilt's going a bit flat. And silver's really
we got an
quieted
offer in
down
for
a little
RTY.
bit. Working an offer?
56.2.
56.2. 56.2. I think you're going to get them here. We got a little rip happening.
Just short it?
Yep. Range trade. It's a
Okay.
range trade.
All right.
55. Got up to, what was the high print there? 55.80.
Yeah.
It's by 4 ticks. I think you'll get it.
Yeah, RTY is pretty fun to trade. Yeah, we have that nice little consolidation that we had around like 7:30 to about 8:30, and broke down below that, and now we're coming back up and kind of testing the lower range of that range that I was just talking about, which was between 26.56 and 26.62. So maybe the support becomes resistance, and this just ends up selling back off into the middle somewhere. Like I said, with so much news coming up tomorrow, and us already kind of being at lunchtime, I'm not really anticipating the market doing, flashy new things.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a scary trade. Right.
So tempting to short silver here. If this was not silver, if this is just like the NASDAQ, I would be looking for a short based off this price action.
Mm-hmm. Gabe is the only person I've seen successfully short silver so far.
NASDAQ is basically...
Got a question in the chat. Say again, Dakota?
No, I was just saying NASDAQ just hanging around settlement, it looks like.
Yeah. Let's trade in the ES 7006. We got a question in the chat from name doesn't sound familiar. Never stopped out. What a handle. Never stopped out. Just wait. He says, can you Topstep people? Can you people tell me what's the longest green day streak on the XFA? I'm trying to contend. No red days since November 7th. Obviously, this trader wasn't around for the Delesh days, right? Do we need to talk about Delesh? Does everybody remember?
Of course we do.
Delesh.
Legend.
So close to 100 days. Trading days.
93 consecutive green days for Delesh.
Epic.
Incredible.
That's the longest I can remember, to be honest. 93 days.
Yeah. And that was $1. Longest winning streak of at least over 150. I don't know. It was up there though. I know for my XFA, I had 2 months, but I didn't. It wasn't a winning streak because some of them wasn't over 150.
Winning days are overrated, or consecutive winning days are overrated. It's nice, but you know, it's like $50. Great. You could also make like, you know, 100 grand in a day, and then you know, have a losing streak after that.
Do you guys put stock in those numbers? Seeing how many consecutive winning days another trader has, does it really mean anything to you? Like,
no, it shouldn't. If it does,
then
you gotta rethink your priorities for sure.
Yeah.
If someone else's trading means something to you and it has an effect on your own trading, yeah, just keep following your process. Keep following your process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I suppose it's good entertainment, you know, just to see what people are doing. We have access to the data, so we might as well share it.
Yeah,
we will again eventually, but at the same time, you know,
I could get behind like winning months, winning quarters. Like, hey, this guy's been doing really well, and putting those quarters, like, hey, 4 quarters in a row, 8 quarters in a row, then you got yourself something.
Yeah, because 3 quarters is not enough.
No, you need 4 to get to $1.
Yeah, you also need 4 to get to win a playoff game. You know, I would be looking.
Guardian hat, yeah.
Throwing jabs, jab.
Man, if I was a coach, what I would really be looking for is daily loss limit consistency. I think is something that's really important, and it's not sexy. It's like, what's the Delesh version of someone who maintained a $250 daily loss limit for 100 days. Like, that is, to me, way more impressive and a greater sign of longevity than saying just stacking winners over and over and over and over again. Because it's hard. You know, when I was doing customer service stuff, there was maybe, I could count on one hand a person who, you know, soft crashed their trading combine, which is they just hit their personal daily loss limit like 4 or 5 days in a row and then blew the account. Typically it's, you know, +1, -1, +1, -1, -10, and they lose the account and it's all gone.
Yeah. And that's what happened to Delesh. He let it all go in a single day. 93 days worth of hard work. Gone in the blink of an eye. Oof. Broke my heart to see him go down like that.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Been there.
Super nice guy, though. I talked to him via email. He was very
oh yeah
sincere about it. It was, for him, it was just a personal goal to see if he could do it.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
He fought back quite a few trading days too. I would check out his trade report every single day. He'd be down pretty decent size, and he'd fight his way back to get back in the green.
Yeah, that's
never took home a huge profit, but every day was a fight. Delesh, if you're in the chat, raise your hand. Tell us you're here. Show us you're here. I miss him so much.
As soon as you're in red, it becomes a chase, man. It becomes a chase.
That's the problem. Because now you're focused on profits and stuff and not about, managing risk. It's like, oh, I'm red. I have to get this back to maintain the streak. I don't know if that's a great mindset to be in.
No, nope. I wrote like a 1 or 2 page post on Friday over the weekend about this. Talked about it a little bit. It is a chase. As soon as you see red and you start getting that mindset, it's all downhill from there.
It's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
It might work until it doesn't, right?
Everything works till it doesn't, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're seeing some price action in silver here.
Oh, whoa. Yeah, RTY.
What's going on, Russell?
Whoa, something's happening.
I got the Russell chart
Something
up.
happened.
It's taking a dive. Something's going on. Let me pull up the juice.
Buy
There's
it.
got to be some news.
Buy it. Do we buy it? Do we buy this? We sold off a little bit.
Maybe.
Maybe.
We did hit that 50% retracement in NASDAQ and got a nice 25-point bounce. We missed that RTY.
What are these tape bombs about?
I don't know.
Oh, now my juice is frozen. There's got to be something out. I just refreshed financial juice and
Is it?
locked
Oh,
up
it's
on
this. The U.S. can take action on Greenland in weeks or months. USA Today.
Oh, there it is. I see it now.
11:31.
Yep.
That's moving the markets. Weeks or months.
I mean, silver went from
very vague
down to 44 and bounced right back up. It's just another one of those headlines. Did the same thing happen in equities?
Let's take
that
a
was just a
look.
little-
Yeah.
Just a little
That was
blip.
an algo move.
You think so?
Yeah, it looks
It
like
had
it.
to have been.
It's just we'd seen it earlier. We should have just bought the dang dip. BTFD. Who bought it? Anybody buy that?
Who bought it?
That's
Not
exactly
I.
what it was.
45 points off that 50% retracement. Damn. That would have been a good one. Too fast, though. You must have had like a limit order in there if you were trying to get tagged. I don't know if join bid would have gotten filled.
Some tried. Some got in it. Jay bought 2 ES. We're just talking.
Dan
You
Emmons
gotta be
heard
quick.
it. Yeah.
You gotta be really quick with it.
So fast.
The tick strike
Faster
voice
than
news
ever.
on financial juice I heard is excellent. Dan Emmons, is that what you're looking? Is that what you're listening to? Tick strike.
Tick strike.
Your juice was a little frozen, huh, JD?
Yeah, Dan Emmons says he heard the headline 30 seconds before it hit the actual tape.
Oh, wow.
My financial juice just flat out froze up on me.
Maybe gotta make a phone call there, JD.
I know, right?
Get our
What
stuff
am I paying
upgraded.
for?
Yeah, right? I want it now.
Greenland comments. How do you guys feel about Greenland being the 51st state? How many people live in
Well,
Greenland? Does anybody know the population off the top of their head?
It's like 50,000 or something. It's not a lot.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, my idea, JD, was that we renounce our U.S. citizenship, become Greenlanders, collect a paycheck, and then we become United States citizens again when they buy Greenland.
Mm-hmm. They're offering cash payouts for
I'm saying.
for citizenship transfer, aren't they? They're giving up to like $100,000.
I just, free money. Free money. I don't know how
How
hard it is to
green
become a
is
citizen of
Greenland?
Greenland.
Is it really green?
It's not. It's snowy.
No, it's there's more green in Iceland than there is in Greenland, right? Isn't that isn't that what they say?
Yep. The Vikings named it.
There's more ice in Greenland and more green in Iceland.
All right.
I mean, all I know is that they're not getting a whole lot of sunlight right now. We got to order in 55s.
No, we're not actually discussing this. We are not policymakers. We are our conversations have nothing. They sway nothing in either direction ever. Back to the markets.
Financial advice.
Anything happen on the tilt?
I'm
Nothing
looking for
happened
a
on the
long
tilt.
silver. Still looking for a long
Looking for
silver.
a long
We're
and
topping
silver.
around. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just sniffing around this RTY level here. Cannot quite get filled yet. We'll see if we can, though.
You're still working those
That's a pretty
offers
good-
at 64? What is it?
Yeah, we're
50,
like
I'm sorry,
55.
56?
26.55
55.
or 55.4.
Okay.
We're just looking for a little
Got
run,
it. Got it.
little stop run. Just cannot quite get filled yet.
So how do we even react to the news? Well, you typically wouldn't, right? You wait, let the price like settle. Today we seen one event earlier, and we sold off and just immediately bounced. And so there is possibly a trade if you see a nice sweep. I mean, just the way today's been reacting, market's been buying it right back up. It's not a strategy by any means for me anyway, or it's just the way the market's been reacting. We sell off and it gets bought right back up.
We're not really news
eyeballing along
traders
right here in silver.
as day traders.
I
Oh yeah.
I am long 1 micro right now. 88.82. 1 micro
88,
silver.
82. Long 1 micro silver. 88.82. Let's pull up that silver chart. That micro silver chart. Dakota is long. Oh, real quick before I forget, pinned to the top of the chat right now. You got some questions? We've got some answers coming up after the shoulder tap in just a little bit. We've got another session of group coaching. Gabe's going to be here with Vince and Coach Hoop to answer your questions here live on Topstep TV. Grab that form that's pinned to the top of the chat if you have a question for one of them or all three of them. Fill out that form, and they will do their best to get to your question and answer it live right here on Topstep TV. Group coaching, 12:15 p.m. Central Time. Don't miss it.
Oh,
I'm out. Minus
NASDAQ is
$100.
really tightened up.
Minus $100.
Minus 100?
I think yep. I was looking for this breakout right over these 76s, and we did not get it. It just reversed. So tight risk. Minus $100. The risk reward on that, if we get back up to those 89s, I mean, risk 100 to make 200 or 300. I'm happy with cutting that one. Quick.
Would you try to get back in again at like 88.40?
88.40. No, it depends on the price structure. I don't want to buy it if we're just going down there. I want to see breakouts. And it happened before a moment ago. These fake outs to the upside lately. So I want to continue to watch, looking for opportunities to buy it for a pushback towards 89 or these all-time highs. If we do get down there, maybe we run this back down to 88. 88 round number.
Is silver like round numbers? Does it even care?
Yeah, it does. I mean, look at 89, right? Look
Yeah.
how many times we've bounced off of it. 89. And I mean, every market likes round numbers to an extent.
Who doesn't like round numbers? Makes you feel good.
Yeah, sure, Dobie.
We've had a lot of traders piling into the silver market too. We don't have permission to share the data just yet. It's coming, but when I show you the percentage change year over year, I've got the information. Just waiting on approval to share it. But it'll blow your mind when you see that year over year percentage increase.
I believe it. I mean, that's our job as traders, right? We are ultimately liquidity
strike where the iron's hot, right? Yeah,
of course. I mean, that's why so many people were trading crude oil back in the day.
Yeah,
because crude oil was
2013.
Those are fun times. Everyone traded crude. It's like 90% of the people at Topstep traded crude. Now it's like 2% of the people. I mean, people just flow like water to whatever market's moving.
Oh, that market sucks so bad to trade now.
Crude? It does suck. It used to be awesome though.
That's traders for you, in and out, same day. Now we're watching silver and the metals and a little bit of the regular equities.
Looking at a 30-minute chart in silver, Dakota volume is really taking a nosedive.
Yeah,
well, it's the 8 o'clock Central Time open.
The close on silver is what time is it? 11:30?
12:30.
Yeah.
We got about 50 minutes, just under an hour until silver settles.
Oh, 12:30 Central, and gold
That
is
really
1:30
hasn't.
Central?
Yeah.
Oh.
Gold and silver are both 12:30 Central Time. Crude oil is
Oh, they both
1:30.
are. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, the session lows is
But it
about
really
1%.
hasn't made a difference. Yeah. Even though that
What
settlement
has
price is established at 12:30 Central Time, like that market continues to move. Both markets, gold and silver, metals continue to move well
Oh,
after
yeah.
settlement price is established.
Yeah.
Most of the larger institutional investors, they do their business on the open, and what used to be the old pit trading hours closed 12:30, which was when the CME or the exchange establishes settlement price for that market. Obviously, it continues to trade for another couple of hours till 4 o'clock Central Time. But you see a drop in volume after that 12:30 Central Time. Institutional traders still respect those old pit trading hours, and they do their business between 7:20 and 12:30. That's why you see
should come take a
those
look at
volume
slow
spikes right
market.
around there.
You should come take a look at slow markets and the silver and how silver moves during slow markets. From
I believe it.
Slow market starts at 7:30 p.m. Central, but silver starts moving right at the open, like right as the new session starts, which is insane. And sometimes we'll get $1 moves in silver in like minutes. I mean, we're seeing it here in the New York session.
Silver does not ask for permission, just does.
It just goes.
It doesn't even ask. Yeah, it doesn't even ask for forgiveness after.
Nope. Gold's bad. Gold's at settlement. Gold's basically at settlement scratch for the day, and silver's up about 4%. So I wouldn't mind seeing silver down to 88. Good cut. Thanks, Coach Hoop. Yeah, I'm happy. Taking these little small losses. I mean, so far today I took 2 trades last night. I was down $100. 2 trades today, 1 winner, 1 loser, and I'm net up $200. So win percentage is like 25%, and still green. Happy about that.
It's a payout profit right there. Anything over $150, you're in payout territory.
And that's all we can ask for.
No win streaks there.
No win streaks.
Still making
no
money.
win streaks here. No. No. At this rate, I might be able to pay for a new kicker's salary. I'm part owner.
That's true.
I know a guy who's part owner of Green Bay Packers.
That is true.
Is he a resident
You guys
of
are
Green
gonna
Bay?
draft one.
I don't know. I know they're passing around a GoFundMe account. I'm not going in there. I can't.
A GoFundMe for the kicker? What is it?
No. For a new kicker. We need a new kicker.
Oh. Are people actually contributing to that?
No,
I'm kind of curious now.
No, there is
Someone
not. I'm
just
saying
ripping off
I
a bunch
might
of
as well
people.
just start one. I'll start one here in silver.
How do you become a part owner of the Green Bay Packers? Isn't it owned by the city of Green Bay?
Yeah, I think you have to be a resident.
Franchise?
You have to be a resident, I think. I don't know.
I
I'd
know
love
that
to, though.
city pensions. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that like city pensions and whatnot are directly tied to the success of the Green Bay Packers.
I think it'd be really cool. That'd be that's a goal in my life right there. I might move to Green Bay, Wisconsin, just for that.
They'd never take you. I'm joking. We just had a 600 lap pop into the ES at 7,001. 600 working at 7,001. We're right there right now.
All right, silver.
Silver's
down.
puking.
It's puking.
Yeah, it's all the way down. I was talking to 88.40. We're already down to 88 evens practically.
Oh, they issue public shares, Dan Emmons says. Okay. Hey, well, you know what? Time. Whew. My first payout here on this account is going to be directly towards the share of a Green Bay. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. Let's go.
I want to see if the 600 trades out. Gabe will bring you in for news as soon as we know if this 600 lot's going to trade out in the S&P. We're a couple ticks away. Well, kind of running away from it right now. Just a little bit.
Silver's continuing to push a little bit lower. We had that's a pretty bearish close. We failed to break above 89. We failed to break all-time highs, and now we're pushing back down towards these lows.
I think there's a little bit of
Almost to
room to the
88.
downside for silver. I mean, the 30-minute range is very, very clean. And so if I'm a buyer, it's like I'd be more than happy to wait till 87.60 to test the bottom of that range. So I don't know if 88s are necessary to hop in for longs if you can just wait a little bit longer. Obviously, it might not get all the way down there, but if you're a range trader, you're looking at the 87.60s in silver, maybe the 50s if you want to stop run.
I gotta take advantage of this. It looks like if you know how to get me a share of the Green Bay Packers, reach out. There's my Instagram in the chat. Reach out to me. I'm interested. I'm a buyer. I'm sold.
Sleepy Mocha says those shares aren't actual equity in the team, and I kind of believe that.
That's okay. I just if it's a sentimental thing, I'll trade you an ounce of silver.
I'm gonna pass down.
Get it framed, put it on your fridge.
Yeah.
Put it on your fridge. What's this? Packers ownership. All right, let's get off the Packer subject, and let's bring in Gabe for a quick news break.
Consumer prices rose 2.7% last month, which is slightly more than economists were expecting. The annual pace of inflation remained the same from November. Analysts say despite modest improvement over last year, inflation is still presenting affordability concerns for many Americans. Inflation numbers are calculated by the Bureau of Labor Statistics using the Consumer Price Index.
PPI out tomorrow. CPI came in a little cool today. See how PPI looks tomorrow. Consumer prices versus producer prices. Did that 7,001 trade out? You know, you turn your head for a second. There was 600 offered at 7,001. Did anybody see if it traded out?
I did not see it. My eyes are on silver selling off here.
Yeah.
We broke through 88s.
Come on down, silver. We still have this offering in R2Y. I don't know if we're going to get it. I thought NASDAQ was going to break down below its 50% retracement of its range, but ended up finding support again around 25,925.
Lumber Trader says it filled. Lumber Trader, are you actually a lumber trader?
Ooh. Buyer stepping in. And hold it above 88.
I feel like
my father, Coach Jack, who will be on here at 1 o'clock Central Time, spent quite a few years in the lumber pit at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange.
Was he trading yards of lumber? Is that what they call him?
Board feet. Board feet.
All right. Man, silver's starting to pick up some steam here.
Yeah, no kidding.
It sure is a volatile market.
I mean, the 5-minute candles are long and strong to the downside.
Yeah, the New York session low is 87.50, right? 87.49. Curious if we go test that. The close is in about
level, doesn't it?
40 minutes. We're still up 3.3%. NASDAQ still around settlement. Gold turning red. Slightly under settlement.
Slightly. Yeah. We're mid-range in the S&P right now. No diddling in the middle. We covered that during fast markets too. Diddling in the middle.
Ooh, we're in RTY. We are in. We are short 126.55 evens in the RTY.
126.55 even.
Ooh, NASDAQ starting to roll. This might be a really good trade.
25,930 last trade in the NQ. We're right at that overnight view up I was talking about. 25,930, call it now. It's moving up just a little bit. We're on top
We're
of it.
starting to head lower too. If NASDAQ gets below 50%, we might be in really good shape here.
I'm still trading at 7,001 in the ES. Someone in the chat said that 500 lot did trade out. It did, in fact, trade out. I hate that.
Be tempted
Seriously,
to look
turn your head
for
for a second.
long. Tempting to look for a long down here near these session lows. If we
silver?
Yeah, if we get some type of reversal pattern down in this zone around 87.50.
Almost there.
I'm going to be more patient and waiting for the confirmation rather than just buying, because we know how silver can just
wait for structure for sure.
Yeah, have to wait for structure because gold's red, right? So gold's down 0.1% and silver's up 3%. Another 1% sell off from here on silver is like nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to offer one more RTY at 55.5, but we're not going to move our stop. Ooh, this might end up being really good.
Look at that much.
Let's pull up the Russell. Dolby is in a house account short in the Russell.
I mean, NASDAQ is getting pretty wiggly to the downside here. I'm kind of surprised RTY isn't following, but you know, they're not the same market.
Mm-hmm.
If we can get a test of our entry and then sell back off again, we can reduce our risk, probably get down to like break even.
Seen some sellers stepping in the ES also. 69.98 last trade in the S&P. Just broke about 3.5 points. I know that's not major selling, but it happened real fast.
I mean, what would be range to range on an RTY? Maybe 2640s. That'd be like a 15-point RTY trade. That'd be pretty bonkers.
Silver
Still hanging
is
in there though.
There's no buyers here in silver. Wow,
still going.
It's just they're hammering it. Could this be the
Everyone
reaction?
just stepped out of the way, huh?
Yeah, apparently they're hopping out of silver and NASDAQ into the RTY, which I'm a little bit flabbergasted right now.
Poop in the chat. No pun intended, but silver is melting.
Could this be the reaction to the margin bump?
There we go. There we go.
Margin increase?
Come on.
Yeah.
I still haven't gotten a notification about margin increase.
Neither have I. But last time they did, they reacted. I wonder if silver, and we're still up 2.8%, so there's still room to the downside. We just broke the New York session lows.
NASDAQ's still selling too. We're starting to get some price action here, boys. Let's go.
Yep.
Let's go.
S&P falling out of bed, 69.95 last.
RTY being annoyingly resilient right now. Let's get to
Sage-wise Twitch says this is the price action I was expecting yesterday. I think a lot of people were, and shorts just kept getting trapped, and that fueled the rally all day long. Everyone had the same idea yesterday. Sage-wise Twitch.
One time I don't short silver. Yeah, I was just...
All right, we got about 1 minute left here. Dolby's in a nice house account trade in the Russell. You going to hold this for a little bit, Nick? Or are you going to dump it before we leave?
I think so. I mean, everything's selling off, so why wouldn't the RTY still be a good trade here? It's just,
you're back for power hour. I bet you can hang into this. Yeah.
You know, I want to get my risk down, but this needs to sell off a little bit more aggressively.
Silver's
got a test of our entry several times.
Man.
Selling volume increasing. Selling volume definitely increasing as silver breaks.
Woo.
You know, nice boost in volume here.
And NQ down 100 points from the 26,000s. RTY still the most resilient index on Earth right now.
On Earth.
Get out of here.
Small
Get
caps.
out of here, RTY. Come on. I think we can get 26.46.9. We'll do actually 26.46 half. I think we can get 26.47
run
evens.
Nice. Nice. All this movement.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Here we go. Right at the end.
Yes. Go.
All right, guys. Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for Trade with
Come on.
Topstep today. That was a quick hour, wasn't it?
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, that was.
Dolby's in
Yeah,
the
that
short.
was.
Dakota's waiting on some structure in silver. We'll see what happens later on. But we are going to step aside now. Dakota, thanks for sticking around. Appreciate it, brother. And Dolby Time, we'll see you in a little bit. We've got the shoulder tap coming up next. Jack and risk manager Aaron will be here in just a few minutes. And then we've got group coaching. Don't forget, that group coaching question form is pinned to the top of the chat right now. If you got a question for Gabe, Vince, or Hoop, grab that form and fill it out so they can answer your question live here on Topstep TV. All right, we're going to take a short break. Shoulder tap coming up next, right here, Topstep TV. Let's go.
Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
One of my favorite new features in the Topstep dashboard is the real-time trade report processing. Traders no longer have to wait until the end of the trading day to be able to check their progress across their accounts. In addition to that, if you pass your trading combine, you can activate your Express Funded account instantly, giving you the freedom and control to decide when you are ready to take the next step in your journey with us. I think that is really cool.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. Markets are rocking. Headlines are flying. Aaron, manager of risk, is here with us. Aaron, how's everybody doing today?
I hope they're holding on to their pants. Quite a bit of volatility. Maybe some fake outs one way or the other, but overall, traders are doing decent. I think there's a few that have been able to take advantage of the volatility. But make sure we are paying attention to news events, volatility, market conditions, being risk averse to make sure we are holding on to accounts and profits during the day.
Right on. We're getting a little bounce right here. That SPX 6950 level, which is around 6988, 87 in the futures, has been sort of like the Rock of Gibraltar for support right here today. We'll see if that continues or if we pop on through it. But first, do we have any live leaders that we need to discuss?
We sure do. I can call those out verbally here. And shout out to Selvin, Tyler, Collins, and Andis, all of our traders on the live leaderboard. I'm sorry, Selvin, Tyler, Collins, and Nicholas, before we had that update. All of these traders, like I mentioned, have been able to take advantage of the volatility. I think 3 out of the 4 here were trading the NASDAQ. So as we've seen a couple reversals and pullbacks, all these folks were risk averse and able to take advantage of a couple shorts or longs. But either way, shout out to all 4 of these traders. Like I mentioned just a moment ago, make sure we don't give too much back to the markets on a day like today.
Perfect. Well, this is Shoulder Tap. So, Aaron, just like you, I saw it called out in the chat. I got on my risk manager quarter zip. That is the armor of the risk manager. So let's dive into this card and see what we got.
Let's do it. Christopher is the trader that we're going to be featuring on Shoulder Tap today. He's trading in a 50K account, trading out of Virginia. I have been to Virginia. I got some family up in the DMV area. I like the old timey. I like the bricks on houses and vine growing off of them. Virginia's got a lot of that going on. But anyway, getting into the metrics here, Christopher is a profitable trader. Average daily P&L of $63. Focuses on mainly the MES. Traded a little bit in the MNQ as well, but primarily focusing on the S&P. Traded with or joined Topstep back in April of 2024. He's been trading in this live account for a total of 44 trading days at this point. 66% winning trades, 66% winning days. I always mess those two up. 71% winning trades. On average, he's throwing on a 2-lot and he takes about 5 trades per day. Reward to risk is below 1. He makes about $66 for winners and loses about $108 for the losers. So that comes out to a 0.6 to 1 reward to risk ratio. Hold times are rather short compared to some of the other cards we've featured or I have featured over the last few days. 9-minute winners, 17-minute losers, and he's taken 3,000 in payouts. So those are all the nitty-gritty details of Christopher's trading performance since he's been in this live account. Aside from that, I wanted to highlight this card because I think there's some great risk management going on in the account. He's moving in the right direction with a positive average daily P&L. I think, the few cards I've featured the last few segments here, $3 in the green, negative $3 in the red for an average daily P&L. Christopher's a little bit higher than that, so we are growing the account overall over time. It's nothing to balk at when you can make $50 on average in the markets and hold on to an account for an extended period of time. So that's what I have, at least to get this conversation started. Is I like the way that Chris is managing this account overall. I think there might be a couple suggestions either myself or you can make, Jack. But with that being said, I'll hand it over to you and see what you got off that trade report.
Yeah. I love this trade report. This is really great stuff here. And once again, it's stuff we don't know what anyone's goals or what their plans are with this stuff. But like someday we're going to see someone who's built up a big account balance who has a similar card $63 is great, but let me show you some of the stuff I love about this card. Was it 44 trading days, 50K account, has hit the DLL 0 times. Let's take a look at the histogram. This will kind of show. There's so many things I love about this histogram. We'll see if it has been loaded yet. James, you can let me know. Well, while we're waiting for that, I will just go ahead and, oh, he's loading it in back. But about the risk management here, let me see if I can find my sheet. What we're going to see when we get this up here is that, as I said, no DLLs. Here we go. This is great. We got the buckets out here. You'll see where that is not the one, I don't think. This is one from a couple days ago. Let me check real quick to make sure. Sorry, guys. This is real time. Yeah, I sent the wrong one. That's my bad. Tarnation. One moment, guys.
I can circle back quickly and say our traders are also in trading those precious metals, and I think some of our live leaders were able to take advantage of moves in silver. So while we're waiting on histograms to come up, I think a lot of the focus of these conversations goes back to the equities, but volatility in those precious metals has been such that a lot of folks are taking advantage. So just wanted to mention while we're waiting on the histogram.
Yeah, it'll be here shortly. That was my fault. But honestly, these couple images I'm going to show, it's so good that I think it is worth waiting for. I'll check in real quick. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the stuff. Man, what to say about this? Look at where the peak of that histogram is. It's between $200 and $400 profit. The two highest points, two highest buckets are both above 0, and there is a normal tail towards the losses. This is someone who is being very disciplined when it comes to risk management. The biggest losing day, by the way, these are $200 buckets, is like $660 or something like that. This is great control over it. And let me know. We got a couple more images. Like, this is a small account, but doing really great stuff. Just trading the micro NASDAQ, I believe. We see the account balance here. This is without withdrawals, but look at how smooth and upward this line is. If you were a hedge fund, this has only been around since late October, right? So in 3 months, that is, about 50% gains on the account without any serious drawdowns. Love to see that. And then and this would be like the one spot. What I did here is this is adjusted for payouts, because I forget what this trader's name is. Christopher has taken 3 $1,000 payouts, and you can see how it's happening. Takes a payout, builds the balance back up to 3K, takes a payout. If I had any advice, and once again, it might not be advice because I don't know what your goal is, maybe you just want to do it, is that I would maybe try and compound this account anymore, because you're going to be kind of stuck in this payment range if you keep on taking out a third each time. I didn't share the percentage of account risk with that, but it seems clear that he has a plan there. When that account drops, the percent that he's losing on bad days decreases. So I guess overall, it's a small scale, but really fantastic risk management. Just really good account work here from Christopher. So wanted to give him his kudos.
Yep, couldn't agree more. And I had the same thought. I never want to suggest or advise, putting on more size or taking on any more risk. I think your point was poignant in that, if you grow this account balance, if Christopher grows this account balance, a little bit higher, the size of the payouts will be indicative of the account size, and you can take up to 50%, or if the goal is to take a third, so be it. But getting that average daily P&L to a higher figure, growing the account balance overall, will only serve to reinforce what is a working strategy for Christopher. So I think it's great advice, a nice card to look at, and those are all the comments I have on it for the time being.
Well, thank you very much for showing this, Aaron. It was a bright spot. We are still a little bit bouncing from the lows in the ES right now, but stick around because more importantly, up next, we got group coaching. Yes, we will have Gabe, Vince, and Hoop here. Take your questions, take some trades, do whatever feels right. Aaron, thank you again. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
What's up, traders? It's Mick here with Topstep. The best program to get you funded is now built around you. Topstep's got a new offering, and it isn't a one-time sale. It's the best all-in price, and it's going to be here every day. Now, there's two paths to funding. The new and exciting path is the no activation fee path. This is where you're going to pay a little bit more upfront, but then pay nothing when you pass the trading combine. You've got your standard path. It's a lower monthly cost. Then when you pass the trading combine, there's an activation fee. That activation fee is actually coming down in price. Topstep's got the best program, the best payout policy, and now the best all-in price. I can't wait to see what it offers our traders on their way to a better lifestyle.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. It is your favorite hour of the day, and I'm here with Vinny Two Ticks, VIP coach of the Market Makers, and Coach Hoop of the Pit Raiders. Group coaching time, guys. What's going on? Vince, how are you?
Good, Gabe. How are you today?
Fantastic. First time seeing y'all beautiful faces on air today. Hoop, what's going on?
Just watching the freaking medals. Holy crap.
Yeah, insane. We're about to flip over the charts here momentarily and kind of give a quick quote rundown on where the markets are trading. We got a lot of action here in the last hour, honestly, preferably precious metals, as Hoop has been talking about. We'll start with that. Gold's trading near the lows here, 45.94. Last trade. Silver's breaking lows, 86.29, and moving very quickly. Crude oil hanging around 61.09 a barrel. And then the equities, we got the ES trading 69.92s. NASDAQ's trading 25,880s essentially. And Dow's around 49,442. Not a whole lot going on in the tilt. The only thing that's heavy in the tilt side is going to be actually crude. 61% long crude of the four markets that we have the tilt for here in TopstepX. But that's about it. Are we eyeing any trades, guys? Have anything on right now? Oop, I know you're looking at those precious metals.
Yeah, I kind of got this demand zone down here at 45, call it 86 area. The metals are very momentum. So sometimes it feels like you're running into the freight train, silver especially. Once again, I'd wait for some structure down there. Once again, probably seeing a little bit of spice here because you're going to get the settlement coming here in the next 7 minutes. And I think that's that little spike we just saw on the downside right there. So trying to stay maybe popping into long gold here. Silver, good luck with that one.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, so
It's
who's
just
got
hard.
his eyes on?
It's hard managing any risk there, Gabe. Even in
Yeah.
a micro, it's just it's really tough.
Can be 100%. Definitely can be. Vince, how about you there? What do you got your eyes on right now?
Right now, I'm thinking maybe short equities at some point. I'm waiting to see what happens here with the Dow. The Dow is like hanging near its lows. S&P made a rotation from value high down. I was looking to get a short up around 15s, but I didn't take it. I got caught in that tape bomb earlier. I was short the ES is 7,025, and I had about 11 points in that trade. And I don't know what came out, but the market just whipped back up, and I ended up running my stop within a couple of minutes. So that was fun. Other than that, we're just staying on the sidelines, looking for a good opportunity to show up here.
Awesome. Sounds good. We definitely are not short on action right now. That's for sure. Vince, I actually had a question for you. Notice that the past couple times that I've been on with you, your charts are no longer on candlesticks. They've been on bar charts. Any logic behind that decision? Is that something you're experimenting with? Or you've got more practice already with?
Well, I've always used bar charts. That's how I actually learned how to trade with using bar charts.
Awesome.
I feel like I could read them a little bit better than the candlesticks, but it's just personal preference, really. It's
sure.
They're a little bit more difficult because you don't see some of the really big bullish or bearish, unless you know the bars, I can visualize what they look like, but you'll see here, there's the candlesticks. But yeah, I started trading with bar charts and just stuck with me for a long, long time. I use both though.
Nice. Yeah, I didn't know that. That was a detail that I was not aware of. Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has their personal preference, of course. Some people like the simplicity of line charts, just for direction, simple direction.
Coach
yeah,
Paul
teach
talks
their own.
about them all the time. Yeah. Line charts.
100%. Well, speaking of settlement, guys, coming up here in about 4 minutes in the precious metals, we actually got a question in the form today from Kevin. Kevin's asking, what is settlement? Either one of you guys want to take a quick stab at this just to give a nice simple breakdown on what settlement is and maybe why it's important to you?
Sure.
Any?
Hope you want to go first or you want me to go first?
No, you go first, buddy.
Yeah. So settlement, what it really is, if you're a position trader and, you have to have a margin in your account, right? So let's say you're trading the S&P contract and the ES margin requirement say is $20,000. Okay. At the end of the day, they mark a settlement price. So let's say you're long the S&P. Where are we at trading right now? We're at 69.92. So let's say you're long the S&P at 7,000, and settlement comes at 3 o'clock Central, and it settles at 69.93, right? So you're down 7 points. So you're down $350, and you got to maintain 20,000 in your account. So if you have a $20,000 account and your account is down to 19,000, 650, they're going to say, well, you need to either exit your position, liquidate, hedge that position, somewhere else, maybe sell some micros against it to match up the margin and balance out, or you got to wire us funds to keep your account from being liquidated by the futures clearinghouse. So that is what they do to mark your account balance at the end of the day, because at the end of the night, you get what's called an equity run. And then that equity run, it used to get emailed out. I think now you got to pull them up. But we used to have our equity ones emailed out every night. And then we'd have to check everybody's margins in those accounts. And then if they were below their margin requirement, we'd be giving them phone calls saying, hey, Mr., Mrs., whoever, you need to get us a wire, or we need to liquidate, or you need to hedge this thing somehow. So that's pretty much what it is. The exchange uses that time to mark the settlement price of the day so that they can make sure that everybody's margined up, and whoever is holding position. So as a day trader, you really don't have to worry about it too much. You have a day margin. But as a position trader, if you're holding overnight, it's very, very important, that settlement price. And then it comes into our intraday. Well, the way that I trade, I use settlement in a lot of things that I do as one of my levels. So it's important to me as well, just for intraday day trading, but that settlement needs to be there to mark your account so they know, hey, do you have enough money in your account to hold this position, or do you not? So that's pretty much what it's for.
Awesome. Thanks, Vinny. Appreciate that, man. Who? How about you?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I'm all right. Just like usual, I'm going to date myself. When I started on the floor, there was no Globex. So settlement is when the pit closed. And we talk about these reference points 25 years later. You pretty much got the meets that are probably only market that truly don't trade an overnight session. So like Vince said, you need a reference point to do your settlement. And when margins change, like in silver or gold, where having 50 grand in your account was good maybe 2 weeks ago, might not be so good with the volatility increase that's there now. So,
Sure.
but I think it's always interesting that you see, a lot of newer traders go, I don't understand why they use this time or that time. Well, it goes all references back to the old pit settlements. And, how come they don't use one time? This is going to be a big issue when the markets go 24/7, because it's coming. So,
well, thanks, guys.
Right now,
Appreciate the
it's really a
perspective.
great reference point in trading too, right? I mean, knowing where settlement is, we talk about it a lot, is always, I think, on my radar, and we talk about it all the time. So,
Perfect. Well, for the question was in chat, where can you find settlement? I think there's a couple different places that you can probably come up with the number, but the straight source, the authentic source, is going to be cmegroup.com. You got to go find the product,
Yes.
particularly though. You got to go locate under their products tab, make sure you're in the right market, and then settlement will be provided in the page, particularly for that market. And they will vary based on the product and the sector. So just be conscious of that. But CME Group is going to be the straight source. I'm sure there's platforms and other tools out there that might provide that information after it's been listed by the exchange. But that's going to be where you'll see most of us go to find that information.
Yeah, I like looking at it right on the exchange, because some of the platforms, I think, have a slightly different settlement price. So
yes.
I always look at the source.
Yeah. We also provide it each morning when Hogue does the daily levels. Settlement is provided for the prior day. So if you go check out today's daily levels, you'll see yesterday's settlement in the list of different markets that we have here for the Topstep X daily levels. So just a heads up, that's also where you can find them, but not in real time. It's for prior day settlement for the next day when we post those new levels. All right, good stuff. Anything happening here in the markets? I just saw who flashed a little golf course there. That was nice.
Nice.
You golfing over there?
I'd like to be on the golf
Behind the
course.
scenes? Yeah, I hear that.
I'm just seeing how we settle here in
Oh.
gold. I kind of probably
Yeah.
should have popped it a little earlier, but just going to stay patient here.
I know you were looking
If you
at
want
those
free
80
golf balls, just play behind me.
Yeah. Dude, I don't
Yeah.
know. Like, what's your guys' record for the most amount of golf balls you've lost in a single round?
Well,
Oh, man, that-
I'll
that-
tell
you'd
you,
have
I
to go
went with my
back and
son. We lost 40, I think 40 between the two of us.
Okay.
You're right. I do need
That's,
to play behind you, Vinny.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm buying the
Last
go
time
to
was
Walmart.
5, though. Last time was 5.
Okay.
That's
That's
good.
an improvement for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. If you're still learning how to
Yeah.
play golf, I would encourage you to not go get a bunch of really nice
Pro
golf
V1s?
balls. Yeah. don't-
Pro V1s
Yeah,
are
no
probably
Pro
not where
Vs,
you want to
nah.
go. Yeah.
Go to Walmart, get your
You'll see
box,
noodles.
nitros.
Yeah.
Box of
Mhm. There
nitros
you
is
go.
typically my go-to.
Mhm.
Yeah, there you
Nice
go.
and, nice and bright
Mhm.
on the course. You can see them easily, and they're fairly
Yeah.
affordable. You don't feel bad about losing a case of nitros, but
Yeah.
You're right.
Hoops. I know you were looking.
I have
at
gotten better, though, I will say.
Oh, that's good, man. I'm still terrible,
Yeah.
but that's a whole nother story. We didn't end up bottoming out anywhere near those 85s, 86s that you were looking for, Hoop. I know that we did
Nope.
peak. That low was just underneath 45.90, and we're about $12 higher from where we just bottomed out about 10 minutes ago. Settlement obviously took place just a few minutes ago there. Silver's also found a little bit of a bid here,
Yeah.
trading right back near $87 an ounce. Equities also holding bid right now.
Yeah, VWAP
Go ahead,
at
Vince.
46.08
Quite the
gold,
sell-off
too.
into settlement there, huh? Quite the sell-off in
Yeah.
silver into settlement. That last, like, 45 minutes, they just dumped it all. They just dumped it.
It's just a little under a 3% move down from 89 to 86 half.
Mm-hmm. Big moves, man. Silver's crazy right now.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of people making a
What
lot
are you
of money,
thinking
but
of
there's a lot of
silver,
people getting hurt.
Dave? You're trading it.
I've been dabbling here and there. I definitely
Yeah.
think that it's a new market. I don't have a lot of experience or time observing behavior and pattern, but I just take my typical structure and supply and demand into any new market that I get into exploring, and I've been liking it. I mean, it's volatile as heck. There's no doubt about that. There's opportunity. But even one micro tends to typically, depending on your account size and the buffer that you might have, you might be finding yourself in a little bit of a predicament trying to actually size correctly or responsibly. I should say.
Well, and that's one thing, like with D, when she was trading earlier, time of day. Like trading, trading the metals on Shanghai Open, extremely volatile. When the equities open, I always kind of mark those times, just like when I was looking at, settlement right there. Those are extremely volatile times, probably times, unless you have a lead on the position, you probably are going to not want to participate just because of getting stopped out and how, like you just said, 3% move into the settlement. I mean, that's legit.
Yep. Now, granted, the volatility, not every product's going to have, a 2 or 3% move close to settlement, but due to the nature of where silver's been and how it's been trading, those moves are a lot more likely. I mean, heck, just from Sunday night's reopen into Monday's session, we were up almost 8 or a little over 8% at one time. So it's a product. It's a beast right now. You got to be careful for sure.
Yeah, let's do a little trivia session here with the chat. So here we go. We have silver was at $89 right before the sell-off into the close. Here's an ounce of silver, right? 1 ounce, and here's another ounce. So I got 2 ounces of silver. All right, they were both $89 each before the settlement. What are they worth now? I lost
Looking at you,
$3
Chad.
an ounce. I lost $6 on this trade, right?
Would that be more of a position than a trade, Vince? in this
This
case,
is a position
example.
trade.
Okay.
This is a
Yeah, I got
position trade. I bought these around 20, 24 bucks or something, 22 bucks, something like that. So not a bad trade, 400% profit on that.
Not bad at all. Common trade says whatever someone pays you. that's a good point. That's a good point. You got to accept the offer, but yeah.
Anybody want to buy these?
Yeah.
It's hard to get rid of them.
Scalping silver on TV. Come on now. It's just like the Home Shopping Network, Vinny.
Oh man, I have been playing with it a lot though on the practice account. I've been doing fairly well, but you know, the first one I took in the XFA was an L, so that's how that usually goes, right?
Of course.
It looks great until you put it to use, but then again, maybe the luck runs out at that point. You're doing really, really good, and then you're ready to go, and then whack, you get it.
We got a couple bids, a little war going on from chat here. Somebody says $80. I'll give you 82. Somebody said 81.
I want
Some guy
92s.
asked
92s.
how much
Anybody want
is-
to pay 92?
How much is
92, I'll ship them to you. 92 at even, I'll ship them to you.
I'll pay for the shipping.
There you go.
All right. Well, we
That's
got a
fun.
couple more questions that we have available. Thanks to all the traders that submitted questions today. This question comes from David. David asked, "Hey coaches, what do you think about this trading tactic? Trade until you've made 1% of your deposit and stop and don't trade any more for that day. And look to do that every day." I'm going to go to the coaches first. I definitely have a comment about this for sure, about goals and percentages and what that might look like, what that could look like for a trader. But Vince, let's start out with you, man. You have any feedback or perspective to provide David on shooting for a 1% goal per day?
So for me, David, it's nice to have a goal, right? But for me, I don't really shoot for a certain amount per day, and the reason is I don't want to try to force myself to make a certain amount per day, right? I try to just take what the market gives me every day. You know, I had an uncle who was in the gold and the crude pit in New York, and he used to stop at a certain dollar amount per day. He would make X amount, and he would leave for the day. But for me, it's a little different. I just take the trade setups as they come in, and I just take what the market gives me for the day, because you never know, right? You might walk away with the profit for the day, and you know you may end up with another good trade or another two good trades. You just don't know, right? Definitely downside. There's going to be more concern for me, like if I'm down a certain amount per day, but I don't really want to limit my upside potential, especially if I'm having a really good day, you know. But you know, if I do get to a certain point, I might shut it down. Like if I have a really good day and then, you know, you start to get back, then you might just cut it off. But maybe you leave that 1% as like your minimum for the day. But I don't know. Everybody's a little different. So it's really hard to say. But it's good to have a goal, but don't force yourself to make that, right? Because the market might only give you $50 for the day, you know, and you're chasing it to try to make $500, and then you end up negative 600. So, you know, you gotta weigh it out. You got to weigh it out. What about you, Hoop?
Yeah, trading P&L is can be a dicey one, right? Hoag's told stories, and I traded against a lot of guys like, hey, I'm going to make, 50 ticks today and then call it. You get to 48, right? And then you're like, oh, almost got it. It's kind of like passing a combine or hitting a goal. The only thing I think a lot of times we lean on is our strategy. So this is sometimes when I say, hey, I see a trader say I'm $4 away. And then you hear him say, I lost it. I lost it. So it's being aware of it. A lot of people move them to ticks as opposed to dollars. So yeah, I mean, I'm mixed. I think throwing a blanket number on something like I need to make 1% a day, I just think if you're taking, what the market, like you said, Vinny, gives you, I don't have that choice to necessarily now. if I have, a daily loss limit, or I have a trailing, like what Mandy did this morning, where, she's up $1,000 and she's only going to give $400 back and call it a day.
Right.
I'm okay with that. But I think
Mhm.
starting your day off with a dead set number
It puts
man,
pressure on you.
it can paralyze you, So yeah, I'd be very careful on that one for sure. What about you, Gabe? You were going to say something.
Yeah, I mean, you guys definitely hit the nail on the head. I think that in my experience, I've focused recently a little bit more on my downside than my upside. I think
Mhm.
it isn't a bad idea to define what amount that you are content with on the winning side, and then build some discipline and habits to actually walk away once you reach that number that you're content with. For some, it's a larger number and might be a little bit more challenging to obtain. For others, it's a smaller, more realistic number, like a base hit number that's a little bit more achievable on a
Mhm.
day-to-day basis. Percentages and dollar amounts can be subjective, and obviously there's a lot of variables at play when it comes to account size, your loss limits. Your trading strategy, of course, is a big factor. Is your opportunity even going to present itself in the market today? If your strategy only really produces an opportunity once every other day or every few days, or it's a little bit less frequent, then having a 1% per day objective might not be feasible. But yeah, have a number
Mhm.
defined, what you're content with, build some discipline on walking away once you reach that number, whatever it is. Maybe start off a little smaller. Maybe go back and look at your
Mhm.
data. Look at the analytics behind what your strategy and your risk management has already produced, what type of fruit you could realistically expect on a day-to-day basis, and then don't try to shoot for the moon in a single day. I would
Yeah,
much
and
rather go
I'll add
back and
one
take
thing to
data.
this.
Go ahead, Vince.
Yeah, I'll add one thing to this. So if you're gonna do something like that, right? What I would say is, one, it's got you got to have a written plan for what you're doing, right? So if you're saying my goal is a 1% a day, your max drawdown for the day should be half of your risk. I mean, your risk should be half of your profit, right? So if your goal is to make 1% a day, then your risk should be no more than 0.5% a day, right? And you got to do that consistently every single day if you want to get a consistent result, right? If you lose 0.5%, you're done. If you make 1%, you're done. And it's kind of like having a stop loss on one trade just over a whole bunch of trades, right? But you got to be consistent with it. You can't say, okay, today I'm going to risk, $500, and then tomorrow I'm going to risk $1,500. You can't do that. You got to do it consistently. So that's the only thing I would say. You could do it, but you're kind of limiting your upside a little bit, in my opinion, right? Because you never know when you're going to get that one big trade on, and it makes up for a week's worth of losses or whatever the case is, right? Let's say you take an open range trade, and you end up with a 10, 12 to 1 opportunity or something like that, right? That makes up for a lot of losing days. So I don't know if I would limit my upside.
It's all good perspective, guys. Appreciate that. David, hopefully that
Mhm.
gives you some insight in how you might be able to approach that. Of course, as always, this is not financial advice. I think it's going to come down to each individual.
Yep.
So make your own decisions, but
Sure.
take that into
Personal
consideration
preference.
and then make your decision, and don't feel like you can't adjust at a later date. If you start with an initial goal, you kind of, revise trading plan, you try it for 30 days. If you go back and look at those 30 days and say, hey, it's not working, that's too much to shoot for, bring it down, make some more revisions, and find a sweet spot for yourself over time. But it's going to take a little bit of a sample size to actually see some consistency in that edge in your risk management.
Sure. 100%.
Awesome. All right, guys, the markets are moving a little bit here. I want to quote a couple prices. So
Yeah.
we're seeing a little bit of continued upside here in the precious metals, 46.09 here in gold last trade. So continuing to get closes higher on all these 5-minute bars for the past 10 minutes. Silver, same thing, back up around $87.47 per ounce.
Soon enough.
Yeah, I was about to say 87,000 would be insane for silver. That would be the
Hey man, I'll really sell these like at the market.
I was about to say that was other than that, everything else is kind of holding bid and consolidating. Equities are consolidating. ES is 69.95 half, NASDAQ's trading 870s. Dow's trading just underneath 49,500. Crude also consolidating around 61.20 a barrel. We got a quick news clip to run. Microsoft is offering an olive branch to some consumers facing rising energy bills. AD, what do we got?
Well, Microsoft says it wants to pay electric rates high enough to mitigate the impact of its data centers. The company says it will work with regulators in order to do so. Microsoft also pledges to pitch in for related infrastructure changes. Data centers related to AI are increasing demand on the country's electrical grid. Experts say that reduces power supplies and can lead to higher prices for homeowners. Tech companies are under growing public and political pressure to rein in consumer energy bills. Last week, Facebook announced it's investing in nuclear power for similar reasons. Microsoft wants to take a chunk out of your electric bill for all the power that they're using. Good on them, right?
Good on them indeed.
My son works at a data center for Microsoft.
Oh, really?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
We
were talking about it last night. They just keep opening more and more of these. You know, Taiwan Semiconductor has a huge presence out here now. They're talking about opening more. So these data centers are, you know, I was kidding him last night. I said, how cold does it get when you go in there? And he's like, I got to wear a full blown like coat because they got to keep them cool. This is why the whole Greenland thing is being talked about. So the data centers it's real and it's out there everywhere. So yeah, need more and more of them.
Yeah. So what's going on with it though? Like I'm not too hip on what's going on with the data centers. What are they doing?
You just all the AI, all the servers and all this that's needed, to support all this is just, it's massive, right? Microsoft and
right.
Meta and all these. So they're just going to need more and more of them. So, and while I'm doing this, I'm watching Bitcoin make new highs of the day. That's been the sleeper lately. Everybody's sleeping on Bitcoin. It was down at 90. Now we're at 94.
Everybody moved to silver.
I got a feeling it's going to be 100.
Everybody moved to silver. Now Bitcoin rallies.
Yeah, right.
Well, guys, we do have another. I think we got time for one more question, maybe two, depending on how quickly we get through them. There's actually a simple one. Let me knock this one out first. We got Ken. He asked, hey, where do you find the MOC, market on close, buy and sell imbalances? We typically refer to the financial juice. So financialjuice.com is the resource that we've been using to verbalize them on TV with you guys. But typically you'll see that information right at the top on the homepage, right above the chronological news feed or the wire of news that's coming out. So if you ever watch us or hear us in Power Hour, we're referring to MOC, which is 10 minutes before the close. So it's going to be 2:50 p.m. Central is when those numbers start to come out. But you'll see it right at the top of Financial Juice. That's where we're getting that from. But I'm assuming there's probably a couple other places you gather that information. That's just one source. Let's check that one off the board here. We got a good one from Scott. What is the best way to backtest a strategy without having to buy software? Now, this is one that we don't really talk about a whole lot. But you guys have any thoughts on maybe ways that you've previously backtested? Have you done any backtesting at all? Are you more into forward testing? Kind of what's that look like for you, Vince?
So for me, I love manual backtesting. I do not like putting information into a computer and letting it spit out the information. And the reason is you get to experience what you're doing. Okay. I love going back and manually plotting the trades, the risk, the management, everything, profit target, and then documenting it in my own hands, right? I mean, you could put, all these calculations into a computer, could spit out, okay, it did this, it did that. But you're not really, first of all, you're not going to trust your system, right? Because you haven't done it. So if you go back and you physically plot the trade, or you could do a market replay, or you could just drag your chart over, right, bar by bar, and put the trade on and then pull it and then let it do its thing and then document. You can actually start to feel the trade too, especially if you do like a replay on it. You can kind of get an idea of what you're feeling and document all that kind of stuff. So for me, I love to manually go and back test in my own hand. It's kind of like, you know, when you write notes, they say use a pen and paper because it's wired to your brain and you'll remember it better. And I think, you know, physically going back and doing the work, putting the time into doing the work will help you to become more, what would you say, more confident with your strategy, right? Because if you put a computer system and it gives you, okay, it's going to do X, and then you put it on, you're not going to be all comfortable taking those trades, right? Because you've never seen it really happen. You just have this information in front of you saying, okay, well, it's doing 65% and it's got this rate, that rate, right? But it's going to be hard for you to hit the trigger, is what I'm saying, unless it's mechanically trading for you and hitting the buy sell button. You know, for me, I like to do it myself. What about you, Hoop?
I mean, in a way, we back test every day, right? I always say, you know, look left to trade the right. You know, I mean, so without actually having a trade and putting your confirmations in there. But every day as we scroll back, you know, we're back testing the market, right? I mean, you know, Gabe, with, you know, when you're looking at supply and demand zones, I mean, I like going back and putting my confirmations, and I'm a scalper. So, you know, I'll put my confirmations and say, oh, you know, I got long here. Why was I looking for, you know, trade location here? You know, it was a bad entry. So more often than not, I like Vinny, I mean, I kind of, you know, I'll kind of just take the chart, look at the confirmations and go back and kind of just keep scrolling back. And, you know, a lot of times when you look at markets, when you're looking at it from day to day, you can see when they consolidate, you know, if you go slow. And once again, if people, there's a lot of systems that allow you to go back and replay. You can see them. And then, you know, like right there, there's a perfect thing. This is a daily chart I was looking at the beans. The beans had a huge down move yesterday. And then you can see, you know, when markets tend to break out, and then you just kind of mark those plats. And I agree, Vinny, you know, kind of going old school with it and putting it in there. I just think you have those reference points that kind of stick out in your mind, and you write them down and said, you know, $11 was a key level. Is it going to be that same thing on the way back? Well, you know, we broke through it. Now we're all the way down here. So
look at that range.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I do it too, Vinny, you know.
Yeah, I think it will teach the trader a lot more about market structure by putting it on the
100%.
chart and seeing it, right? You throw it into a computer. Oh, okay, 5 bars, you know, breaks out, you buy it, and you put a stop here at 35%, whatever. You know, you're not learning how to trade, in my opinion. You're not learning supply and demand levels. You're not learning, you know, different types of patterns. That the markets will create patterns, you know, over and over and over again. Okay, I don't care what anybody tells me. Markets have patterns, you know, price action patterns that they don't always work, but they do keep happening, right? Bull flags, bear flags, squeeze patterns, all that kind of stuff. It's all real. And it's like trading 101. And sometimes keeping it basic is, in my opinion, keeping it basic is easier for me because then I'm not so stressed out having to try to figure out all these different things, right? So I do like to do things old fashioned way and actually learn, you know, how the markets move, right? Like your chart right there, you could see it was in a range. That was a great entry down there where that box is, you know, and then it broke out of the high, and then look, it came back, retraced all the way back down through the range. So, and it had a head and shoulders pattern at the top there. Okay. I mean, you know, these things keep happening. It looks like a huge mountain. It's probably another long coming soon, you know, up against the lows. So, but if you just put it in a computer system, spits it out, you're not going to know what you're looking at. Right. So I think by doing it yourself, right, the context of what you're doing, you know, yeah, it's great because it trades for you and it's easy and this and that. But, you know, overall, I think my personal opinion, I want to know how to read the market the best I can. And by having a computer do it for me, I'm not really learning anything myself. So that's just my take.
Yeah. Now, one thing I will say about backtesting, then we're going to get out of here, is backtesting depending on how far you're going back, I mean, market states change. So strategies like conditions change. So if you backtest a strategy for the last 5-10 years, the market's not been doing the same thing for those 5 or 10 years. There's cyclical kind of nature, seasonality to different markets as well. So, backtesting, I think there's pros and cons. Personally, I would side with a more old school approach where I'd rather just have time in the markets, time in the charts, and actually being able to create. I mean, our brains are so wonderfully designed for pattern recognition. It's ridiculous. So if you spend more time in the market, particularly, even if it's in simulated environment, you're going to pick up behavior and pattern, and you can continue to develop your process or your strategy. But I mean, software can be helpful. Don't get me wrong. There's, we're not
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
completely dogging on software or those that use software to backtest. But I think there's plenty of traders that I've known that live in a backtesting environment and have a really hard time duplicating their backtesting results in a forward environment. So just, hopefully that gives you a little bit of an idea of, maybe one or two ways that you could go about it. But it's definitely a conversation that I think we should explore more often. We don't talk about it a whole lot here on Topstep TV, but great questions, guys. Well, time flies. We're going to get out of Dodge here so we can make room. Man, we got a VIP lounge coming up with, we got JD, Hogue, and then we got Coach Jack Sr. in the house. It's going to be a great time. So come back, hang out with us for the next hour.
All right.
And we will be taking a brief break here. But Vince, Hoop, thank you both very much, guys. Appreciate your time as always.
Hey,
you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Yes, sir.
You too.
All right. This is Topstep TV. We'll be right back.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
Don't worry, Dad. Your hair looks great. Oh, we're live, aren't we? Welcome back,
Oh, yeah.
friends and traders. It's time for a VIP lounge right here on Topstep TV. Over there, my other book on Coach Hogue. You know him as John the Goat Hoagland. I just call him Hogue. In the middle, Coach Jack Sr. That's how you know him. I call him Dad. What's going on, guys? Dad, welcome back. How you feeling today?
Good. Yeah. Glad limping around, but I'm fine. I don't play basketball.
All right, good to know.
I totally.
Shooting hoops days are over. I got it. Yeah. Stay off the ladders, too. And don't clean the gutters in the rain.
Yes.
Hogue, what's going on in your world? Tell us everything. What's been going on the last couple of hours?
Well, we got our nice little pullback back to weekly kickoff high in crude oil. I know it's so unusual to actually be excited about something in crude, but today we had something happen. We finally got our pullback to 60.80, and that was a pretty decent opportunity for a long there. Not a long, just a quick one, maybe about 50 ticks, but we're starting to see these equities roll back over here. I'm a little bit concerned as to what the outcome is going to be here today.
Looking a little weak in the S&P right now. That's a 5-minute chart of the S&P 500 futures you're looking at. Let's check in on the tilt. Tilt's pretty flat across the board. 50-50 in the S&P. 58% short in the NASDAQ. 60% long in crude. And 59% short in gold. So a little bit flat across the board going into the last 2 hours of trading. Well, we're well into the last 2 hours of trading. But we've seen volume, volatility die off just a little bit. Maybe we'll get a pickup here. More sellers stepping into equities as we speak. Dad, what have you been looking at? We were just talking about soybeans a minute ago and this violent move after the WASDE report yesterday. Let me pull that chart back up.
Yeah,
This is a 30-minute chart.
Went from 15 cents higher for the day to 15 cents lower for the day in the blink of an eye.
It's a decent move.
Yeah, that 30 cents, $1,500 there's good money to be made in the eggs. But you have to remember you're not dealing with, there's no micros. You're dealing with
Right.
Bigs.
Dealing with regular contracts, yeah. Full-size contracts.
Yeah. And what's nice about trading them is you accept certain times, it's going to be all over the place. But the norm is it moves in 5-cent increments, and you can pretty much protect yourself in, I would say, a nickel a contract, and give yourself a real nice chance to pull out 6 or 7 cents. And if you're trading a 2 or 3 or a 5 lot, you're looking at a very nice paycheck at the end of the day. And it gives you a chance to learn all these things you're trying to learn to be professional in here, In other words, you learn your technicals, you understand, read up on it, see, if it makes sense for you to change some things in your process, to leave them the same, whatever it is you have to do. But it's nice to be able to trade 1 or 2 agriculturals, because you can still trade, 10 micros. It's I've always
They don't
liked,
move super fast either.
Yeah,
They don't move super fast. So if you're not into those big whippy moves, maybe the eggs are kind of the product for you. Unless you get a day like a WASDE report like yesterday, that grain report came out and Man, look at that 30-minute candle in soybeans. Just dipped,
Yeah.
kept tanking. Nothing you could do about it.
Yeah.
I would have liked to
And
have heard
those
what
are
that
the,
sounded like on the floor when that came out and it started breaking like that.
yeah.
Mhm.
We used
I
to
spent some
love
time in the granary.
when the housing reports came out. Lumber was at its finest. You know, it would have complete performances, limit up to limit down to steady.
Limit up to limit down.
Those
I
steady.
remember. That was one heck of a market.
Yeah. And
Where'd I buy him? The high. Where'd you sell him? The low.
Now you bought the high, but you ain't ever going to be able to get out. Ever. But
Sometimes
yeah,
that's the way it works, right?
I remember Martino. Yeah.
Larry.
Yeah, Larry was my brother-in-law. He was long 10 cars coming in, 10 cars of lumber. It was $16 a tick, and they were called Limit Up, and oh, he was the happiest guy on the face of the earth. I tell him he should stay out. Don't. You know something's going to happen tomorrow, and when you know something's going to happen, it's probably not going to be in your favor. So as time went on, we got closer to the open. It went from limit bid to 800 higher, 500 higher, 200 lower, to limit offer. And the last thing we remember, everybody remembers that day, was him getting on the phone with my sister, his wife, yelling, "Cancel the cabinets! Cancel the cabinets!
Oh, no.
Don't let them deliver the cabinets!"
Oh, no.
So that became famous last words of the lumber pit. Cancel the cabinets.
Cancel
If you
the
were the wrong
cabinets.
way.
Larry Martino is actually the person I leased my first IOM from. So I
Oh,
get
was
the
it really?
papers,
Yeah.
I sign it.
Yeah.
And I bump into him on the floor. He's like, "Hey, congratulations, man. I hope you leased that seed for a long, long time." I'm like, "Yeah, I'll bet you do."
Yeah. Yeah.
He was like, "No, I hope you do well." I'm like, I appreciate that, Larry. He was a good guy, a nice guy.
Yeah. They worked the back months, and the guys in the back months had a pretty good thing going back there. They kind of they were good spreaders, and they would hold positions a long time, and
It was like
they
fish.
were normally good options traders. Fish, yeah, and Doc Neapolitan,
Doc, yeah.
Napolitano, Mike Mason. They were all good
Holy crap, Mike
traders
Mason.
to begin with, and they were good with the options, and they were always spread. So I mean, they knew what they were doing. They were very good in it, and they would pass those up to us in the front when it became our turn to handle those, and they would be getting out of stuff with me that they put on 6 months ago, you know.
Sure.
So they were good, they were patient, they were smart. All the things I wasn't.
Well, we all
That
have
happens. That happens.
we all have our gifts.
Yeah, everybody does have their gift. I remember huge days when the orders would come in so fast and furious, and we were known as the biggest one lot market in the world. So a lot of times, if you filled a 100 lot, you had to fill out 100 orders, you know.
One lots.
Yeah, and you had to figure out where to put those in what pocket so that when you got to them, you knew what the price was and who you did them with, et cetera, et cetera. And for some reason, I was able to keep a fairly, not always, but oftentimes, I would know within 20 or 30 cars where I was. So if I had to run over to the second option, if I needed to buy 20 or 30 or sell 20 or 30, I could do that. And the customers I would have, I would tell them, I bought you 50 cars or sold you 50 cars, but not where you wanted them. Different option. And it was okay with them. They said, just work us out of it, make sure we don't lose any. If we lose anything, you write a check. If you make anything, you give it to us. So it was a lot of defensive stuff that order fillers have to do that, traders don't have to think about or worry about. They just want to know how many I get, what was the price, and times they'd have to tell us, I sold you 20 at this price. You write it down. I hope it cleared in the morning, But it was a great life. It was fun. I can't imagine anything I would have had more fun doing. There was a lot of very nice people in the lumber pit, but I always say, everybody was nice to each other, but they pretty much all hated each other too.
Yeah. Things were going.
We were all jealous and nosy, and it was a pretty good cross section of what brings the best and the worst out of a person,
Say Ron Eisenberg was probably among the nosiest.
Ronnie Eisenberg, yeah.
Yeah.
Ron was a good friend. I remember when he got hurt physically. He got hit by a car.
Right.
We would go see him every day, and I remember he was selling dictionaries and books to try to make a living with Encyclopedia Britannica. And so I ended up spending $3,000-4,000 worth of books. I'm still reading them.
I'll bet.
And money I
Is
ever
that where
spent
that
in my life.
encyclopedia? I never knew that.
Yeah.
That's where our Encyclopedia Britannica came from when we were kids. Yeah, growing up. Shelves
Yeah,
and
that all
shelves
came
of
from-
books.
Yeah. To help him so badly, I bought 2 encyclopedias, 2 sets, different names, and but I was very glad because you could use them, and Mother said one day, "Get rid of the damn encyclopedias, will you?" And it was the end of them.
Oh yeah, the digital age came for us.
Now it's
before,
called Google.
Before the days of the home computer, when you had a computer room, right? Or get these books out of
Ronnie
the
was a
computer
good guy.
room.
Ronnie would, he was a very tough guy. He would go box and do his karate stuff every day after work. And,
He was a tough guy. He was in shape.
Yeah, we were in the Marines together.
Really?
Yeah. And he was the platoon physical, push-up champion and all that. And he was a very scary guy when he wanted to be. I mean, very scary,
Yeah.
And he fit in. He fit in with the Kalennis crew very good, because they were all tough guys. But he was very good, decent, honest, nice person to be around. We talked to each other for hours every day, and all these different groups that were supposed to be so bad were usually pretty good, in fact, because they'd never leave you holding the bag if you had to have a few cars here or get rid of a few cars there. They were there to take them, no questions, no big deal, and you did the same for them.
Something just happened in crude oil here. We just went.
We just had a bit of a tape bomb. I was about to bring it up. All of a sudden, crude oil dipped, put in a low of 60.43. High print of that bar, 61.26. Nice move in crude oil.
I was short. I got stopped out. Nice move. 60.40 it went to. Looks like.
60.43, the low of that move.
I just saw tweet or something right before we came on, and it was the president saying he would love to see crude oil at $53. Wonder if that has something to do with this. But it was a little while ago.
Oh yeah.
President Trump, he is at the podium right now. He's speaking in front of the Detroit Economic Club in well, you guessed it, Detroit, Michigan.
Detroit.
So the man is in front of a camera and a microphone.
Look out.
And he likes to move markets at times like this too. So I got one eye on the ditch. I'm watching the headlines. You guys continue your conversation. I'll let you know if anything
Boosting
else happens.
401ks is very important to me. All right. I like that.
This oil market is very difficult. I have a hard time pulling a penny out of there.
It's been a
Now it's the right way a couple of times today and got stopped out.
It's been a beast for the last few, almost seems like years now. And a lot of, Jack, like 15 years ago at Topstep, 10 years ago even, it was the most popular product traded.
Yeah. Yeah. That
it was also $100 a barrel.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when it had some great moves. It was back probably around the year in 98, 99, when they were getting up over $125 a barrel, somewhere around there. I remember go back to November of 2001, and silver was $4.12 an ounce.
Yeah.
And now it's what's it? $80.
$80.
So it's up 20 times what it was 25 years ago.
Buying it with both hands, Jack.
Oh boy.
Almost $90. 87 $3.90 last trade.
So one lot, keep rolling it. But now
see, hey Dad,
look at your crude. It's all the way back up to where
all
it
the
was.
way back.
What a move! Little dip and rip.
Makes me feel like I didn't lose as much as I really did when it does that.
Being down $75 on a day like today is that's a win in my book.
Yeah.
We've had moves all over the place.
I've been in and out, and I've been in the trades. I don't just jump in and out. I could be in a trade an hour, 2, 3 hours, and I hate. That's the thing about trading corn and beans. You're stuck. You can't do anything. The trade's going to take a few hours to mature. You just got to wait it out. And but as long as you have your stop in, you're taking a chance on making $600 versus losing maybe 150. Everything's nice about trading that market. You can trade a 2 or 3 and a 5 lot. Corn, John, to me, corn was always a 5 lot market. Corn and beans.
Mm-hmm.
Because we used to send hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of 5 lots in. I mean, that'd be a foot thick. You give it to the poor broker and go, oh shit.
Yeah.
But it was the brokers, like in the corn pit. You had some of the finest brokers on the planet. I mean, they were good. I remember a kid named Murphy over in I think he was in the second option in corn. He used
Tom
to.
Murphy, he was there forever, yeah.
Yeah, he would handle so much stuff. He was a Quigley High School guy. He was friend of all my old pals, Tom Pierce and Ron Lovell and those guys. And they all, he was very good at what he did. Very good.
You were all really good.
I remember having a complaint.
Yeah.
And then in the cattle and the hogs at the mark, the trade was just wonderful. I remember when cattle started trading 20,000 lots in a day, you know. It was a big deal back in the early and mid 60s. And then when gold came, I want to say 1973, maybe it was 75, you were trading a bag of 100 coins. And a lot of guys took delivery and they still have them coins buried in the
Sure.
foundation of their building where they live. You know, they probably forgot they're even in there.
Yeah, unfortunately, they kind of abused that contract and ended up going to New York. But my wife's cousin, my wife's uncle was in there. You know Pete Chelamingos,
Oh, yeah, sure.
Zap. So yeah, he was
Yeah,
there with
yeah.
with Maury and the Kalenis and that whole crew there.
Yeah.
Oh man, Maury Kravitz, you're my most favorite story about any commodities broker trader on the history of the planet is the story of Maury Kravitz, who basically ran the entire gold pit at the Chicago
Yeah.
Mercantile Exchange, right?
Yeah, he had all the
And
paper.
and do you know what he did, Dad? I don't know if you're familiar with the story, but he spent a good chunk of his fortune searching for the lost treasure of Genghis Khan. And I'm not joking
Yeah.
you. No shit.
Yeah.
He spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to get into China to find the lost treasure of Genghis Khan. And he
Yeah.
thought he was going to do it. Poor guy, he didn't do it.
Never got it. You know, a lot of guys. I think he was just a Jewish guy from 16th and Independence in Chicago, and it was near Maxwell Street. And a lot of these guys, you know, they came from Russia or Hungary or whatever. They didn't have two nickels to rub together, and a guy like Maury Kravitz made, God, who knows how much. But I mean,
Yeah.
some of those guys were the most successful, smartest. I think Leo Malamed was from over there. He just, you know, I think he was a Russian, and I think he went to, I want to say he went to DePaul, but I could be wrong. But he's a smart man and a lawyer, and he knew what he
Street
could
smart.
do and couldn't do. Yeah. They used to say about Leo, you know, if Leo says the members of the exchange would say, if Leo says water can run uphill, get your bucket and get to the top of the hill.
He's still around
He was
too.
a
Leo Malamed's
brilliant man.
he writes a new book.
Well,
And he was a
every
nice
other year now,
person.
I think.
He started the currency futures trading. He started the IMM. He started the
Yes.
IOM.
Yeah,
He
that
started
was him.
all of that.
You know, and from what I could tell, he didn't have a bad bone in his body. I mean, everybody loved him because he made them all fortunes.
Yes.
Made them
Yeah,
all
he was-
fortunes. He did it. Some, you know, just
the
about
Midas touch.
single-handedly. And he didn't take a back step to anybody. And I think he was from that old neighborhood there. And all those old Jewish guys, they're the guys who taught guys like me, how do you survive here? I mean, they didn't tell you to buy them and sell them, and they didn't
Right.
tell you what to do. They told you how to understand it, and how to pay attention, and how to know your shortcomings, and how to know what you were going to be okay doing. And sometimes you just got to admit, this is all too much for me. Take a step out of the pit. But I got to tell you, what a fascinating life, and I John, I think all these people coming into the business now, they're so fortunate because it's a clean, crisp, understandable thing. Now you don't have to search for 10 years for an answer for something.
Doesn't make it easy, but it's a very even playing field.
Yeah, it's very doable. You don't have to be a Harvard grad to become a professional. And this profession is as good as any profession on earth. And you got to start a new profession in the beginning. You got to learn. who you are, what brought you here, what's your purpose being here, and how you're going to progress. What do you want and how you're going to get it? And a lot of people don't figure that out till they've been there 20 years. But the guys who do it the right way learn it in a year. They learn all the stuff they got to learn in a year, then proceed to make it come through repetition and hard work. And it's hard work. It's not easy. Not easy. How many times, John, did you go home and just
quit?
Wish you could go to sleep? You wish that day never happened.
Thousands.
It was so
I quit 1,000 times too. I mean, I said, you know what? I can't do this. I'm done. I gotta find something else to do. And then the next morning, there you are, right back in your spot.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You never missed a day, and and it's funny how it always worked out if your head was on straight. If not, things didn't work out too well. And I like the lumber pit for another reason. Most of the guys in there, they like the action, they like the fast movement, they like thin markets, and they like sticking their necks out, and they took big chances and made big money. But they also took big chances and lost big money.
Yep.
And they were stand-up guys. I don't think anybody ever reneged on a trade with me. I'm sure maybe somebody did, but I don't remember it.
And most of them, you couldn't tell if they were up money or down money by the end of the day.
No, they were good. Boy, they were good. And the best of the lumber traders went on to be the best traders on the whole floor. You take guys like Morris Crumhorn and Al Freeman. I used to watch those guys. We used to call them Heckle and Jekyll. But
I believe
they
that.
were, oh man, they moved a lot of money around. Jeez, they took big chances. And I remember I had a bunch to buy one day, and Maury hits me, almost knocks me out of a pit, says, I want 50 of them. I said, you got them. And from that point, he sold them. From that point, the market went limit up 3 days in a row, I think. But the guy never said a word. He turned his trades in. They cleared. Everything was fine. He never said, what do you make that at 25 left? Never said anything. He took his beating like a man. And I respected him.
He had taken a few beatings from what I understand. I heard that he like drove a cab or something and saved his money, bought a seat, went on the trading floor, lost it, went back to driving a cab, saved his money, bought another seat, lost that one, and then went back to driving a cab, bought a seat, and then finally he hit on something. I think he was trading eggs at the time.
Yeah, he would have been,
But what is
for those of you that didn't know, the original name of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange was the Chicago Butter and Egg Exchange.
Yeah,
that's the CME group.
And they were over Franklin and Wells, I believe. That was the first exchange, and the second exchange was the one at Canal and Adams. It looked like a big cigar box.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm. And then the final was at Wacker and Washington.
Wacker. Yep.
And
then the Board of Trade building.
And then the Board of Trade, of course, was an icon. I cut through the Board of Trade every day for 35 years,
Yep. Jack, that lobby, when I walk in that lobby, it smells the same as it did 60 years ago.
Yeah.
It just reminds me of my dad. When I walk in that lobby, I feel my dad's presence in there. It's really, really such an icon, that building. If you've never been to the Chicago Board of Trade, if you come to Chicago, definitely, spend an hour in the lobby of the Board of Trade building. It's an absolutely beautiful building. The history there, it's just, of course, it's all part of our history. JD, Jack, I mean,
Every Monday morning, you go to the candy store there, give them $5, and they give you a chart book.
Yep.
Chart
Go
books,
up and
yeah.
do your charts. And downstairs, they had the best apple pie and what was the soup we would have on Fridays there? Clam chowder and apple pie. They
Oh
used to
yeah,
line up.
good. And the fish sandwiches.
Yes.
They still make that fish sandwich to this day.
Yeah.
Not much has changed in the
So-
basement restaurant there. Best cafeteria in the city of Chicago.
Yeah. And
So,
I was
Jack,
always
I
mad
had
at
this-
myself because I quit drinking before I could ever go to that bar there. Serious.
You don't want to quit drinking and go there. So I got this. This is commodity.
What'd you have there, Hogue?
Commodity chart classics. This is
yeah.
This was something from that kind of came with that little chart book that you got. I found this in my dad's stuff. This is
really?
Some of these charts are July 77. 1977
Yeah.
commodity quote.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Commodity quote classics or whatever it is.
Yeah.
That book. This is what came with it.
And John,
Pretty
you know,
cool.
if you're a regular guy, you're taking the train to and from work and everything. You got your chart book. You read it before you go into work. You read it while you're in work. You read it while you're sitting on the train going home.
Yep.
And you're reading it when your wife's telling you to take the garbage out. I'm reading a very important chart because I'm a very important guy. Leave me alone. But then you go
Absolutely.
take the garbage out.
Absolutely. The garbage can wait, honey.
You know, I love this
Look at
conversation.
a lot of things, sweetheart.
99.995% of the people in the chat will never know what it's like to pick up a chart book on Monday morning on your way to the office. It's kind of disheartening.
Just part of your life.
I wonder if you could still buy them in the lobby kiosk at the Chicago Board of Trade. I'll have to take a look.
I would bet you can. I would bet you can. Yeah.
$5 every Monday morning for a giant book of charts. And they were half full, so you could add your own as
Yes. Oh, yeah.
they could draw your own lines
Sure.
in.
Yeah, they give you 5 lines that you could add, so you had to buy one the next Monday.
Yeah. Yeah. They're going to make sure they got that nickel a week from you.
Absolutely.
But such a great life, and all the people that are in it now, they're in such, if they take it piece by piece and become more professional on a daily basis, they're going to have all their own memories and all their own ideas of what happened and why, et cetera, and it's gonna leave impressions of certain things at certain times in their lives that they'll never forget,
Yeah.
And but you got to remember, it's a business, and you got to take care of the rest of your life too. And I think all these things because I'm getting so old, and I think, it's just a part of your life. You can't spend 20 hours. You can, but you shouldn't be spending 20 hours a day on it. And somebody asked me, how do you know how to answer all these questions and blah, 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 blah. And my answer was, I would get up in the morning and sometimes stop at the local bar, commodity guys. Then I'd go up to the office, and you'd have an hour or so to have a cup of coffee and review your charts and who you're talking to, commodity guys.
Yep.
And if you went out for breakfast, who'd you talk to? Commodity guys. You went out to lunch? Commodity guys. If you had, if you took your wife out on a weekend and you double dated with another couple, who were they? Commodity guys. So all I did my whole life, I was telling my wife, we weren't talking socks and cubs. We were talking longs and shorts. We were talking What's Shearson doing? What's Merrill Lynch doing? Beige, Clayton, what are all these companies doing? Are they long? Are they short? You know, that's all we talked about. And so much of it stuck with me, and I had no idea that it did. I started doing this thing when we started the coaching thing, and they just gave me a list of people to call, see if you could help them because they've been calling, and it was so easy. And I said, "Well, you don't need me to do this. Anybody can do this." And he said, "No, not everybody can do this.
No.
Guys like us who are there, we spent our time in the pits. We had our good days, bad days. We had days we talked to everybody. We had days we wouldn't talk to anybody. We were miserable sometimes. Yeah, it was our whole lives. Our whole lives were wrapped up in the place. And so we've forgotten more than we had any idea that we ever knew. And it didn't come from books. It came from other
last
people.
week. I feel like I've forgotten more than I ever knew. You know, it's like
Yeah, things come out of you. You wonder, where the hell did I get that? You know, and you write it spot on your answer, and it's because it's second nature to you now. It's second nature. It's part of your essence, who you are and what you are. And it's like asking a guy who had 12 kids, well, how did he handle this? He said, well, how the hell you think he would handle it? I don't know. But so it's been a wonderful life. It's been fun. I wished it would have lasted longer, but it was.
Time flies, doesn't it?
Yeah, things change, and I could deal with all the changes because that's part of what we learned coming in. Everything changes. Nothing's the same. And we had the old timers in the pit saying, you guys better get serious about this business. It ain't going to be here forever.
Yep.
You're not going to be here forever. What are you going to do when you're not here anymore? They'd ask you all these questions that really made you think. And they wouldn't tell you the answers. You got to figure it out. And that's why I just loved and felt so grateful to have known a lot of these old Jewish and Greek and Italian guys. I mean, they were the most generous humans on earth. And they all came from nothing. And they're all used to walking around with holes in their shoes their whole life because they're always on their feet going from one account to another, selling them hams or selling them beef or vegetables or fish, whatever it was they did. They worked on the street. They didn't sit on telephones and say, oh, I'm going to send you 2 pounds of mackerel. They went out to the guy's store and they did his inventory and they knew what he had. They knew what he needed. And if he got stuck on the weekend, he's out of chickens. And they call, they go and get him the chickens. And, I mean, these guys knew those businesses. That's why I got such a great respect for Greeks. These Greek guys open these restaurants. They're mechanics. They're firemen. They're
hard work.
Oh, they when they need to fix the floor, they don't call a carpenter. They go to the toolbox and get a hammer and nails and fix the floor. Everything they did themselves, and they worked in their restaurants for 14, 15 hours a day, and so their families became their restaurant circle. And if you got a Greek friend, you got a friend for life. They're the most, and Jews too. They're the most. Jews are the funniest guys in the world. I remember me and my buddy Lefkowitz, Jerry Leff, went to a restaurant, and we both ordered the corned beef sandwich on rye. And because I'm Irish, I ordered the potato soup. because he was Jewish, he ordered the what do you call the round
Matzo
thing
ball.
in the matzo ball soup. Well, when the waitress came, she gave me the matzo ball soup, and she gave Lefkowitz the potato soup. And we looked at each other. We both stood up, walked around the table. I sat in his seat. He sat in mine. Sandwich was the same, just the soup that was different. But anyway, we did it. Just a normal thing to do. And we're sitting there.
Let's get back to the markets, guys.
All of a
Here we
sudden,
go.
everybody starts laughing.
Let's check in on the tilt here, guys. All right, ES 56% long in the S&P, 59% long in the NASDAQ, 54% short in crude, and 53% long in gold. Tilt's pretty flat across the board. Markets ain't really moving that much. Volume's kind of died up. Volatility's dried up a little bit. Let's see what's happening in silver. Last trade in silver, 87,315. The Dow's hovering around the lows, 49,405. Last trade in the Dow. Crude oil, 61.10 last. Gold, 46.0280 last. S&P, NASDAQ, 25,862 last. And last trade in the ES, 69.92. So things have been going a little flat into the going into power hour. We got about 10 minutes left here.
John, I look at this crude oil 15-minute chart.
Unreal.
You got to be a pretty good trader to pull a dime out of there. I'm looking at it and saying to myself, the only thing you could have done is draw a resistance line off the highs and just sit there and take your beating until that magic moment when it works for you.
And then you had to be quick to get out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because it's only going to, like this down we have here, this last down, was only there the blink of an eye.
Yep.
Just because it traded there doesn't mean you were going to trade there, unless you had your order in there already. But it's these markets are so difficult, and that's why entry is so important, and that's why bracket orders, in my mind, are very important. It's just you have to have a process and stick to it. In other words, when I put an order in, it's on a bracket order. And unless I give myself a couple of cents, whether it be on corn or beans or any, it doesn't matter. Unless I give myself a couple of handles, a little room, I'm not going to be successful on a trade.
Sure.
If I do the things I'm supposed to do, when I least expect it, I'm going to hear order filled, and I'm going to go, what was that? I didn't even know I had that order in there. Oh, how smart am I?
That's what my dad used to do. He called them wishing orders. You just leave an order out there. If it gets filled. It's a lucky surprise.
Yeah. Now, did your dad go often over to the corn products building across the street and talk to the different big companies that dealt in the grains?
Well, he was actually associated with Ralston Purina, which they're a huge manufacturer of animal feeds as well as certain like Rye Crisp crackers. Czech cereals were originally Ralston Purina. They sold that division off, but he was in contact with all of the commercials. They all talk to each other. He was helping Ralston Purina hedge their positions mostly in soybeans because the oil was pretty much a byproduct. They wanted the meal. They wanted the protein in the meal for animal feeds. So he was working the crush spreads as well as the beans all against each other so that they could work a way to get the meal cheaper.
Yeah.
So
and he understood that because he was a farm boy, right?
Yeah, actually, I mean, he grew up in Nebraska, South Dakota. I mean, he grew up in Grand Island, Nebraska. I don't think you get any more centrally located in that flat state of Nebraska than Grand Island.
Yeah.
It's a fun
Yeah.
town, I hear. But yeah, I mean, he grew up around it. His dad was a rail clerk that learned how to work the rails, and he, found himself 3 or 4 customers in Florida and in Colorado. So they would call him and say, "Hey, we need 10 cars of wheat in Sterling, Colorado, in a couple of days. What's it going to cost?" So he knew the rail tariffs. He knew all the rail costs, taxes,
Yeah.
everything like that. So he would tack himself on, a 16th of a cent a bushel, and send the grain out over there. So
Yeah.
that's where that commodity, I guess, sense came in from him, from my
Yeah.
dad. My dad's dad had an 8th grade education, but he was a
I
voracious
heard-
reader. He had a huge dictionary, and he read that dictionary religiously.
I was going to say he knew so much just from having learned to do by doing. What we try to reflect, they did. We try to put that in verbiage. People understand. Your dad was so good at what he did because he actually had to do it. There was nobody else could. There's no book that could be read about it, or
So this
he was
is
just a very bright guy.
a telegraphic cipher that my dad's dad used to communicate using telegraphs, and there were certain code words for like different commodities and different quantities of those commodities. So you had to speak in a code, and this was one of those books. This book has got to be at least 100 years old.
Wow.
What's the name of that
So
book called?
am I.
It's called the Robinson Telegraphic Cipher.
The Robinson Telegraphic Cipher. Checking it out.
Yeah.
It had all the different freight lines in the whole city, and the whole country, and the code words for them. And I mean, the Kankakee line was toggling, globe line, haggle. I mean, they just all kinds of different words. That's how they communicated, I guess. They were maybe worried about spies or something, but I don't know. I just still have this.
Now, if you had that book and you lived in Chicago, grew up in Chicago, you'd become a cartage thief.
Yes. Good. Good. It's kind
It's
of
good
funny.
inside information right there, yeah?
This book was actually sold in Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah, and if you knew where a carload of Vidalia onions were, one nickel phone call would bring you 2,000 Greeks.
Yeah.
Those onions that'd be unloaded, and the thing swept, and the freight car back in line with all the rest of them in an hour. And every time you bought a hot dog, you'd be saying, "My, these onions are fresh."
Ah. Now you're talking my language.
There we go. Here we go.
There's a lot more to growing up in town than most people realize.
We got some President Trump is still at the podium, and he's talking right now. There's some headlines flying out. This most recent one just posted. Trump says we're going to start hitting drug runners by land. We've hit them by sea. Now we're going to hit them by land. All right.
Huh.
Did we get
I
any
love
movement
this.
in the markets from any of these headlines? Not
Trump
really.
on the Fed. That jerk will still be will be gone soon.
He called him a jerk. He did.
Yeah, that jerk
Called
will be
him a
gone
jerk.
soon. Oh my goodness.
Can't make this stuff up, guys. Can't make it up.
You just can't.
All right, we got 3 minutes left here. Is that enough time for one more story? What do you want to talk about? the last 3 minutes. Markets are
Oh.
flat. We're going into power hour, sort of in a quiet phase here.
You know, one thing I miss about not being in the pit, when we would open or close, the markets would move. I mean, till every order got filled and they went to where they had to go. But now there's, because there's so much work to be done at each number and the buys and sells are there, you can do the work. The markets don't give you those gifts anymore like they used to. Or rarely. I mean, like yesterday in the grains they did, but
Yeah.
you know, that's a few times a year. It used to be every day, every opening and every close was a experience all in itself. But I remember Joe Siegel, who in my mind was the greatest trader who ever lived. He made the belly pit what it was, and he made the lumber pit what it was. And he wanted to be on the other side of every order. He didn't care if he was buying it, selling it. He wanted to be on the other side of every order that entered that pit. And he did a pretty good job of getting on most of them. And he was just a genius, but he worked hard. The man worked 20 hours a day, and he was smart and he was energetic. And I just admired so many of those guys so much, but you never really had a chance to tell them.
No.
Because
Joe Siegel he was pretty old when when we were down there. I mean,
yeah, what an amazing man he was. Amazing man. Yeah. And other guys who you wouldn't think of, but I remember him and Joe Fox were having a conversation one day, and I was standing there listening. And Joe Fox says to him, how do you do that, Joe? And Joe says, well, you know, I see this thing in colors. I see the numbers in colors. I see the movements in colors. And Fox says, that's amazing. That's me too. And they started talking about it. And they were special minds. You know what I mean? But their whole motion of this business reflected itself in their minds through color. So if a thing was yellow, red, green, blue, or black, it meant something to them.
Right.
They weren't thinking X numbers, because numbers didn't make any difference. They'll take them. I'll buy 100. I got 500. I'll take them. You know, they were just.
Yeah, they say if you're taking one of 100, you better just take them all.
Yeah. Otherwise, they'll be playing ping pong with you the rest of the day.
Well, guys, another riveting conversation. Appreciate it. We're about to hit time, though. It's 1:56 in the PM. We got to make way for our power hour counterparts. Dad, thanks for joining us. Everybody in the chat.
Oh, thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack.
I was ripping with
John,
Coach Peter.
folks, thanks.
Jack, always a pleasure, sir.
Oh, it's mine.
We'll have you back on again. We're going to have you back on again real soon. You're always a hit here, Dad. All right, guys, we're going to step aside. Mandy, Jack, and Dolby Time are going to be here for Power Hour. They're going to take us into the close. We got 1 hour left in this trading day. We got MOC coming out in about 48 minutes. So stick around, everybody. 1 hour of tradertainment left in this regular trading hours trading day. All right, we're going to step aside. Power Hour coming up next. TopstepTV. Let's go get it.
Thank you.
Meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Hour of Power. I'm Jack, joined by Dolby Time, and we have Mandy, who has been nice enough to join us today. Mandy, how's the day been treating you?
Hey, you guys. It was a fun one on fast markets. I was up, I think, just over 1,000 or 1,100 coming in, add another couple 200, 250 somewhere in there. Kind of kept scalping, but I put in my personal daily loss limit in there. It was up almost, I think, like 3,900. Got psyched out a little earlier oversizing. So I got locked out, but hey, I'm up 3,600 with that personal daily loss limit, and I'm happy. Once I took a loss, it stopped me out. So I think that was a great day for me. I needed a day like this. It's been a minute since I've had one of those. So, but lots of scalping, that's for sure. We had a nice buys, some good pullbacks. I felt like my indicators were reading pretty good for them. And then when I got a little greedy, my account said, nope, you need to stop. So in silver, here we are selling off.
Well, I mean, 36.15 is a hell of a day. And if your high watermark was 3,900, that's a good streak. I mean, with that limit, it's, you made another, close to $2,000? I thought you were up like 2,100 this morning.
Yeah. I was, I think when I left power hour was like 1,400 or something like that.
Wow.
Very nicely done. Dolby, you got a big target to try and hit now in power hour. You'll be trading the house account
kidding.
inside the take any. What are you seeing right now with this market?
Well, we were trading some RTY. We had a RTY trade on during the 11 a.m. segment that ended up getting stopped out for break even, and ended up being okay actually, because we would have gotten stopped out for our $50 or whatever. So we did save $47 in that one. We didn't quite hit our target. We were looking for 26.50 in the RTY. But RTY or MNQ could be very tradable today for this last little bit of time, and that's what we'll do. We'll just pick whichever one we think is the best. But we don't have access to silver, so we'll have to have Mandy.
I do.
Oh, you do?
If
that's
you
fantastic.
see a silver trade you want, we theoretically have access to silver and 50K loss limit, or 50K and $46 that we're flat and up right now. But yeah, we can look at that. But first, Mandy, in any product, we do above below.
Yeah.
What product and where would you like to set the marker?
Well, of course, we're going to go NQ, my first true love in the futures market. Let's go above below. Ooh, this is going to be a good one. I'm going to say above below 25,900 flat.
25,900 for the above below. I heard someone mention our Bitcoin whale. Yeah, they must be doing good. They're up about 21 million minus 6 million in funding, so they're up about 14 million. So good for them. Diamond hands to the extreme. Okie dokie. We got the above below. Dolby, I've been mostly looking at the ES. Looks like right now we've been in a pretty tight range here since about 1 o'clock. The way I'm looking at it, that 6950 SPX level has been pretty rock solid support today, even on that little news dip that took us out of our last contract in the fast markets trade. Have you decided, are you doing the Russie, the NQ, either or both?
Either, maybe both. I might go crazy today and trade both of them. Take a look at the RTY. Currently, I've liked RTY to the short side all day, just because of the 2655s have been pretty consistent to kind of work off of. And also we have so much news coming up tomorrow that I'm not really anticipating these markets doing anything crazy, such as make brand new highs. So I feel pretty comfortable range trading it. MNQ, I'm actually kind of bullish. I just want to see if we can get maybe down to like these 850s or 840s. Let's say like 820s. Let's say 820s. I think that's kind of the low of the range. We've had some buyers come in there twice already. So maybe if we can get a stop run of like 800, then that might actually be a pretty good opportunity to get long. But it'd be for all the same reasons, which is it's in a range, and I'm not expecting the market to do anything crazy, such as make a new low or make a new high. I'm expecting this to get back to the middle.
As a reminder, what Dolby mentioned, tomorrow we got some hot and heavy numbers coming your way starting at 7 a.m. We got Citigroup earnings, 7:30 retail sales and PPI. Then we got, this is the fun one. At 9 o'clock, the window is open for the Supreme Court decision that was delayed a few days, probably about the tariffs. At the same time, Greenland and the U.S. are meeting tentatively.
Wow.
That's interesting.
That's a lot.
Whoa. And Trump has been spraying all fields today, so there should be some action. But for this hour,
has he been talking a lot? He's been chit-chatting?
Yeah, he's had I've just seen an unusual number of blurbs pop up on our box today of various. I think he's got a couple events going on. I haven't heard anything in the last 20 minutes, so maybe done for now, but always keep an eye on it, especially when they're talking tariffs or Greenland, I guess. Okay. Still in this tight range here. Any orders on the book yet, Dolby?
Yeah, we'll get an offer in at 2655.4 on the RTY. It's pretty much the same trade that we tried taking at 11. The range has been really good in RTY, so I think just for this sort of trade, we probably want to look for maybe closer to a base hit, maybe like $100 to $200, which we had pretty handedly last time. We were just kind of big game hunting.
I like base hits.
Cool.
Base hits.
Yeah, I mean,
that's where it's at. That's all I did today.
Yeah, clearly you got a lot of them. You got a lot of them.
Yeah, that's kind of why I put that stop loss in. I got a little too, spent a little too much time base hitting, but
what's a base hit?
I can handle that
these days. For 3,600, how many base hits does it take to get to 3,600?
I don't know. I was definitely under 20 trades for sure. A couple of those were one, a couple of those were 3 contracts on silver. Actually, I didn't trade NQ today, except for fast markets. That's the only time I traded NQ.
NQ is so passe. No one cares about NQ anymore.
I know. Oh my gosh. Like so boring these days. Just kidding. No, NQ is still definitely on my radar. Just silver just had so much fun movement. And but that's why I left myself out. I think for this power hour, I've got an eye on both. I have both charts open up right now. Both are selling off. Question is, can we make a new low? I don't know. That's ACH. Really anything can happen. I could see a retest down here. Maybe wanting to test 800s again. Maybe wanting to go test 86 half on silver. But yeah, the question is where to enter on these. Yeah.
So
all
right, we're gonna get three micro NASDAQ in at 790, 800, and 810. Let's see if we can go sweep the lows in this NASDAQ here. Yeah, let that cook. RTY. Maybe longs at RTY 2647. If we can get down there, we'll see. I don't think we're getting filled on our short.
Just want to take a gander around the markets right now. Zooming out right now, we're down 0.4 in the ES, 0.43 NQ. Russell is flat, basically. VIX is up 7% today to 1617. Bitcoin's kind of the big gainer, up 3.5%. The spot market trading 94,407. Big stocks, Broadcom's up 1%, Google's up 1%. Everything else down there. being led by Meta down a little over 2%, Microsoft down a little under 2%. And with that, we enter the last 48 minutes of the day here. Just gave a little bounce again. We're testing the sort of low area of the day, the 69.50 in the SPX here.
There's a question in chat here from TM Spectral. Curious, why not take a short while wait for the long? Because the question I like asking myself is, where would shorts want to get short at? And I don't think shorts want to get short at 842s. I think they would probably be better served at getting short higher in the range on we're talking about stair steps, like around these 867s or so. So I would be more interested in shorts if we were further up there. I think this is a little bit too expensive of a short, and I don't think the risk is really that good for it. So I'd rather wait for it to kind of fail and then play the larger sort of pattern, which is the bigger of the ranges. But great question.
Ooh. And
that is totally viable. Totally viable.
Well, let's see if we can, as I said, flush these lows here. We're about 3.5 points off the low of the day in the ES right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th time we've taken on this level.
Oh, wow. Pull up. I almost never look at the ES. Oh, yeah, look at that. It is looking quite heavy here.
NQ too. 807 is the New York session low. Just under 40 points for that.
Come on down. Come on down. So what markets are you looking at? Are you just really looking at silver a bunch?
No, silver and NQ. NQ is relatively clean, but I think because with micro silver, you can kind of make more bang for your buck per move. That's why I traded silver, but NQ was a good sell today. Had good moves today, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I kept an eye on both, but silver just was that intriguing to me today. Man, I think I might want to get in here on an MNQ short, though.
Yeah, that's what Spectral was saying. It's like if you have a lower level or a lower target, why not try to ride it down there to that target?
Just closed. I want to see, maybe for me, myself, because my strategy is totally different than Dolby's strategy. If we can get a retest here close to 50s and we hold below, I think I'll enter short. But we might just rotate back and get to where Dolby wants to enter, which I'm totally fine with too.
I'll be your exit liquidity.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
Teamwork.
Oh yeah, teamwork makes the dream work. Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah, RTY
That's
did
like
a good job of making higher lows.
That's
here.
why I like TopstepTV. You guys are just a little bug in traders' ears to let us know that there's other things to look at, like where would the liquidity be, right? Where's the news coming? Like when to anticipate the news? Or we had that big drop about Nvidia, that rumor, right? At the time, we sold off on NQ, ate that right back up, no problem. So I think that's why Topstep, I always have it running on in the background, especially if I'm trading. So I can see that way there's other things that I can be aware of that I might not be putting into consideration because there's so many factors when it comes to the markets.
Yeah, we kind of do your homework for you a little bit. A little bit. We'll do your homework for you. Call things out, news events, things of that sort.
I'm not looking.
Yeah.
And neither is Topstep looking to give signals. It's to give you information that will give you an edge over the market. And that's why I tune in every day. And it's free. TopstepTV is free. I love
Sure
it.
is.
That is
Sure
true.
is.
We don't even show ads. And Ego Drunk, I did catch
Mm-mm.
that. I thought at first it perked my ears when Mandy, you said that we're like a little bug. I was like, okay, where's this going? I'm gonna let Mandy cook.
You're done. Yeah, just in my ear.
Okay, we're getting closer.
We're a
We're
little
getting
birdie.
closer.
Yep. RTY is getting heavy. NASDAQ come
It's
on
not wanting to
down.
flush these 40s yet. I did say I wanted it. We did get those 50s. That could have been a good entry.
On the pullback.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for, and I didn't enter it. But see if we can do it one more time.
I got Britney Spears stuck in my head now. Thanks.
Oh, okay.
Hey, there you go. Bugs in the
What?
chat. I like it.
There we go. Love that.
Oh, okay. We're not going to live that one down, are we?
I'm fine with it.
Ideas? I was talking about a lot of ideas, you guys. Am I saying it clear enough now?
Yes.
Oh, it looks like NA Trades tried trading some micro silver there. Good luck. Yeah, not micro enough, is it? NA Trades thing moves like crazy.
It's wild.
Okay, RTY coming back down to the 50% retracement of its range. Might be an opportunity there. Let's take a look, see. Yeah, I'd be interested in longs in the RTY. I don't know what's going to hit first, but if we get to like 2646.9, I think some bulls might come in and support price down there. So we got both. On the left is actually, wait, hold on. It should be on the left is micro NASDAQ. Oh, it is.
A large amount of information density on those charts there, Dolby.
A lot going on. There was a lot going on.
Which
These
is
green
fine. Have you ever
ones
traded
are-
the RTY before?
Yeah.
Okay.
We had a nice streak in December in the house account with some RTY. We actually traded it pretty well. I think yesterday we had a $200 winner, and then we had I think we're up on realized $200 is again in the RTY. We just got break evened on it, but we were short around I think 26.55 or so. So we've been reading it pretty well. Something that I kind of like about the RTY is that it's not as wicky as, say, the NASDAQ is. Oh, my goodness. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that was my cat.
I'm sure.
What?
That was my cat.
Does your cat have a drill?
Is that
Like
okay?
a dentist drill?
He's sick. He has the allergies. So that was like 4 cat sneezes in a row right
That's
there.
adorable.
Poor guy. I know, they're so cute. Yeah, he's
I'm
sinus
sure
infection.
3 micros looking for retests of the last little lows. Poor Gus.
Buddy.
Looking at 825s as my target and stop loss above the last 5-minute red candle, which so that would put my stop loss at 60s, 860s. So looking at 1-to-1 right now, just on this combine right here.
Excellent.
Man,
Before you
The
answer
reason
the
I got into
chat, look
that-
at the screen. Mandy is locked out up 36.15 or XFA, so she is trading a combine right now. Okay, here we go. Coming up on it. And I'm with you, chat. I'm allergic to cats. I don't spend a lot of time with them. And I had no idea that their sneeze sounded like that. That's wild.
Neither did I. This is the first time he's been like this sick. But I think there's like cat allergies going around right now because our other cat's been doing the same thing. But it's his turn.
Adorable.
Poor guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Jack was thinking it was the dental drill. He thought I had like some operation going on
Oh,
in
yeah.
the back of my house or something.
Yeah, just below the screen, you're like working on someone's mouth.
Yeah,
Sounds very similar.
Polishing them up. For those that don't know, I'm a dental hygienist a day and a half during the week. So I've been a hygienist for like 13 years now. been a day trader for, I gotta look at that. I must be getting close to 8 years now. I know it was 7, but I need to remember the start month. So
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
here
we
we
got
go.
within
Back to break even.
2 points there, the lows. Come on. I want
I
this to
don't
sell
love
off
that
too,
it wasn't
Mandy.
pushing more. It's
The path
hesitating.
below the low of the day here will bring us the most excitement for this hour. I'd much rather see
Oh,
that
for
than
sure.
a drift up a little bit until MOC.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not Wednesday, so I expect a little different here for Power Hour.
No, I like your trade. I mean, RTY looks way weaker than the NASDAQ does. Kind of,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say out of nowhere, but it's selling off way more aggressively.
Back below break even. So yeah, back into
Nice.
the
Feels
green.
good.
See if we can get a little bit more push down here with some follow through. We can stay below my entry here in the next minute 30. I'm gonna be pretty happy. If we come back and retest this pressure, I might consider to get out and not even hit my stop loss, but rather cut the trade short.
Mhm.
For risk management, let's move us closer to the pressure on my moving average on the 5-minute. So I've moved my stop loss closer, just about another 5 points or so.
Nice.
By the way, because someone was asking, Dolby, with the headphones and the hat, you look like you're wearing one of those Guardian helmets.
A Guardian
Romeo
cap. Yeah, I
Dobbs.
don't know. It's just like, I
Concussions.
mean, it's not that hot anymore, or cold anymore. I can switch it up. Go the classic way.
Okay, it's checking.
I don't have any hair anymore because I'm old. So I got to keep this head warm. There we go. All right.
Nice.
This is how chat knows and loves me. Uh-oh.
Nothing coming
Sneeze
across
attack. It's
the
coming.
wire. What's coming?
Sneeze attack. This cat. This poor
Okay.
cat. Just sneezing up a storm. It's all right. He's going to the vet today. He'll be fine.
Kind of funny that they like have these helmets that reduce concussions, and like 2% of people wear them because they just look so goofy.
Yeah, right? Right? No, I mean, I would totally wear one. Seems kind of silly not to.
Here we go. We didn't come all this way not to test the lows.
Yeah, right?
Back to break even.
Actually, break even, man. Well, RTY bounced off this 26.46. If we can get a nice little range down here, it might be a cheap long. We're just trying to find whatever support we can see to the left to maybe get some bids on. Trying to get a better perspective here. I don't know. It looks like it wants 26.40. We'll just gotta wait. Ooh, Mandy, your trade's looking pretty solid right now.
It is. I'm pretty happy with it. And I like my TP location. As a scalper, I just like to snag little portions of the move. So if this just keeps going without me, actually, you know what? We can, I don't do this often, you guys. So this is great. We could put in like go partials, I guess you could say. And let me have a runner down for new lows today.
Yeah. Have you had to adjust any of your strategy, Mandy, to trade silver? Like, did you have to change up your moving averages at all? You just run it?
No, moving averages stayed really nicely, and my EMA. I've kind of just been playing. I'm just looking for more confirmation. Like, I don't want to have too many check marks, but like I'm playing with this histogram down here, this MACD histogram. Is it going to help me stay out of trades that I probably would have entered? And I sometimes get a little FOMO. And so if I could be like, oh, there's a confirmation not to enter in a trade because it's running without me. That's kind of more my goal for 2026 is to not have FOMO and better entries and better risk management, right? I think that with all of us, that's kind of what we're wanting here. I'm going to go ahead. I probably am market ordering in these, but I missed that. We'll see here. Got out of one contract. Nice. The move I wanted. I might just get out of all of it. I don't like that rejection at all.
We did make new lows in the ES briefly.
Yeah.
I didn't like it either. We didn't get
the
filled.
strat. I didn't need to change much, Dolby.
Oh, that's good.
The only thing I needed to do was size down and allow there to be a little bit more breathing room. So with my risk. So hence why I sized down, if that makes sense. More breathing room equals sizing down, in my opinion.
We got a good amount of a positive 0-day options gamma around this level. That would be, for me, a check in the column for a long, perhaps, here. In the ES, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Cool. So you still got what? One on or two on? Just one?
I have two on.
Two? Sweet. Great
Yeah.
trade.
You're getting close to getting your one for longs, right?
810s. Yeah, look, 810s, 800, and 790. Yeah.
Getting closer. I put my total TP at 12.5.
You're at 12.5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see. So just before we would get filled.
Yep.
Yeah. RTY still getting crushed here.
Yeah,
Oh,
new
$10.
lows, ES.
Well, that RTY trade back. What a monster. That's what I actually think was the target that we had for the RTY trade initially. Stop was maybe too tight, maybe not. We're also at point of control right now for RTY as well. I think it wants these 20. I think it's going to go range to range. That's like a full 15 points. Good for you, RTY. Put in that work.
Good on you, you tiny little companies. Some of you are profitable.
Yeah, that right?
Many of you are not.
I don't like this.
What? Is the trade doing amazing right now?
It's doing good. I just don't like the bounce it was attempting to do. So I put a sell stop, like a trailing TP of 35. Let's see, what was it at? At 30 and a quarter.
Nice.
So I think you might trail this down as we continue to move down. So now we're going to go to like the candle start at 26 quarter. I just do manual. Back to my original TP at 23.50. So we're minimally going to make 72 with these remaining contracts. We're out up 80 bucks.
Great trade.
Thank you. And then we'll see if we can get Dolby all the way down to his 810s, which is totally possible. I just, we could have had a runner. I just didn't like the hesitation we were getting here. Yeah.
Always wish you had a runner. If there's anything I've learned from TopstepTV, it's wish you had a runner. Those
That's the other
runners
thing
can pay
too.
for a lot.
I need to be better at giving myself runners, but also don't have FOMO and get into a trade because I wish I had a runner. Like there's a fine
Yeah.
balance there. Like,
Yeah,
oh man, I should have had a runner
tripping
and
out
enter
trades
short.
is not fun.
Yeah.
Okay, nice little sell-off here. About 8 points away from getting filled on 1 micro. RTY still getting crushed. George, looking at IB low. Also looks like a 65 lot at 25,800. Big round number. That is definitely a part of this one. Actually, we got some size at a couple spots. This is in the micros, but we have 137 at 810, and there's another 200 at 800. So someone has a very similar idea here.
Silver is doing the same, selling off, hitting testing new lows here in the past. What would that be? Like, yeah.
It's just
New
persistent.
session
They're
lows
just
on silver.
keep on hitting the lows.
All right, we're in.
There you go.
Go time.
Congrats, Dolly.
810s. You're long
Jay,
one at
turnaround
810.
Tuesday.
Let's see
Wacky
if we can
Wednesdays,
get
Thirsty Thursdays, effed up Fridays.
Taco Tuesdays. Did you already say Taco Tuesday or no?
It's turnaround Tuesday.
Turnaround Tuesday. Okay. I don't think Taco Tuesday exists anymore with how much inflation we have. I think tacos are still like $4 or $5.
I mean, what do you eat? Like a bag of oats? I mean, a taco is just like ground beef and tortillas.
Yeah, it's like $4.50 for a taco in Chicago sometimes. I don't make the prices, Jack, and I don't make the rules. But Taco Tuesday, you get like a $2 taco, and I can't find one anywhere.
You gotta go to Taco Bell value menu, right? That's an option.
Not even. Not even.
I think there's like $3 average.
So
on
what
that
do you
one.
eat? Do you just not eat?
What? I just eat ice cubes, Jack. That's it. That's all I eat.
Okay.
I just suck on ice cubes every day for lunch. It's very filling. Just kidding. I had sushi last night. It was delicious.
I'm like really hungry now. I want some tacos.
Yeah, I mean, they're great.
They are
They
good.
are
That's
great.
the nice thing about being an adult. You can get tacos if you want them. So Dolby, we're long one
At 810.
Russell.
No, our MNQ.
Okay.
We were long an MNQ at 810. Got bids in at 800 and 790. Stop is going to be at around, let's say, 780s. Really looking for these
Within
800s
10
to
points
hold.
of
That's kind of the name of the game.
yesterday's open in the ES. By the way, JGZ, baby. The top is in, boys. I too love saying that, but man, have I been wrong so many times. Thankfully, I wasn't trading silver, but I thought for sure, I thought there was going to be a top in when it had that big overnight blow off and then sold off hard. It did not. We're much higher now.
Yep. I mean, I don't know.
Now-
You know, this NASDAQ V bounces pretty damn well, and it's a pretty resilient market. And so, yeah, I mean, I guess, maybe it looks crazy to go long the indices down here, but it all could just be like a super good deal. Like this could be a $2 taco right here. You know what I mean?
Great deal. Deal? Or for me, it's on dill.
So
That
looking at
makes
the level 2 data right
Big
now, you'll
deal.
see in the ES, the offers are very thick compared to the bids. And this is often the state because when things, twice today we've had really abrupt moves. We moved 10 points in a second. in the ES earlier, is it's generally more nerve wracking to have resting orders underneath the bid as opposed to above it. But you can see it's about. Oh wait, it's just showing it oddly with the proportions. My bad.
Is this a bounce?
Is this the bounce? I don't know. I hope so. Certainly hope so. So far, so good. You know, if we can get back to middle of range, that'd be pretty amazing. That's a 100-point trade right there. Yeah, I mean, this is range trading. You're a fear merchant. When things look at their worst, at their scariest, you're getting in there and being like, yeah, this is fine. Water's warm. It's a cheap trade.
Come join. Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, while we're a little bit off the lows here, I thought we could maybe hit a news break. Trump was on a Ford tour today. Ford, the car company, Dearborn, Michigan. But he had some words about Senor Powell as well. Let's see what was said.
We have a bad Fed chairman. He's bad in a lot of different ways, but he's bad because his interest rates were too high. And today we had a great inflation report. And today we had a really great growth report. So we have great growth and low inflation. And we're doing very well.
Do you think there's going to be a rate cut, though? With the inflation
I don't know. With this guy, you don't know. He's got some problems. But what he also did, he's renovating a small building. It's the most expensive construction job in history, and it's only a renovation. I could have done that job for $25 million. They're spending billions and billions of dollars. He either doesn't know what he's doing, or it's worse than that. And you know what I mean by what. So hopefully he'll be out of there soon.
Does the president impact your timing on naming a Fed chair?
No.
When do you expect to do that now?
I don't know, sometime in the next few weeks.
Are you getting closer?
All righty.
No hard hats, huh?
Yeah. I could watch an hour of compilations of people randomly standing beside Trump while he's taking questions because they just don't know what to do with their body or faces. The one guy passed out, but he was okay.
That's one option. That is one option. It's just passing out.
There you go.
He kind of looked like the guy to Trump's left. Kind of looked like an actor. I just can't think of his name right now. Which is not
excellent
great
insight
for TV.
All right.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know that one guy?
Yeah. Oh, he looks like this guy.
Look at this guy. Looks like that other guy
with the hair.
Your MNQ trade. Wait, are you NQ? Yeah, your MNQ. Looking good.
So far, so good. No break even. We won't go break even. We won't go break even.
Silver bouncing too. They are kind of similar movements right now, silver and NQ.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe we get back up to settlement. That seems pretty reasonable. That's 25,956. And that's pretty much well within range for today. We've had dip buyers come in before. I don't see why they wouldn't want to come in again. Like I said, there's all the fun news is tomorrow, so this just seems like a good range-bound market. It's already been established. It takes a lot of effort to make, new lows and really commit to it. Same with making new highs. That's why I like the RTY short too. So let's just let this cook here. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. We'll see. What's you at anything right now, Mandy?
I'm not. I am eyeing longs, but we are just not quite. Oh my gosh, what am I looking at here? We're not quite getting the follow through that I want. We had a good rejection here at 40s again, holding right now below my moving average, and so that would be an invalidation for shorts at the moment. But on the 5-minute, I mean, we're not even halfway through that candle. The only thing is we came and tagged pressure right at 40 on the 15-minute on MNQ. So we could continue to see continuation yellows on top, which is my moving average, which would continue to validate shorts. So I am curious. This is kind of a good decision zone right here. But yeah, I'll definitely let you guys know if I enter something. Probably in about 2.5 minutes, if we can hold below 30s, I think I will get short. And maybe you can tag another contract below 800s.
I would not want to see below 800s at this point. I just want to see us go to the moon. Just to the moon. Can I ask you a question about your charts, Mandy?
Yeah, of course.
What is the deal with the hollow candlesticks? They're not filled in.
To see the lines better. Sometimes
there we
like
go.
right here, you see on my 15-minute how the moving average and the EMA are literally within the candle.
Yeah.
That's hence why
I hear there was a reason.
I changed it for
There's
that.
a reason.
Yeah, there's definitely a reason. Down on the bottom of my chart, like I said, I'm playing with the MACD histogram. There's a feature, an indicator here on Topstep X that's called chop zone. I'm kind of seeing if that's helping me keep out of trades. Supposedly on chop zone, it tells you if it's choppy or not. Blue green is kind of not choppy, good entry levels. Orange to red would be like don't enter, you're in a chop zone. Unless you're like a range trader, you might like that.
Right, might be like proof, like verification that we are in one.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying to define like which time frame is best for that. As you get, of course, on the smaller time frames, it's different, but I feel like we're probably the most choppiest right here. So again, my goal for 2026, looking for ways to keep me out of trades. I feel like I can enter, get FOMO. So what would help me stay out of trades that would have put me at a loss? And that's what I'm playing with MACD and chop zone.
Excellent.
I like that. If we can get over 850s in the NQ, it would be very, very nice. I don't really see a place where sellers would come back in again, other than maybe 850s or 885s. But even then, at that point, you're pretty far up in the range. So it looks pretty solid so far.
So somebody asked in the comments if there's any meaningful correlation between silver and with some equity, maybe the NQ. You can look that up or test it. I would say for a day trading thing, no. Silver's kind of so beastly right now.
So beastly.
I don't know, when people talk correlation, are they talking about putting on an actual like pairs trade or like looking for, oh, silver's breaking, I'm gonna sell stocks? I can't imagine there's a good one like in the intraday range. For like swing trades or long term, if you had a strong thought on the value of metals versus equities, maybe, but really silver versus gold is about the only thing I would pair trade, and I don't.
Maybe the dollar.
Because you want to
like inverse.
Well, you want to really avoid a pairs trade that could really blow you out, which is why the usual pairs trades I will do, and you can get blown out like individual stocks versus individual stocks, but usually it'll be like futures on the yield curve for bonds. If you're trading silver versus equities, you could get blown to smithereens because you could imagine a day where it's like silver's suddenly drops like $8 and stocks are way up or something. And that would happen, like, say this morning, if there was like a super cool CPI number, like say it came in like 1.5%. Maybe you could find something. Bonds are very dislocated now from like what's going on in the metals markets. But the problem with that is that if there's some sort of massive QE program, you could see that blowing up in your face too, because that would send metals to the moon. and suppress the bond yields.
I mean,
We're still in this
for
trade,
day traders,
Dolby?
yeah. Yes. What about it?
Okay, just checking. We got about 2
Oh, yeah, we're
minutes
just
and
chilling.
30 seconds until MOC.
We're just kind of holding till close. I think we can get to settlement.
Yeah. I like 900s.
Yeah, 900s
I
look
am
great for above
below.
the low.
Yeah.
Settlement is
Totally
at
doable.
956, which is very doable. I mean, NASDAQ is known for the V bounce. So,
Absolutely.
and it's actually that's something we haven't really talked about in a while is the old V bounce in NASDAQ, but it's been happening quite a bit.
Today,
I feel like today.
or an M? I guess I need to read
M
this.
bounce?
What is it? It's an
Which one?
M and Q.
NQ? Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
an
an
M.
M.
Think of the Batman, right? I was calling it a Batman this
Ooh.
morning.
Yeah,
Right, because
that's
you have like
good.
the two pointy ears. It's like a double top, and it kind of rolled over.
Yeah. Yep. Hold above 50s would be nice here, Dolby.
Oh,
The
yeah.
next MOC.
MOC
But yeah,
mid
what is
30s.
MOC gonna bring?
See what happens.
They'll
Well, the
point
nice thing
out
is that we have a
on-
pretty good cushion into MOC.
with a minute to go till that. Right, bonds haven't done anything lately. I'm looking at the 10-year right now. For the past month, we've been in about a 10 basis point range, with a very solid ceiling on it at 4.2% in the 10-year. A very institutional market, that one.
Sanderd a while ago asked in the chat what the dots are on my 5-minute chart on the right. That's an parabolic SAR, and I'm trying to play with the numbers on that one too. Again, trying to find things that are going to keep me out of trades that would probably mess me up. So from what I can tell, the indicator, if it's above the candles, it's a sell. Below would be a buy. Kind of been holding, but I'm not loving it because, we have this bounce around the 5-minute and it's still saying, hey, it's a sell. So I need to learn and read that one better, but just kind of been playing with the things to help me be better.
Speaking
We've
of
got 9
selling
seconds.
and buying, we got MOC in 5 seconds.
Yeah. There you go.
Pretty chill.
Little wiggle.
Man, nothing crazy is going on. We could
Can't
go
even touch
to
my
break even on this.
14
risk
period
free.
and bounced right off of it. I guess dropped right off of it. 14 period on my 15-minute.
Yeah, we'll get the MOC probably from Hoop.
Hoop,
Had to
yeah,
guess.
he's
Yeah, we're
reliable there.
yeah, we're break even on this trade. We don't want to see this go back down to 800s. That's like 60 point sell off from where we're at. That would
Here
not
it
be
is.
very bullish in
Buy
my opinion.
side, 1.6 yards. That's 1.6 billion in the S&P 500, plus 522 million NASDAQ, Dow 30 plus 400 million, Mag 7 plus 500 million.
Nice. Nice. You're coming up against possible turbulence here. Nice series of lower highs. Maybe sellers come in and try to keep this down.
We are also
break
pretty much right at right
870.
now. We're at 69.52 in the SPX. So right around here could be a sticky point for the final print.
Okay. Yeah, I've liked your coverage of that, of those those option levels up against the future levels, because the options are really moving things around. So it's pretty important to keep an eye on those. You have the
There's
ability
just
to.
a lot of them. A lot of them.
There are.
Everyone loves their 0 DTEs until you get punched in the face.
Yep.
Done that one too many times.
Haven't we all? like you'd rather just trade futures at that point, because you don't have the time decay. Ooh, let's get to these 880s. If we get to 880s, this seems like it'd be super good.
Sweet.
Come on. Some momentum here. RTY looks pretty good.
Where is your target? I'm trying to decipher the screen right now. Where you got?
956.
Okay.
Or close,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I think I'll clean it up a little bit, but yeah. We don't even need to watch RTY anymore. We'll go full screen.
Get out of here, you little stocks.
Yeah, loser. Bunch of nobodies. It's just a bunch of random
that a-
healthcare companies.
Kind of like a
Dude.
a half of a Dorito. A Dorito? No, half of a Dorito. That's what we're looking at, right, Dolby?
Half a Dorito.
That's a half a Dorito,
Loco.
yeah. It is.
Speaking of Doritos Locos, we got the guy sitting in an alley here to give us the hashtag Power Hour content for today. James, take it away. Oh,
Mute.
no.
There we go. They almost got me,
Oh,
but
there
I
we go,
won't.
we're good.
It's me, Pizza Alley Guy. I'm here with your hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour submissions. Earlier in the show, we asked you to go to Twitter, also known as X, or whatever you want, and tag us and share your trader wins, your trader setups, and whatever else you genuinely want to show off. And here's what you brought. Starting with Antonio, making the house payment in one day is life. Looking forward to the payout tomorrow. If you can't see it there on your screen, he put up $3,080 in his 50K Express funded account. So congrats to you, Antonio. Keep jabbing away in that account. Up next, from Vintage, this isn't about flexing. It's about the journey, the failures, the blown accounts, the self-doubt, and somehow still choosing to show up again. Turn discipline into deposits, payout confirmed, thankful. Congrats on your success in taking a payout, Vintage. We love seeing that. Keep sharing your wins and keep paying yourself when you put in the work. Moving on up from OD Trades. I remember when I would reset 2 accounts a day. Now I pass these within 2 to 3 days with my edge in the markets. I simply learned that following trends instead of trying to catch reversals was the edge I needed. And shown here is his certificate funded trader, OD Trades. Congrats to you. We hope this is only the beginning of your success. Keep working on that edge, keep refining, keep finding success in all that you do. Next up from SJR Trades, textbook short, locked in there, also in their Express funded account. This one's a little bit harder to see, but if you can, eagle-eyed viewers, take a look in there. They look to have made about $3,900 in their 150K Express funded account. Congrats to you. And finally, last but not least, from Sergio, back to funded on my Topstep XFA. Quit trading like you're MFing broke. Let's cook. We run it back tomorrow. And you can see there his account name. Quit trading like you're MFing broke. Motivation you need to get in the market, jab away, put the numbers, and pay yourself. Those are your Power Hour and Fast Market submissions for today. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and send us all of your trading wins, setups, trading buddies, whatever you want. TopstepTV on X. But for now, back to the guys in Mandy and Power Hour.
Dude, that's awesome.
Almost hit above blow.
We're so close. We're so close. We moved our stop up for TPs. So we're up 60 points for the stop.
Let's go.
If it wants to get wiggly, go for it. We only have 1 contract, so don't want to leave with nothing here.
That was a fantastic trade, Dolby.
Go ahead,
You almost
rally.
bottom ticked that. Way to go.
Pretty
I mean,
damn
that
close.
is, yeah. Pretty much
Stingy,
right there.
Mandy. Real stingy with our entries over here. But
Nicely done.
It can be a way to enter into trades. You could take, 5 micros, 3 micros, divide it out, and then if you can anticipate sort of a stop run of some sort. Maybe you get filled on 2 of the 3 or 1 of the 3.
Yeah.
and it puts you in a real good spot.
All right, heading up to VWAP from the overnight in the ES right now. I'd be looking if this gets a little bit, what I call the top. If it gets a little bit above, we only have a couple minutes left, but could run into some resistance at 70.03, 70.02 area there.
I was just waiting for George. VWAP George. All roads.
I mean, not wrong. It helps. Definitely helps. 910 is 100 points.
Let's go. That's amazing.
We're at 900s, big round number. Are we going to push through? Let's see.
I think we got enough gas for it. It's very strong right now. I just want it to at least tap VWAP. I think that would be a good area for
We'll go to 8.
the next minute and a half.
Yeah, we're up to 880s now. We only have like a minute 30 left, so not a lot of time here.
You got to take it off so we can get the house account green. You think it's going to bust through? I think at least in the ES I'm looking at, I don't think we punch above 70.
I don't know. I have no idea.
02.
It'd be nice if it did, but it's not really us.
I think it could tag VWAP.
Mm-hmm.
There's still potential to tag it. Bust above, yeah, I think that's a harder thing
We'll
to
lower our TP to 910.5. See if we can get the 100-pointer because of big round numbers.
Oh, I like the above below. That's actually a good one today.
Dude, you crushed your above below. It's so good.
Oh, I'll take it.
Ooh, we're close. We are
We're
close.
so close.
Looking
Can we get
for
a
the
100-pointer
100-point
end of the
banger.
day?
We got 35 seconds left.
Can we do it? These 900s
Up
are
to
being a real
7,000
pain.
even ES.
Oh.
We're making a reach.
All right, we're going just below. So now we're plus 90, I think. Plus 80.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Here we
100-point
go.
banger.
15 seconds.
20 seconds.
340 lot jumps in. There's the 70.02.
You can do it.
I think we stick here.
You could do
Did
it.
we get it?
We're at
Did you hit
900.
10?
We're at 900. We're at 90 points. There it is.
There you
100-point
go.
banger.
Woohoo!
Oh, I should have taken the short off. There we go. Bell goes
You guys,
clang.
903.
That's
Is that a W? 100 points.
That's pretty good.
100 points.
Amazing.
That's the house account probably green. What, like a?
We got
You're basically
195.
scratch going at that. Okay, so we'll call it up 180.
That was
or
a win for
something.
both
Well,
of us,
Dolby,
Dolby.
That's good stuff.
great trading. Mandy, congrats on an awesome day, up to 3,600 and change
Great,
in the
thank you.
XFA. Riveting post MOC there. We'll see both of you guys back here soon. But for now, we're going to throw it over to Dr. Volatility himself. Have a great day, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Mandy. Congrats on putting up those numbers earlier today in the day, and congrats on locking it up and keeping those numbers. And chat, thanks for being here with us all bell to bell day. And even if you're just tuning in now for At the Buzzer, well, you know what? We appreciate you being here no matter what. Can't do this show without you guys, so we'll see you tomorrow. But hey, don't go anywhere, because right now, At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul is coming up right now. That's right. You don't even need to go anywhere. If you want to go grab a drink, we're going to have the video end and redirect you automatically to At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul as they get you all set for that 5 p.m. reopen and feeling good about trading as the new market session begins. Then later on, come back here tonight at 7:30 for Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. Slow Markets with Coach Dakota, it is the hottest trading show at night. And if you haven't tuned in, well, tonight might just be a really great night to start. 7:30 p.m. Central Time, all the action kicks off here on our YouTube channel with Coach Dakota, so don't miss it. Then later tomorrow at 1:30 in the morning, Aaron Trades will be back with the London Open. And then Deanna will also be back at 3:30 a.m. with Euro Trade. So 2 amazing overnight programming for those in the States and 2 amazing programmings in the mornings for our friends overseas. So no matter what time it is, there should be some sort of Topstep TV for you to watch. And if not, well, guess I got some good news for you. We're kicking this whole shebang off again tomorrow morning at 7:15 a.m. So if you're going to wait till then, you can get your opening call fix. But until then, I'm James Harden. You're the chat. This is Topstep TV. At the buzzer's up next. I hope you have a great rest of your day. This has been Topstep TV. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.